Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here for today's games, which could be quick, but also could bring us some unforeseen things in the LCK. But that's more about the second series. Let's jump into our first one first. Teddy versus his old team. I believe this was Valdez's match of the week.
Yeah, it was, and I think that the considerable history between these rosters and the background of players like Birdall, like Willer, who did train with T1, Closer, who played behind Faker, for example, Teddy, who was the mainstay AD carry for quite some time, means that there's definitely some personal attachment, I think, to the side of the cool kids who never panic, playing against their former team here in T1. But doesn't change the storyline that T1 are definitely massive favorites going into this best of three.
Yeah, they are. They did come off their loss against Gen G, but that was a nail-biting series, and we'll see whether, honestly, if there's ever a time to beat T1, it is after a match like that, right? As you can see, Liv Sandbox right now tied with T1 in the standings. Everyone seems to be fourth place at this point in time.
It is it is something that we should remind everyone, in that T1's strength of schedule for week one was incredibly difficult, in that they had Life Esports, who they were able to narrowly defeat, and then Gen G, who they were narrowly defeated by. It was a very close series, and comeback there in game 3 is why Gen G still are 3-0 right now. But again, at the eye test, and when you look at T1's strength right now versus Liv Sandbox still kind of figuring out their synergy with Teddy now on the roster, it's not going to be an easy one tonight.
No, I would agree with you there. I think that there are certain things that we saw in the Gen G T1 series that do allude to a bit of that hangover that we were talking about, and I think that T1 probably gets stronger as the season continues. So Liv Sandbox, now's your chance, if ever there is going to be one. Contrasting recent trends, which team will get their second win? Pretty crazy that both of them sitting tied at fourth place.
Yeah. And then, of course, Azir is buffed, so obviously Faker, a very famed Azir player. Closer has also played Azir as his most played champion across his career, although I would say that it has not been one of his best champions historically, and I also don't think we're necessarily going to see it tonight at all. It's buffed, but it's not pushed its way to the front of the meta.
Yeah, I would say not. Judging by what we saw in Challenger and things like this of the Azir that we've seen on this patch, I feel like, yeah, it got a little bit better, but that's not enough to make it good enough. Gumushi versus Teddy. Very interesting that these two are now facing off against one another once again. Of course, it was when Teddy was wearing the Kwangdong Freaks jersey that they faced off last time. We'll just have to have a look to see how it's all developed after 329 days.
It has been almost a year since they've matched up against each other. And of course, they were the ones who played alongside each other, as we have the teams walking out now. It was Teddy who was the mainstay. Guma eventually took his spot, became the mainstay in 2021 for T1 after Danny was fired, when we did have that roster solidified. Owner became the mainstay jungler as well at that time. So it's an opportunity here for T1 to show and prove, of course, that Guma was the strongest AD carry. But on the other side of the rift, Teddy can get, you could argue, a little bit of revenge here. And, in the eye test right now, I think that Guma definitely seems to be the stronger player of the two. But it has been Liv Sandbox's coordination, and that's been the issue for Liv Sandbox. Yeah. T1, on the other hand, I'm not convinced that they're playing up anywhere near to the level we saw from them in spring.
Absolutely not. I think that is something worth thinking about, and the romance can strike at any time, Wolf. That's the thing about these cool kids. They never panic, and they're always romantic, and they're going to make their way out into LoL Park right now. I think as far as mismatches are concerned, though, my eyes permanently drawn towards that top spot. Birdall and Zeus once doing battle for a spot on the same team, now doing battle on the Rift on very different teams. And I think we know that T1 kind of made the right choice, based on what we've seen from these two players. And I think Zeus could have a field day today.
So consider that there's like 3 ways you could look at it. You just talked about the top lane. We spent a lot of time talking about the AD carry. But there is obviously the mid lane as well, where Closer was competing very briefly in 2021 for that spot with Faker. So there's kind of 3 roles here where these players were eventually pushed out of T1. They did not end up becoming mainstays. So that's one of the really cool storylines here, because they competed against each other as teammates, but now as enemies here on rival teams.
And I think that the biggest wild card for me is the lane that we haven't spoken about, because it's not a lane, it is just the forest. That would be the jungle. Willa and Ona, both of them. I think Ona is micromanaged a lot by two different people on his team, so it's really hard to gauge his power level. But I think Willa is insane, and he does crazy things all the time. He steals things away, and if he's on, then it's going to be a big problem for T1. But our key player matchup is going to be Gumayusi versus Teddy. No surprises here whatsoever. Our storyline years and years ago, when they were trading places on T1, was that Teddy was the late game carry and Gumayusi was the early game crazy guy. But I don't think that that is exactly the same anymore, because Gumayusi has gotten so much better in the later stages.
I think, though, this tournament, it kind of has been, right? You could see that Guma's laning stats mean that they're giving him so many resources early. He's playing a lot more Draven, for example. We did see Teddy play the Varus, where he was given those resources. But otherwise, you're looking at Teddy having a sub 200 gold or over 200 gold deficit there in lane, whereas we're seeing the early game for Guma, he's being empowered, and yet still Teddy is the most important player in the LCK in terms of 80 carries. With the gold he's been given, his damage share is the highest, so he is doing a lot of things in the late game if they can get there, and then his team can then protect him to do it. And I think we saw the dichotomy of that. Their first series, Live Sandbox, weren't able to get that synergy even with Teddy's leads he had. Then in the second series, they really were able to empower him. And I think like Deft, Guma has certainly been early to mid-game focus. That Genji Game 3 is one that is always going to stick in everyone's minds, because he was playing the Draven, got those early cash-ins, was massively ahead with Keриa's hooks, but then couldn't make the same impact that Pays did, who ended up picking up POG in that third game. So in terms of how much Guma has grown as a player, I 100% agree. He has overshadowed Teddy, and is part of the reason why Teddy even took a break, right? But so far in the early parts of this tournament, there is an identity difference between these teams and how they utilize their 80 carries.
No, absolutely. And I think a lot of that damage share number is it's a great thing for Teddy to, describe how useful he is for the team, but also kind of speaks to the fact that the rest of the team hasn't been able to bring themselves up around him, right? And a lot of these great teams, there's a couple of schools of thought, right? Because you've got the T1 Gen G mentality, which is, let's make our 80 carry really strong and they can carry the game late and it's going to be the best, right? And then there's the KTD plus mindset, which is our top side of the map will crush you into oblivion, and we don't even, eventually maybe we can rely on these guys in the bottom lane, but honestly, do they need to show up? Nah, I'm a big dragon. It's fine. Not going to be as many big dragons anymore because it was nerfed on this patch, but still, you understand the idea. You can still play through that top side if you can get the advantages that you need. But I think it is more difficult, and this style that we've seen developed by our top teams seems to definitely be working out here. Ryu versus Bengi. What a time to be alive.
Yeah, it's crazy. Bang is also on his off time here in the studio as well today in his uniform. So,
oh, very cool. I should have brought my Bang hat. Do you still have your wolf hat?
I still have my wolf hat, yeah. He doesn't come to the studio as much because he's streaming the LCK and bringing that to his fans, but it is still wild. We talked about it a lot in spring season, but now Ryu facing Faker, as Faker has stayed the mid laner, the one fixture of T1, and Ryu has traveled the world, has now moved on to being a coach, and Faker is just still here.
What we need is the camera guy to zoom in on Ryu's face when T1 locks in something that's unanswerable on their side, just so that we can get a little bit of a taste of the Ryu reaction shot once again.
I would love to see it.
It'd be absolutely fantastic. Hopefully we can get that one worked out. There is still another matchup in the future we could probably figure out.
Now, take a look at these bans so far here. I think there's no shock in what Live Sandbox have done here. The Milio that empowers the playstyle we've seen from Guma thus far is just also extremely safe, very broken for what he does in lane right now. Take him away. Nico, similar story here, but the third ban on red side is always the one that gets a little bit contentious. Do you ban Draven? Do you ban Lucian? Or do you take away the Cassante? It is Zeus, of course. So now you've given T1 the opportunity to do a lot of different things here, right? They could pick up the Yuumi, go for a Yuumi Zeri type game, force Live Sandbox to try to play crit Zeri here without the Yuumi, a little bit more difficult. And they could have, of course, just said, we're going to do something else entirely and gone for the Draven. Maokai is also available, but they just decided to take the Yuumi away.
Yeah, and I don't know whether I entirely agree. I feel like Yuumi Aphelios has been a decent lane, but you kind of sacrifice so much power in the early stages of the game, and now Live Sandbox very happily picked the Zeri away to deny that combination, and you can still pick Lulu, you can still pick Rakan, plenty of other things if you would like to. Kyle has a large champion pool he can delve into, and this is exactly what the conversation was before the Azir Hover coming in for Owner, but I think the Aphelios was definitely going to happen, and there it is. And we'll see now where they're going to deviate, and there it is. The Emperor Shurima himself, and it's Faker playing it.
I do like this pick into Ahri as well, specifically because it's not Annie. They banned the Annie away, and now you can get a little bit of lane prio here against the Ahri, and it's going to make your life a lot easier on the bottom side of the map with the Yuumi Aphelios, regardless of what Willer is going to play here. Yuumi Aphelios has been fairly weak in the laning phase, but against Zeri, when you see that one face up, you feel like you're pretty good in terms of what you're going to be able to do. There's not a lot of pressure here. Now, they could change that narrative a little bit here by picking up this Nautilus, and the cool thing about this Nautilus pick is that it's actually still flexible here in this draft. It could be played by Willer if they want to change this up and actually play a different Enchantress support like Lulu, for example, for the Zeri. So, you can look at this bottom lane now in multiple ways here. And I think that this is a really nice strategy here for Liv Sandbox, because the Nautilus does have some pressure in lane, but could be flexed otherwise if you just want to play the Lulu.
Kind of interested to see what they're going to go for here, as already Sejuani and Viego being banned away. That is 4 jungle bans already.
And look at with the Viego coming through, it looks like T1 here are pretty certain it is going to be in the bottom lane. I mean, Willer is looking for some synergy here with the Ahri, but that's one of the safest duos you're going to get with Ahri. Viego, Ahri next to Vi, which is, of course, already banned away, as you mentioned. And yeah, the jungle pool is getting thinned quite significantly here. Wukong already taken away.
Yep, we have to remember as well that this is Willer. The guy plays Graves. Like, he just does things, picks champions that aren't necessarily top of the meta.
Yeah.
So might not be too worried. We know that it's his Elise that is the most scary, but with Ahri already locked in, not likely that we're going to see something like that.
The Gnar here makes it seem like they want to play Gragas on R4 and leave that support jungle pick for the counter pick here. T1 looking to maybe ban that Gragas away now. If they've got another jungle ban they want to do, that's another choice. But Malphite was the other option that's super strong into Aphelios. But you have a lot of peel here, obviously, with Azir. You can, if the Aphelios doesn't get one shot or if he could flash the ultimate, then Emperor's Divide away. You have a lot of damage here, arguably a lot of mobility with the Yuumi. It's not like you're a Zeri, but you've got the Aphelios here. And they'll actually go for the Renekton instead here of the Gragas.
Bertle, very, very comfortable on the Crocodile. Pretty happy about this champion pickup, is he? So T1, ball's in your court, and this holds that flex like you were talking about. We're expecting the Nautilus to head towards that bottom side of the map, but so much adaptation is available. Speaking of flexes, here's the Scion.
Yeah.
Driving into most likely the top lane, but we'll just have to see.
You have to think so, considering it's a little bit weaker in the early parts of the game. They'll pick up the Gragas. That was not taken.
Triple flex.
Triple flex.
Quadra flex. Yuumi, top lane.
I mean, that flexibility, at least being teased here with the Scion, they will lock it in. And now for Liv Sandbox, you're looking at this Nautilus that could be a jungle flex, but you're not sure if you actually really want to play this without knowing what the matchup is going to be. A Kindred was considered here, but I actually like the Nocturne a lot more because it allows you to get past all of that peel, the Gragas, the Scion, the Azir, fly into the backline. The Yuumi isn't going to offer that much protection against the Nocturne ultimate. And once the Nocturne gets on top of the Aphelios, then the followable comes from Nautilus, and the Zeri gets the front-to-back team fight. There's a lot of different ways to kill this Aphelios, but also the Azir being fairly fragile, so ult-reliant on whether he can escape. There's a lot of power in this draft here for Liv Sandbox.
I kind of like it. I also like the bridge towards Zeri will win us the game that they do have available. Doesn't have the Enchanter, so I think the cap for the amount of Zeri carrying we can see this game isn't quite as high, but we've still seen Zeri's perform just fine without that. Although, with some item tamperings and things like that, she's not necessarily as powerful as she was in the last patch. That didn't really do enough. Guys, just to warn you, Zeri is still the problem that she always was, or was last week at least. But T1, switching things around. I'm not even entirely sure where the Gragas and Scion landed in the end.
Scion is going to be played by Owner, and we will have the Gragas in the top lane. So, it's not the same sort of advantage you can glean from blue side Scion as you could on red side in the early levels, but there's still a lot of power. Can gank early, has great gank assist with the Azir as well, so there's some power here in mid where that kill pressure and that ultimate timing where Faker is looking for, taking that flash away, from the enemy Ahri potentially. There's a lot of power, though, as well here in the 2v2 with the Nocturne and the Ahri. I think we're going to have a great first game on our hands here.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see whether Liv Sandbox's early game composition, or at least outside of the Zeri, can actually get off the ground. Because if it does, T1 may not have enough. Very excited to see how this one's going to go. Top under the Rift. All right. T1 fans, a little bit louder than the Liv Sandbox fans this time, but we'll see whether the cool kids can win over some hearts after this game one. Because I think there are definitely avenues in, right? Like, I'm looking at this top side of the map for T1, and yes, there is some lane priority here and there. I think that Gragas does fine in the early levels especially. Azir can always shove, things like that. But I think, like, you get to level 6, you're in those skirmishes, things like that. Nocturne hits his level 6 timing. And Liv Sandbox have some things that they can do. However, you know, nameplates play a part in games like this, and it might be that T1 just do their buttons a bit better, and then they're off to the races.
Yeah, I think if nameplates were off here, I'd be a little bit concerned about what T1 put together in terms of like how this comp works together in the mid game. It's a little bit disjointed because it has a lot of great initiation, a lot of great engage for the Aphelios. But the protection it offers, while against the normal draft, you'd feel actually really good about this. Against what Liv Sandbox put together, there are just so many threats that it is going to be about the nameplates, right? It is going to be about the skill of these players. And so far, T1 has given us reason enough to trust with drafts like this. Nothing crazy here in terms of the runes. Do see the fleet footwork here from the Aphelios, Lethal Tempo Zeri. And Unsealed from Closer, we've seen so many different variations of the Ahri. We've seen Electrocute, we've seen Fleet Footwork from Faker. But in this particular case, I do like this a lot.
Yep. Fun fact, this is Birdol's 5th game on Renekton. Isn't that crazy? I feel like he's played it way more times than that, but you know, he played on Gen G.
Rascal played more of it.
Why would you play Renekton if you're substituting for Rascal, right? Like, that makes the sub feel real silly. Because Rascal was the Renekton guy. So yeah, just not having that opportunity. Might have been that Nogri came in and played more of it as well when he came back to the D plus Kia roster that Birdle was a part of.
I was joking about this earlier about, oh my god, I think I legit made this joke to Ox a few days ago, or maybe it was even yesterday, about, hold that thought though,
yeah, Birdle could be in trouble here. The Alcove Gaming, I think it might be an Alcove Grave here for Birdle, as he is at least moving the Scion around and being frustrated. Slice, dice, what? He's alive! He doesn't even have to flash! What is this? He's a god!
Yeah.
Why have you only played 4 games of Renekton?
That was pretty clean, and I think that Zeus and Owner could have tried to line a Q up there, do some additional damage, maybe force him to flash, and then corral him to the left side of the alcove there, but they kind of allowed him to happy feet his way to getting that E cooldown back up and then getting the double dash out there. Pretty easy stuff. Body slam used early there for Zeus, but with no follow-up, unfortunately, for Owner. So Birdall is able to slice and dice his way away. We'll have to burn his teleport here with the damage taken, but you'll take it absolutely with that commitment there to the top side of the map.
100%. Like that one a lot. And saving the flash.
Yeah, I mean, that's massive.
Yeah. Should be able to get a fair bit of shove as well, especially now that he has hit that level 3. You want all your buttons before you can do things. As yeah, 71% win rate with like 100 games played exactly. He played this. It was the end of the last season, right?
Yeah.
Put in his 100th game on Azir and then parked it for a while. Yeah. Nah, he's pretty good. And 71 win rate with a sample size like that. It's not my favorite kind of sample size, but it's an impressive one nonetheless. Oh, okay, that's some graviton value that we're getting here, as Teddy is going to sidestep the prowling projectile.
Yeah, 2 longswords picked up here early for Teddy. Getting back to lane, staying even on CS here. Definitely feeling pretty nice about his damage output at the stage. Does have to respect the Infernum poke. Is doing so very well thus far.
Yeah, Teddy actually taking a bit of poke damage here from Carrier, but otherwise, I mean, in this lane, the idea is don't die for the Zeri. And then if there is a opportunity, then Kyle can set up for some sort of gank. But I think they'll require Willa, and Willa requires level 6.
Exactly. That's the timing you're losing for here. So the Nautilus losing a lot of early power with a level 6 reliant jungler like Nocturne. But the power is then compounded later on when both the Nautilus and the Nocturne have level 6 themselves. As Closer's doing a good job here in this lane, did do the faster teleport here, so we'll force Faker to come over here to see how many of these minions he can catch. Probably won't lose too many. And we do finally see that Aphelios back. Grabs the Berserkers, Greaves, Suguma. Gonna get some additional attack speed here. Can, of course, be getting some attack damage off of his passive. A little bit less, of course, on this patch, but not too significant.
Yep, not end of the world or anything like that. And we've seen... It was Gen G banning Aphelios every single game against T1. Like, Gumayusi is pretty good at this champion. He's got his doctorate in 200 years gaming. He's done extraordinarily well.
I think there's two schools of thoughts on what you could do with Guma's build in this game, and he's kept it hidden because of the Greaves back here. We have no idea what he's going to be buying, but we've seen Stormrazor still be the most popular option here in Korea despite the nerfs. But against this composition, the added movement speed you're going to get from Stormrazor can only really do so much for you. So I'd wonder if he'll actually go for Kraken Slayer instead and try to break these frontline threats by turning with like an Azir with a Scion and try to just burst down something like a Renekton. Really curious, as Gale Force, of course, will be the mythic of choice, but we don't know what that first item is going to be just yet. Yeah,
a few different options as Willa going to get a bit of value out of his spell shield there. Duskbringer, scooting him around. Not Spooky Ghost Nocturne, so... I mean, I think that Live Sandbox probably lose the game because of that. It's a little bit of a shame. Sometimes skin diff does come through, and that is what's happening here. Spooky Ghost is too good. I mean, I know this is new and has more pixels and stuff, but... Spooky Ghost, man. All right, Willa's going to come down. He's only level 5, but they're trying to battle this one out. Duskbringer not going to really do anything as Teddy has to flash and cleanse. Hook is going to try and get Kyle out of here, but man, that was just Gumayusi Carrier standing up and saying, no, we are better, we are stronger, and you have to leave.
Yeah, they did need to leave, in fact, of course, with all that damage coming through red-white guns, and Owner doesn't have level 6, but he could do a hell of a lot more than Nocturne is going to be able to do at level 5 assistance-wise here, and he wasn't even in position. If he had ult, they could have maybe tried to turn that one around, but both summoners now burnt here for an exhaust. So huge win for T1 is going to lead to lane prio here on the bottom side, potentially a plate here for Guma with that Crescendum as well as the Dragon. So a lot of power out of this play. Really nice timing here for T1.
Yep. You see Willa trying to employ the Gromp to come down and help them out. That's not how that one works, unfortunately, as Owner can come towards his bottom side and immediately drop this Herald if you'd like to, but you might want to utilize the Swifter back if you would like to before you do go for that. Zeus with the tank Gragas, just having a really good time, as we can see.
And now Willer has level 6. We'll see what he wants to do with it, because obviously there's hard push in top and mid right now. 2 soul lanes without teleports. He could threaten here if he wants to. Closer fakes a back, you know, for example, and then comes over here. There is an opportunity off of Raptors to punish Faker, but Faker has flash, he has ult, and he's very well aware of this, so we'll just push this wave in and go to a more defensive setup here. Kyle also doesn't have 6, is seen by this ward, instantly pinged. And these are the moments where you know at this timing as T1 you need to be the most respectful, and they absolutely are.
Yeah. Playing it out very nicely. Bertel does pick up a lot of the CS underneath this turret towards the top side, so he's going to even that thing out. But a Gragas that is just going even and actually losing these trades in the top side is not the one that you want, as Willer has already started off this Rift Herald. We do have an Aphelios on the bottom side of the map as Kyle's looking to try and get out of here. Owner with a cat. He's going to see what he can do to steal this one away. Faker moving in. Closer also here. As Bertel, a lot of value from that Q, but he's still going down extraordinarily low. There's the cast. So much CC here from T1 as the paranoia is utilized. Bertel stays alive though. It's Kyle. The lock's down. The kill. The Rift Herald's getting in amongst it as well as Bertel. He flashes the ult, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. The final chapter coming through here. The Nocturne is dead, and Kyle's like, guys, where is everyone? What are we doing? The shortest dredge line of all time will spell the end of the Anchorman. Not Will Ferrell. That is Bad Kyle. Never mind. He survives. You never doubt the man from BioShock. As, oh my goodness, the Q's not going to be enough. Faker does manage to get the Crocodile, and he executes himself on the way out.
Yeah, Closer here at least is going to pick up some plate gold off of the Rift Herald, but that is all they are really going to get. A big win here in the team fight for T1, but it looked like it was going to be a lot worse than it actually was. With a good flash out from Bertel, he survives. They buy a ton of time. Nautilus also getting out Kyle very quickly, flashing at just the right moment there. But this is a weird fight because Faker is here, obviously, and this is what Azir still does on this patch, is he will, Emperor's Divide, he will do a lot, but he's kind of zoned out, so it actually is okay that Closer wasn't here for a majority of this time. He gets in over the wall, Birdall survives here, is able to flash out, and they just don't have the damage just yet. Owner not focusing Birdall, trying to guarantee the Rift Herald. They fail to do so, and it's a little bit of a messy fight here for T1. They still win it, but not the cleanest, as Kyle will just barely be able to flash here. He actually trades flashes on Owner, but they're still able to pick up the Crocodile at the end of the day.
Absolutely nutty that Kyle is able to survive that one, as Faker going to be able to help Carrier grab the kill before he does fall down.
And, I mean, they didn't utilize the unsealed spellbook there either. Closer, you know, has this available. Could have tried to have a double smite setup, but it wasn't really the way that Live Sandbox went about this. A little bit disjointed for Live Sandbox to join the fight, but the mechanics in the fight itself, you know, better than you'd expect.
Yeah. Kind of liked how it went, and as you can see, 300 gold is in it. There is a Drake on T1's side, so they do have that advantage, and with their composition, which does have just so much CC and teamfight as Willa, not going to get hit by the Emperor's Divide there. Faker was looking to try and get a little bit of value, not going to be able to, as the Umbral Blades will be able to slice through that minion wave, help Willa out, but still gets the flash out of the Nocturne. Very happy about that.
Yeah, certainly are. Faker doing a lot here in this early game. You know, between getting that kill, although it did go over to Keria there on the top side with an execute, not giving any additional gold over. And this game is still fairly even, and this is where you start to have to worry a little bit in terms of the Zeri that is, of course, building Triforce here. Okay, hold on.
Okay. That is going to be Everfrost to slow Faker down. Orbit Deception is all Closer can really get for his ultimate. Faker still 50% of the cooldown of his own, so you can understand why Closer goes for it, but Shifting Sands, just hold on the trigger finger is Faker, so he's going to be able to be just fine.
And there is the Kraken Slayer now completed, by the way, for Guma. I actually really like this. I was kind of feeling this is the build of choice here in this game. Have some additional damage. You know, you could chase down a Zeri better if you have the Storm Razor, arguably, but that's not really how I think you want to play this. And so some additional damage is going to be very potent here for this Aphelios and team fights. I think Live Sandbox, while they have the Zeri, and we know that's arguably the stronger part of scaling here, the rest of their comp, not so much, right? They still have a Renekton here on the top side of the map, one who's getting zoned out of some farm potentially here and is just going to now be proxy farm. But I like how this goes for Live Sandbox later on in the game, if and only if they can execute their dives on the Aphelios well. And otherwise, I think Guma is going to have a lot of agency. There's a lot of appeal for him, and the comp is arguably stronger in scaling overall. So let's wait and see how this one goes. You know, it's not a gold lead here for T1 versus Azeri, but I do like this comp in 5v5s.
Prowling Projectile is going to find Closer here on the flank. It doesn't look like any steal is going to be happening, and no follow-up fight going to continue either, as T1 grabbed the second Drake of the game. It will be Chemtech Soul, to the chagrin of everyone in the universe watching this game.
Sad.
It's okay. We've got Mega Blast Cones, and Valdez is here, so we get to talk about that later. Maybe we could just do like a Mega Blast Cone montage on the desk. If you guys are looking for some content ideas, that's my suggestion for you. You could also ignore me if you don't want to tilt Valdez, but I would say that it's the right thing to do. Don't you think so?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a viable option. I hope we don't see any more Chemtech Souls, so, you know, get your chance while you can, you know?
Yeah,
this is the only one of the day, right? Right?
Yeah.
Please?
Is it like Defense Against the Dark Arts? Is this going to be another one that's disabled, and we're going to try and figure out another Chemtech Soul that we can put into the game?
Maybe one day.
Blame Voldemort, man. He must have put a curse on it or something.
I just hope, I mean, I hope that that's actually what happens, but I'm not holding my breath. As the crown is an item that we normally kind of scoff at, we roll our eyes at a lot of the time because it's a very middle-of-the-road item that doesn't empower you to be the best version of yourself. But I like it in this comp because there's so many threats, right? Not just for the Aphelios, but also for Faker. Gives them the best opportunity to have that impactful ultimate no matter what. And you can, of course, opt into a little bit more damage later on because this game is likely going late. You've already got a 2-Drake lead.
Yep.
So nice setup here, I would say.
And Willa diving in, right? Like they need to break that crown if he's going to do anything to Faker, if he's going to get caught out of position or anything like that. Good anti-Nocturne item.
Yeah.
As Owner is also caught up in farm. Willa actually had a decent camp advantage, but no longer the case as they've been able to take some control of this map. Hasn't really translated to gold, and that, you know, obviously, for a Zeri, you're like, yes, this is good, as that's not getting hit by stuff, but did have a shield. He'll be A-okay. Faker moving up, does have that crown at the ready. See what is going to happen here.
They don't have enough cryo here, Live Sandbox, to actually turn this into a Herald play. I think they really desperately wanted to. Triforce is done here for Teddy, but fortunately, they just don't have any setup here to get a backline pick or any backline access at all, in fact. So I think that they should probably just vacate. They're going to try to teleport for it.
All right, we're going for a 5v5 as Bertle, are you going to be okay, is the question. Sentinel going to turn up here as well, right for the fight. As Q's going to get charged, that is going to be the Rift Herald taken, and now the paranoia comes in. Teddy trying to get the work done. He can't cleanse the Emperor's Divide, though, as Bertle looks for the backline. He gets on top of Gumayushi, and it's somehow Teddy that locks down the kill. Now he's free-hitting Zeus, just getting out of there, and the cool kids, they didn't panic, and they're looking to take down T1. Teddy now looking for Owner, who goes down extraordinarily low, and I think that he might be dead. It's going to take a little bit of time.
They're looking for Faker, too, with a teleport here from Closer. Faker will get out.
Yep, Faker gets out. Owner is just walking to... Yeah, I think, yeah, he's just dead. And they did buy a lot of time, but in the end, the team fight gets won by Live Sandbox. And Wolf, the most important question.
It's certified.
Oh, we're doing it?
Yeah, we're doing it. 2-0, we're doing it. Because this fight is just another example as to why Zeri is so incredibly strong right now. So Bertle teleports in, is completely warded away, and then is able to, through Closer's threatening here, get on top of the back line. And look at the amount of damage that's done to Guma so incredibly quickly here with the Empower W. And once they turn on to Bertle and try to punish him, they're not only free farm for Teddy here, but they also are now on the wrong side of the team fight, have to flash over. Faker gets out. Owner loses his flash and then also is subsequently killed. It's the second kill that goes over to the Zeri here. But Zeri's impact in this fight is already felt this early, and against a team fighting comp that has such a front line as well, right? With the Gragas and the Scion. And yeah, Teddy just reigns supreme here because Bertle was so quick to get on top of the Aphelios. And I think T1's positioning in this fight, a little bit greedy. They were kind of split between let's focus on Bertle on the left side of the fight, but also we want to have control of the pit. And they didn't have really control of either. Live Sandbox now pulling ahead, not in terms of gold massively here, but in terms of tempo.
Yeah, and I can feel Chronicler's pride from here. Bertle making a great play, taking down the 80 carry, and I can just feel it. I mean, this guy was leader of the Bertle fan club for so long. Now has taken the mantle of the Croco fan club, so if Chronicler leads your fan club, be a little bit nervous, I guess.
Yeah.
Because it hasn't necessarily been great for either of these players.
The Bulldog fan club was kind of, it's now that he's left, it's doing better now, you know?
Yeah.
It's doing better now.
But once he, you know, isn't in that position anymore, as I'm going to have to hold that thought. Zeus taking a couple of turret shots that he seems to be able to ignore. Paranoia at the ready here for Willa. Spotted on a control ward. Closer was rotating up. Faker not doing the same thing. So he's going to get some free shots on this outer turret. Maybe only a few of them, as he does get himself out.
Yeah, not too bothered here, T1, on in terms of, like, they got shut down on that top push because the turret is down, right? You have Faker getting some additional farm here, but Live Sandbox handled it well and had great control vision around the jungle, knowing that Faker could TP in on a flank, making sure that does not happen. But as they reset here, Live Sandbox now are going to get, for the first time, real strong Drake prio in this game here. And with the setup they have here with so much backline access, it's hard to actually approach this. Zeus sweeping around the other side, but I think T1 should just let this go. Now, they're going to turn this into a turret in mid. Live Sandbox, can they punish? I think the answer is no.
Yeah, this could be a double charge. This is just a macro outplay here by T1 in the mid lane. Zeus just blocking Bertle's advance, who wants to try and get over here and start some sort of fight. Teddy by himself right now, but there is that double charge, and it's just double turrets in this mid lane. Live Sandbox, I don't know whether one Chemtech Drake is worth the money of two...
and the answer is no, it's not. Sadly, unfortunately, for Live Sandbox fans here. But at least they're able to get one solo Drake. I mean, it's not for nothing here. But I think what Live Sandbox were hoping for was that T1 would be greedy and try to use the Herald to try to pull some prio over and try to then get both that mid turret as well as the Drake and try to pull Live Sandbox around. And Live Sandbox were in a position where they were like, you know, it is a Scion Gragas Azir comp. If we try to come over and deny the Herald, we probably are going to mess this up, right? There's a pretty high chance that Zeri gets caught. So they decided to just opt into their Drake, which was not the best call, but arguably the safest call, considering the game state. And now Zeri's on 2 items, right? I mean, she's scaling. Yep. So better just let that turret go, take a Drake, than allow T1 to really get back in the driver's seat. That does mean, of course, T1 picks up a ton of money here, but you're still relying on that Zeri scale, and you're going to have to play to it.
Yeah, we'll just see whether Liv Sandbox are going to be brute forced with the extra items, because, of course, now Gumayusi has his 2 items as well. They're really good ones also. Looks like he has 2 mythics, you know? That's how it feels to me. Still not quite used to it.
It's like the Gale Force is the former mythic that's the advisor to the mythic now.
yeah. And Kraken doing physical damage is actually now really good, like you were talking about on the Aphelios. So this 2-item spike is also feeling better than it would have ever felt in the past.
Certainly feels very good here. I really like it for the comp. Guma here trying to get some damage done here with the Zeri on his back carrier, helping him out. Does have his Helia, of course, online, or Helia, as I guess it's more often called. And T1 just have a lot of map control here with this mid turret down. You can see they could force threatening plays here, push Liv Sandbox back, and so it's not just gold you gain from that play, especially when you have an Azir.
Emperor's Divide is going to be avoided there as now Closer finds a charm onto Faker. Kyle is moving up, though Bertle's here as well. And I think Faker might be dead, guys. The crown was broken a while ago, and that is back-to-back charms here for Closer. Having a great performance in that particular 1v1 until Bertle comes over and says, I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Willer here doesn't have vision on where Guma is anymore. Guma should be able to get this back off for free, push that mid wave in. And Closer's going to now come over here and get some additional free farm. So a huge win for Liv Sandbox here, but at the same time, they're not able to turn it into anything further. Crown broken early by the Orb of Deception. Faker decides to look for the ult. Nice ult here in return from Closer to avoid, and now Faker, unfortunately, is a bit doomed. Bottom turret is going to go down, of course, to the Gragas. Zeus picking that one up. So it's not for nothing here. It's one of those trademark Faker moments. I'm going to die. We're going to get something, but not the ideal scenario they were looking for.
No, and they've also managed to defend every one of their turrets. Now 4 turrets to 0 in favor of T1. So yes, Faker gets caught out, but that really demonstrates the state of the map is not in favor of Liv Sandbox.
It's really not.
Especially when they have to invest that much just to take down one Azir. Now, T1 move over towards this Baron, so I think the turrets are going to be ignored once more. So Liv Sandbox are required to get over here. There is no teleport on this Crocodile. And Zeus is standing on a control ward, not going to be able to body slam away here, as now we're looking for the turn. Fear is going to connect. Zeus already taking a lot of damage. He's kind of out of this fight, as there's the paranoia. Teddy setting up, getting into position. Another hook is going to connect, this time onto Owner as the final chapter comes on through. Emperor's Divide to get rid of Bertle, as now Gumayusi dashing forward. Teddy cleansing, flashing, getting the heck out of there. And T1, they lose no one, and now they're back on the Baron. These health bars on Liv Sandbox just cannot stand up to it.
Teddy just doesn't have ult here.
Oh, a very nice charm, and that's going to be the kill. It's a Duskbringer.
I mean, Teddy, if he can get back in here.
Oh, well, okay, 2,000. There it is, the steal, and he gets out. This is what Willa does. Do not let him get in for these steals, as Gumayusi's not even able to find the kill just yet. Closer, he goes golden. There is the stun onto Gumayusi, and he's taken down. The cat finds another partner, but he's going to be knocked off again. And Liv Sandbox, if it wasn't certified before, it bloody well is now. As Zeus, he's going to go down as well. Faker is like, I can't, guys.
Extendo.
I can't. As the Extendo beam comes through, and they're like, Teddy, can you come back onto our team now? Please, as Faker is going to get the shield from the Shifting Sands, manages to get the kill onto Kyle. That's what we expect from the GOAT, but it's still a triple kill for the Zeri.
It's a triple kill for the Zeri, 5 kills now in total, and this team fight is wild. Now, they use the paranoia here to actually zone T1 a little bit and allow Teddy to try to get in here and do some damage. Look at how quickly T1, though, react and kite back during the ultimate, and unfortunately, it's a Scion who's caught by Kyle here, so there's just not a whole lot of follow-up damage. Guma's still full, Faker's Emperor's Divide is decent, and it's at this moment in time, you go, okay, we won the fight, probably back out here as T1, but they decide to stay here because Guma's full health, he's got all those overheals, but it's so risky against a comp like this. They're holding the Baron so that they can hope to prevent a steal, Owner is sniped by Willer, and they still decide to stay here. Remember, Teddy's nearby. You're just asking for a Zeri moment with these low health bars here. He gets the steal, and then they double down forward. And I just don't think this is the right call here for Guma. You know they're low on health. You've got those overheals, but this comp can turn on a dime, and even Faker commits to the teleport here, and T1 doubled and tripled down on what will be a disastrous play for them here in the early late game.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff here from Liv Sandbox, and honestly, like, we have to praise Liv Sandbox for that moment, but T1 losing their jungler and then being like, oh, it's Willa, he's not going to steal it. I mean, that just seems like I don't know how you,
they opted into the 50-50,
yeah.
you know, and
it's not a
50-50. Yeah, it's not a 50-50. They opted into a risky Baron where they're like, well, he'll die if he goes for it.
Yeah, there's like the difference between 50-50 and donation.
Yeah, and then you like, we've seen so many of these Aphelios plays over the wall. We saw it yesterday too, where you're like, oh, I'm full, I got all these shields, I'm a beefy boy, and I'm gonna make it happen. But Zeri is still there. She left the fight, but she was still full health. And Teddy's gonna show up, and he's gonna get massive damage done. He's 2 levels up now, and you know, Zeri is very strong. Obviously, there was some nerfs to Triforce, right? But Zeri herself untouched. Still, he doesn't care. He's still going for the Hydra build here. He does not care at all. And I think T1 created a Zeri problem for themselves in this game.
They did. I think that it was opportunistic from Teddy. I think he played very, very well to make sure that he was the benefactor of all of these moments. And if there's any player that you're ever okay with investing in for the future, it's Teddy.
Yeah.
It's the latest game carry that we've ever had in the history of League of Legends.
And
right?
this is exactly the dichotomy of the two players' identities we've seen so far this season, is that Guma has been stronger in early to mid. You put him on a pick like Aphelios, which is one of his first famous picks. He picked up a pentakill early on in 2021 on the pick when it was his first season as a starter after the Worlds qualifiers. But you know, it's a pick he hasn't looked as strong on compared to his Draven, compared to his Lucian, whereas Teddy is just given these opportunities. Guma looks like he, with Faker, made the call to commit further over the Baron pit there with disastrous results. And now you can see the item value here higher for Zeri once again.
Yeah, the Zeri is most certainly that Zeri problem. And Kyle is also on this Nautilus that he's been playing exceptionally well. Yeah, he had that point-blank hook. You know, that's a hitbox problem. It's too wide. He wasn't able to aim for the other wall. That's fine. But hits back-to-back hooks in subsequent fights. Really plays it out well, as Owner's going to be able to donate over the second red buff to Gumayushi. No worries there at all. Teddy not able to steal that one away. And the Sandbox haven't been able to get too much out of this Baron buff, but still, they're ahead by over 2,000 gold now. And Zeri exists, right? And that is the problem that we're all looking at.
Yeah, and when you look at the build here, too, from Closer, he has Everfrost for lockdown. He also has the Banshee's Veil, which allows him to push further forward, to get on top of Guma or Faker. And now he's going to have a death cap for damage here very soon. I think he's probably about to buy it here. Hits level 16. So he and Teddy both hit 16 at the exact same time, which really tells the story of how fed this area is right now. But Closer is a huge threat in this game. Death cap completed, and Renekton went for the Starax as Gore Drinker. We don't really like the state of Gore Drinker champions right now in this meta, but he is going to have the ability to get in there, heal up, threaten this Aphelios, threaten this Azir, and Liv Sandbox's comp kind of plays itself when it has map control, because Nocturne can also prevent any sort of side laning here, any sort of split pushing from T1.
Yeah, and Gumayushi as well. I mean, he does have Cleanse. He has a stopwatch now as well. But Bertle's job is to just get on top of the Aphelios and hopefully kill him before he explodes. And Warden's Mail certainly going to help him out there. And does, of course, have that Sterix like you were talking about. But I think so much of this game will come down to Willa and how well he uses this Paranoia, because it doesn't feel like a synergy, but Paranoia plus Zeri existing in your game
it's
actually
nightmare.
very, very powerful. Because you use it, and then you get to pick off that single target, and it's very difficult for the rest of the opposition team to collapse onto where the Zeri is. And then as soon as you sort of lose your coordinated structure of teamfight, Zeri will just take over. Now Closer is going to find Zayas here off to the side. No Spirit Rush necessary just yet as Teddy gets over this wall to clear out vision. They don't get that last ward, as Closer is still flanking. Bertle also might have to slice his way away. But no, Cat is going to be set up, and now Liv Sandbox looking for the backside of this one. It's a decent hook attempt there from Kyle, but not going to find the slippery Gragas.
It's so fun to watch T1 do stuff like this, where they have Guma in such good position while they set up an Azir turret, get Perma Prio here, then kite over to Baron. They played this so well. Guma was never really under any threat, and now they're going to try to start this up and look for the turn.
Oh dear. Let's see whether Willa can do it again, as Bertle does have a great flank angle. This Baron is going down extraordinarily quickly, but they're holding it at about 3k. Liv Sandbox now moving in. Willa towards this pit right now as they're just trying to get rid of Bertle. They do not want him to be a problem, as now Baron is going to reset, and the Phalanx will be put back together here by T1. Duskbringer spots out Zeus, and now they think that they are going to have the opportunity. Teddy gets over the wall, but Kyle is just eliminated before they can do anything. He cannot move quickly enough, and that is going to be the pickoff that T1 thinks gives them this Baron. And you know what? I think they're right.
And it looks like Liv Sandbox is just going to go with their tail between their legs here straight to their third Chemtech Drake of the game and say, well, this is all we can get out of this. There's not even any outer turrets we can pick up of money. And Bertle kind of blowing everything early in that fight, including his Dominus. So when he decides that he wants to go in and is zoned away, he's like, I'm outless, I'm out here on a flank, I can't fight. And Kyle is looking for an angle, but he can't find one either. And T1 just masterclassed their way through using the Azir turret in mid, getting that prio, kiting over to Baron, having better positioning here. There are no real threats for Guma in this fight, as look at where Renekton is. You can't even see him, he's so far away, he's miles away. And that's all it takes. They just turn on to Kyle. And it's almost like you could put, you know, when you turn on screen lock and the champion is centered? Guma is like centered in T1. Everyone is blocking for him. He cannot be collapsed on. He's exactly where he needs to be. And Liv Sandbox can't front to back this without really initiating onto one of those squishy targets, and they can't do it without Renekton.
Yep, they're just making sure that they center their camera on their AD carry at all times. It does make some sense here as Teddy's going to get slowed down a little bit, but he should otherwise be okay. His Kraken Slayer is now completed as well, actually. So 4 items on this Zeri. Is now Zeus looking for Bertle, but now the engage. Paranoia comes down the cask. Fantastic to break up the fight, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough here as Faker looks to come in. Teddy's going to avoid the Emperor's Divide. Kyle not so lucky. The Aphelios is already dead, though. It's alive. Sandbox's fight. Teddy's alive, but he's not shooting anyone because he cannot get over the wall. The charm from max range, and Faker will be taken out. Another Zeri moment for Liv Sandbox, and now they should be able to take some pretty decent turrets.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is going to be permanent damage to the base here. Liv Sandbox going to now just push down mid. Both teams playing this fight incredibly well, but Liv Sandbox just had so many tools, and they used them extremely well. Even with the stopwatch coming through from Guma, he is just not able to survive. And this should be at least an inhibitor going down here. T1. 15 seconds on Guma, so that should be enough to defend. Liv Sandbox grab this. Can they grab more?
Now the charm is going to connect here. Closer has been playing so well, but Zeus is mega tanky. He's got the best damage item in the game as well, as Teddy's trying to get through him, but it's not going to work out there. Zeus does get pushed away, and he will, at least save the rest of his base. Trying to keep them busy here, as you can see. Still, Baron's rotating around these two players. Teleport not available for Faker, as he has just respawned, so Zeus just trying to be frustrating, delay some resets.
It's so crazy how well they got on top of Guma here. So look at this hook from Kyle. He uses Gragas to then get in range to ult Guma, who then has to stopwatch. Look at the timing of this charm out of stopwatch. He then Gale Force flashes away, and Faker's Emperor's Divide just can't catch all these sticky threats. They're on top of Guma, and while they're trying to peel for him, Teddy is at full health. Get another fear here, and it's time for another Zeri moment. Look at this charm max range here on the Faker as well. It's beautiful. 2 fantastic charms from Closer in this team fight, and Teddy just cleans up house. This was so clean.
It was amazing. And you know what feels the best? Having a game where you don't have to vote for the Zeri if she's going to be on the winning team, right? Because Closer has just played exceptionally well. Yes, 2-1-8 isn't the most impressive scoreline, but these charms have just been so good from this guy.
Yeah, I like his build. You know, he's playing Ahri very well here, and you know, it's not the maximum amount of damage you could get with Ahri, but I think it's the maximum amount of damage you could get when you're starting Everfrost. You get Banshee's Veil for, again, being sticky, like I was saying, getting on top of these targets. And, I mean, Teddy's level 18, and this is just how it goes, right? GA likely to be the final item for him here in this game. And, I mean, Guma's level 16. He also is sitting on 4 items. He's a big, strong Aphelios himself. But it's really just about execution here. And Liv Sandbox, I mean, I really liked how Kyle use the Gragas there to make sure he get the ult on top of Guma.
Yeah.
If you lock this guy down for long enough, not only will you eventually kill him, but he was in stasis for so long, he couldn't offer any damage back either.
And Teddy doesn't have a lot of armor penetration, which worries me just a little bit, but he still will do a fair bit of work. It's just that I see the Thornmail on Owner, and it's going to be difficult to get through that guy. Maybe that's not really what they're going to be focusing on. There is now a Void Staff complete. On to Closer.
You just kill the tank slash.
Kill everyone around it.
Yeah, kill the tank
the
slash.
Scion, yeah. As now Kyle looks for Gumayusi. There is the Paranoia used as well. A lot of investment by Liv Sandbox. And that is now a long cooldown that they won't have available. 25 seconds, but thankfully for Liv Sandbox, they don't need to worry about Soul Point because they managed to get to one themselves. And I think that's what they're going to miss out on. 1 minute on the Baron is the more important cooldown to be looking out for here. As this is now win a team fight, win the game.
Yeah, it really is. Straight up 35 minutes in. Chemtech Soul with 4 of them. I mean, it's relevant, especially when you consider Zeri is going to enjoy all of that additional damage while below 50%. And T1, they're just going to give this one up, but they're getting Baron Prio. Now, it's a bit early for this, but Liv Sandbox will have a lot of control right now. And what is T1 really threatening counter-wise, right? They got the solo Drake, which doesn't matter. They don't have any turrets they're threatening. It's going to be perma mid prio here with this set of super minions. So the Sandbox just kind of get the setup for this one essentially on spawn, and T1 will have one big chance here, one big opportunity in this team fight to utilize their tanks and an Emperor's Divide correctly, but you have to kill Teddy twice in this team fight. And with how the engages have been going for Liv Sandbox with the vision control they have, look at all these control words. Like, how do you get in here? It's going to be so hard for T1.
And thankfully, Paranoia for Willa is now back off cooldown, so not going to be fully punished for that outside of losing the Dragon. Another battle in about 4 minutes' time, you have to think. But Baron is now back up again, and that is going to be the next thing that these teams are going to be looking out for.
They have so much prio here. Like, every single setup is in, like, look at all the vision and lack of vision here for T1. How do you come in here? You have to slowly clear these wards with your tank. Zeus and Owner leading the charge. Guma, he's got a little bit of overheals here. There's the shield from Yuumi. Guma has to pop off in this fight with Faker, or this is a done deal.
This is the first time that the setup has been on Liv Sandbox. They do manage to find the hook. The charm is there on Owner as well. He's taking so much damage. Thornmail or no, still will survive for the moment. And they can't afford to let him go down. We saw what happened last time, remember. The Baron was just picked up as another hook will connect, this time onto the other tank, who's soaking a lot of damage. Kyle doesn't have too many more of them in him, as that health bar is getting very low. Closer on that flank angle.
Yeah, he is spotted by this ward here. They're going to let him know as well. He's going to move away. Owner trying to get some of that healing back here, but Yuumi just doesn't offer the same amount of sustain she used to. And on Jungle Scion here, you're just slowly trying to get it back here, shielding his way forward.
These health bars are really starting to whittle down. Paranoia comes through yet again as Teddy locks down a kill under the jungler, but the health bar lead is still there for T1. It is still relevant as Kyle is completely out of this battle. Willa at full health, Bertle pretty healthy as well, but so is Gumayusi. And he is the most important part as they turn onto Bertle, and he's just gonna have to flash, but he's still going to die. And now Closer, the next straggler, Liv Sandbox. You have to get some control here as he looks to try and get out. The Spirit Rush going to be there. Okay, it's decent as Teddy now thinks it's his opportunity. They managed to lock down Zeus, but already Kyle is just eliminated. He does cleanse, and Teddy gets exhausted, has to flash. The final chapter is going to be there, and the Zeri will go down to the GA. Goodbye, Ari. And Liv Sandbox, they tried to get it done, but 1,000 gold into the coffers of Faker.
Oh, that team fight was surgical from T1, finding single targets and looking for those single target eliminations, pushing Kyle back, splitting the team fight in 2, and the experience of T1 definitely showing through here on what looked like it was almost a done and dusted team fight. They kill the Scion, wait out the zombie, but are unable to regroup because Faker's making plays on both sides of the fight. T1 push to end.
Yeah, Bertle is going to be up, but I don't know whether one lone Crocodile is going to be enough as Willa dives forward, wants to try and kill these minions as best he can. Bertle does a decent job of that as he's going to get knocked up, will get taken down. There is no more minions left, so at least there's that. As Paranoia going to come through yet again. Willa just trying to do anything that he can, but it's going to be a probable triple kill here for Gumayusi in the back end as Zeus not going to allow that one to happen. Closes turn to run through, does pad that KDA a little bit, but T1 will narrowly steal the victory over Live Sandbox is kind of how I want to say it, but it's probably not really the reality. I don't know. It's a weird game.
I really feel like that last fight was the cleanest play we saw from T1 all game, where they were decisive. They used the health bar of Owner there on the Scion as a great resource, and were able to ultimately collapse onto Kyle, force him out. Then Closer's stuck on the top side of the map in mid lane, and Teddy is trying to set up a play for Kyle to punish there on the side. And while Faker's doing massive damage and pushing Closer out, then they could collapse onto Teddy, who, yeah, he's got a GA, he's Zeri, but it's massive damage coming out from Faker's Azir. He can't just win this in a late game fight where he's like, well, I'm better, I'm Zeri. I'm like, well, it's Azir. Azir's got big items. He's going to chunk you down. Kyle also not offering that much support. He's not an enchanter. She doesn't have a Yuumi on her back. I think if Zeri has a Yuumi there, a different story, right? Has a Lulu with her, maybe it's a different story, but T1 knew exactly how they had to win that fight, and we saw shaky Drake setups from Live Sandbox. We saw T1 botch a few of those Rift Herald engagements as well. But at the end of the day, the experience does shine through. One big team fight is all it takes. But I think if you're a T1 fan, you're not as happy about this win. I think if you're a Live Sandbox fan, you're kind of okay with the loss. You know what I mean? They play them much closer than we expected.
I agree. I actually think that, like, if you're a Live Sandbox fan, you're like, man, we should have won that game.
So close.
Like, in the end, like, really did feel like it was in their hands. Not to be the case, though. Weren't able to hold it together until the very end. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, we hear from the space, and then we get to game 2.
나온다.
나 공 받았거든?
잡아봐. 나클 당해도 돼. 잡으면 돼.
레이터. 탱하면 되고.
탱하면서 밀자 이거.
다 밀자.
탱하자.
나 탱 되겠네.
쌈 봐야 될 수 있어.
타.
일단 쳐봐.
타워 치는 게더 틀려줘. 어찌 녹타. 뭐야?
5초.
제리 궁 있다 이거.
타.
끝난 듯.
내 앞에, 끝났네. 씨.
Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
Hey, welcome back to the space as T1 pick up their first win of the week here against the LCK Summer Split. And guys, that was a messy game. I think that's the best word I can use right now.
That's a bit of an understatement. Yeah, there was so much back and forth, constant scraps, constant team fights, and I feel like it's the sort of game where until the Nexus exploded, you didn't know who was going to win.
It was pretty much impossible to know. I thought for a while that Teddy was just going to carry the team. I thought Liv Sandbox were playing some pretty good team fights, but at the end of the day, T1 just had a really good end to it, and they brought it home.
Yeah, you said it, massive performance from Teddy here once again. We'll see what happens in the rest of the series, but let's take a look at the draft first to see how we ended up in this situation, because casters mentioned it. Not a lot of jungle available. You would have liked to see a Rek'Sai maybe, but what did we think about the Nocturne pick here? First time we see it in summer in the LCK.
Yeah, I think it fits in with what the composition wants to do, because these two comps match up like polar opposites, right? T1 have this front to back composition, super bulky front line, you have a hyper carry, 80 carry with a Yuumi as well, and you kind of want to just peel backwards and defend your back line, whereas on the other side, Liv Sandbox have dive. They have a Nocturne, they have the Ahri, the Renekton, and the whole goal is to kill the Aphelios while T1 are trying to prevent that.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea from Liv Sandbox as well. Like, this is kind of, I feel like, how you want to play Ahri compositions. Like, the Zeri's there for late game and stuff, but everything else is kind of idealized for, we're going to kill one target, we're going to get the Zeri excited, not really, but like peel the front layer of the onion off so that kind of we can have the scrappiness of the Zeri to clean everybody else out.
What do we make of Azir, though, champion making its comeback? I mean, we saw it last week, but we know that the champion was buffed under this patch. But is it a champion that we're going to keep on seeing, or didn't we learn enough yet about the champion?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say, because it definitely fit with the composition, what the comp wanted to do, and it looked like laning was going good. Because last time we saw Azir, the laning was atrocious. That's one of the things that was buffed, was the early cooldown, so maybe it has a place, but I don't think it's at the forefront of the meta yet.
Yeah, I don't know, like, it feels like the buffs were for lane, it can kind of survive a bit better. It doesn't really do what it used to do, but it's still Faker on Azir. It does have a lot of team fight impact, and yeah, he wasn't perfect in the mid game at all, really, but it kind of like did what it was supposed to do. It wasn't really the main part of the comp, so it was pretty interesting to see it come out and actually have a decent impact in this game.
All right, well, let's take a deeper look at what happened in game, and Ox, I'm going to ask you to move to the desk to break down the second Herald, is it? I want us to take a look at the vision setup, T1's positioning, and also how Guma ends up dying here.
Okay, so I think a big thing with this play is you watch the approach that Liv Sandbox are making on this one, where we see the Ahri and the Renekton both in flank positions. So, we have the Ahri up over here, we have the Renekton there, and like we talked about with the compositions, a big factor is that they're looking to try and get on top of Aphelios, and we have the rest of the team over here. So if we continue the clip, we actually see it start to play on from this situation, and they all look to try and get on top of Gumayusi. T1 do a fantastic job of trying to peel, and we see Bozo go in and go for an aggressive play here, but if you continue a little bit more, we'll see both Zeus and Faker are looking to peel in this situation. So Faker ends up going for the Streamer Shuffle, and if we pause it here, we see also the cast comes out from Gragas. So now you've managed to pull these two away, the Nautilus in particular. Teddy's knocked over there, but there is still Birdle, who's held all his cooldowns for this situation. And Gumayusi had no choice but to flash into the pit to try and get away from the Nocturne, but Birdle still has his cooldowns, and if we play it out, he is now able to push in, get on top of the Aphelios, and as soon as the Aphelios drops, that is team fight over. And I just think the setup for this fight, the way they all circled round to find multiple angles of approach, and also the fact that Birdle saved his cooldowns to kill the Aphelios was really well executed.
Beautifully executed indeed, but the game really didn't stop here. A lot of back and forth. We won't have time, unfortunately, to go through other replays, but what was the key moment and defining moment of the game, and how did T1 manage to grab that victory in the end?
Well, I think, as you were saying, we had like the crazy Baron fight where they were trying to peel off of it at like 2,000 health. It got really messy and it was rough and back and forth. But at the end of the day, we just had this team fight very late in the game where T1 were able to get really down and dirty, very messy towards the top lane and essentially just block a lot. I'm sure we can take a look at the replay here in a second as well.
Player of the game is ready, actually, here. And we were talking about this before coming to the space. It's really hard to find the player of the game after a game like this. So let's see who the panel decided to choose here. We went for Zeus? We went for Zeus here. Yeah, again, it was really hard to know who would get in here. So let's take a look at who got the player of the game from the entirety of the panel. Why did we choose Zeus here on our side? And it's okay. It's fine.
We actually
all
got
agree.
it as well. I think ultimately, as much as Gummy was a pivotal piece of T1, there was a lot of times we got caught out in team fights. Faker as well didn't have the best mid game. But I think Zeus' ability to peel, to block skill shots, to tank damage, and even his build, going the Anathemas to counter the Zeri, did so much work in these team fights.
Yeah, he absolutely did. I mean, he did his job really, really well. Kind of where Faker was a little bit absent, Zeus came in and provided that defensive front line. Especially this team fight was the big one where he was able to flash in front of a Charm and essentially just provide a barrier for Guma to eventually get on over. Again, this was the very messy team fight I was talking about where they were chasing them all the way down the top side as 5 out of 11 knew it was going to be Zeus all along.
Yeah,
not close at all. I mean, the game was close as well. I feel like if it'd been Live Sandbox, I think Teddy would have been the clear call. But I think there was lots of elements that came in here. There was a long game, a lot of mistakes can happen. But I think Zeus' role in team fights, and also, when there was that big team fight win for Live Sandbox, him and Kerry were the last ones alive, kind of held the game together.
Now, moving forward, Live Sandbox is going to play blue side the next game. T1 yet to pick up a win on the red side after a game like this. Maybe an opportunity for Live Sandbox to maybe grab this victory. What do we think here?
It's kind of funny to watch T1 in the booth.
Yeah.
Zeus has got a lot to say. He doesn't look very happy as well. I mean, there was obviously not the cleanest game from T1. I think that they do this often, though, especially in the regular season. We know their top potential, but sometimes they have games where Live Sandbox come in really prepared to play. They play it excellently in the early game, and T1 got to get into this weird situation where they have to claw their way back. And they were able to do it, but this easily could have gone Live Sandbox's way if one thing went a different direction.
Yeah, I think a big thing was the fact that their composition really allowed them to come back to the game, because we saw like Birdle had a really strong early game, but Renekton just kind of fell off. Whereas I think one thing is that T1 gave themselves the insurance. Like, you have 2 hyper tanks, you have 2 late game hyper carries and a Yuumi. It meant that even when the game did get messy, they could still go late. So maybe some more insurance for Live Sandbox might help, or maybe it's something to keep in mind.
Well, we'll see what approach both teams take here as we're ready to move to game 2. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Law, and thank you, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that game number 1. It did definitely get messy, and honestly, it felt to me, Wolf, like both teams walked away with a victory in that game.
Yeah.
They both managed to win team fights that, if they had have all been at the end of the game, then that team would have won. So,
and I think, based on expectations for this series, like we said when we closed, as Live Sandbox has chosen blue side here, if you're a T1 fan or if you're a T1 the org here, you're kind of frustrated with the win. As Live Sandbox, you'll kind of take a loss like this. It feels frustrating with how it all went down, but the fact that you played it this close gives you a lot of confidence, I think, now on blue side, that you might be able to bring this series to 3.
Yep, I agree. And I think that with the fact that T1 hasn't won a game on on red side just yet this season, that might give Live Sandbox the mental edge in this one. As Emilio, Annie going to be taken away first here as we hop into the draft. The Nico, the obvious ban. T1 not going to let that one through again after the Chovy situation. And we'll see what they are going to continue banning away, because I think Live Sandbox are probably a team that's pretty happy to first pick the Zeri. I think that they are one of those.
Well, they'll ban Aphelios instead here, and it does kind of stand to reason that we might see a follow-up Yuumi ban from T1 if that's the way they want to play this one out. But really interesting, because Live Sandbox could, as you say, just first pick Zeri. If Yuumi is open, first pick the Yuumi, and then T1 might try to do the opposite side of things here, pick up the Zeri themselves. But it hasn't really been Guma's pick of choice. It's been a pick that's kind of been very absent, honestly, throughout Guma's career. Despite him having great success in Zeri's era, he hasn't really been a pivotal Zeri player. So let's see what T1 are going to ban in this final slot here. I think the Yuumi really screams high power here, high value.
True, but I don't think it's what Live Sandbox want to play. I think if I'm Live Sandbox, I want to pick Zeri first instead of the Yuumi.
Well, yeah, but if you pick Zeri here and then T1 pick Yuumi, you're like, cool, I have the Zeri, you have the Yuumi.
Yeah.
So if you ban and like if T1 pick Yuumi now, then you don't have a lot of synergy with it. You don't even have Aphelios. So T1, I think, are definitely going a different way in this draft. It might be like a Draven draft, locking in the Yuumi, and they will have the Vi, so a lot better lockdown this time around with the Cassante being the final ban here for Live Sandbox. They take away the Yuumi, and you know how the 80 carry matchup is going to go feels a little bit lopsided here potentially, but Live Sandbox still got the Zeri, the stronger part of these two champions. Let's see what the response here is going to be jungle-wise, because Maokai is also still available. One of the best ways to prevent that Vi from closing the gap and making high-level plays in later team fights. Closers Ahri, definitely one of the big frontrunners for me, despite Teddy's pop-off performance.
Yeah. The new and improved Rel being hovered there for a moment as Kyle thinking of going back to the Nautilus. I love the Rakan in this situation, though. They are considering it. We'll see where Kyle is going to land. We know his Rakan is actually very, very strong. But,
some last-minute decisions here coming through. Will be the Nautilus once again. And, I mean, this worked out very well for Live Sandbox in the last game, but there is an additional threat in this Vi. As the Azir once again will locked in. So, in a way, we're kind of running this back here now as T1, and Live Sandbox are happy to do the same.
Oh, I feel like Twitch should have been picked up. I feel like Twitch Yuumi would have been so good from T1.
I mean, it's depends on whether Live Sandbox ban it or not. It may still be played here. I think there's a pretty high chance it will be banned because the 80 carry isn't shown thus far.
If we're gonna ban away like classic Yuumi champions, then I guess it's like Lucian comes to mind.
Yeah.
Misfortune that we saw played yesterday comes to mind. There are a few things.
Sivir,
the other one.
For a different reason, but yeah.
And Twitch is the other one, right? And I think that Twitch into Zeri is a decent matchup, so I think that like Sivir Twitch is probably the go, but we'll see exactly where Live Sandbox are feeling.
Yeah, let's see what T1 wants to lock in next here, because that Maokai is still available now with the Nocturne and the Viego bans. And yeah, it's mid Ahri, right? And it's a lot of magic damage, but I think Maokai does offer a lot in this composition. See what that ban's going to be here. I think Twitch is the easy call, but they will take away the Lucian. One that, by the way, Lucian Yuumi, even when it had moved away from being popular, oh, it's Neela.
Okay!
But, I mean, that was one that T1 would run a lot. But yeah, Neela going to be the option here for the side of T1. So there is a lot of ways, a lot of wombo here, a lot of ways to destroy the Zeri. And Teddy right now definitely feeling the pressure here. Even before this draft is complete, he knows it is not going to be the game he had in game one. Not the same amount of agency.
At least the early laning phase, he's going to be feeling a little bit better as Jax Sejuani. I love
Sejuani actually sneaking through this draft. I actually do like this more than the Maokai I was suggesting earlier when you consider how much power it is going to have into the Vi once you get out of those early levels. I mean, Live Sandbox have such a great front line here. And you want to have something that sticks with this Neela composition, some more additional CC, something that's strong in the mid game, and this Aatrox really does fit the bill. Poppy, on the other hand, will be a similar idea in terms of how you can set up team fights. It's going to give you a little bit of a late-game insurance policy as well in terms of setting up fights on your footing. Going to be very free laning phase here as well for the Poppy into the Jax, and that's what they're going to opt into. I like the Aatrox a lot, but the Aatrox is a lot more all-in on we're going to win this game early-mid, and then there is no fallback, whereas the Poppy, I think, still fits the theme, but is going to be, you know, if you go to a 30-minute team fight later on, you might just be able to turn that into a 5v3 briefly where the Neela gets in there, you get those kills. And it's going to be a tough laning phase here for Teddy and Kyle.
I think so. I think it's going to be even tougher for Bertle. Poppy just doesn't number to Jax. Jax does not have a very good time in that lane whatsoever. I think a lot of it comes down to whether Zeri can have some moments pretty early on in this one. Gumayusi going for the cleanse and the ghost. Still, a lot of Neelas do like to play like Ghost Flash, wanting to get the flash there with the Apotheosis, I think is what the ability is called. It's pretty cool.
It's very sick.
But it's been a while since I casted a Neela game. Last one was Jiwoo. in Challenger.
And without cleanse, you run into problems into a Nautilus lane because he could just root you, and that's the end. So having the cleanse is really important to actually get those all-ins. And obviously with Neela being able to get level 6 faster, the big timing you're going to have with the Yuumi is going to be in the lane, and if you have the Vi down there as well for some additional burst and dive setup here, it just becomes so difficult. Willer has a tough job ahead of him here in this game to hold this early mid game together. If he fails, then T1 just run away with it.
They do, and I think also, like, as far as red side drafts is concerned, this is the best use of it that we've seen from T1 so far. An actual counter pick for the top side of the map, the Poppy to be picked up into the Jax. Looks pretty scary here for Liv Sandbox. We'll see how they go as we hop onto the rift. T1 fans at full voice after their victory in game number 1, and now looking to augment that with a second win. Hold on to the top of the standings here. Of course, we're breaking a tie between these two squads here in week 2. They are neck and neck at 4th place. This will define who will be at the top and who will be towards the bottom.
Yeah, it is very important momentum-wise for both these teams here in the early season. T1's strength of schedule much harder, but to drop against arguably a much weaker team than what they've faced thus far would really hurt your momentum here as T1. And for Liv Sandbox, it's an opportunity to bounce back in a big way after your 1-1 start. So even though it's very early on in the season, these standings won't be indicative of what we see at the end. It is really important for keeping your early season mentality in a healthy place, especially at the beginning of a new patch.
Yeah. Here on this bottom side, Wolf, we do have a change in skin. So we've gone for the Chandelure skin for Kyle. An upgrade, I think a distinct upgrade, instead of going for the construction site Nautilus.
I like the construction one more. I think it's a downgrade.
It reminds me of Marta. I just think of Marta. I feel like it's his skin. I don't know why. It's just the one that he used to always use. But now it was Ruler last time around against Gumayushi in this exact matchup that the Neela was employed.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of Neela towards the end of the season experimented with in 2022. Sometimes it was very good, sometimes it was kind of a meme, to be totally honest, but I think this
it was
one of those
aiming, wasn't it? It was his Neela that was really good, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he was one of the first people to play it. We were seeing some crazy strats from T1, or rather, excuse me, from KT, but I actually like this draft quite a bit here for T1 with what they're trying to do with it. Obviously, going to hit level 2 first. And Teddy and Kyle actually weathering the storm quite nicely thus far here. So all you really want to do is survive with this composition, especially in the bottom lane.
Yep. Try and keep them at range and don't have too many issues. But, I mean, Neela wants to fight in the mid game anyway, so I don't think the early laning phase is going to be as much of an issue. This could be, though, as they get Faker's Flash very early on. Willa thinking about sticking around for an opportunistic Winter's Wrath. Kind of like it.
Yeah, if they're able to get the stun there. Oh,
all right, in goes Gumayushi. I take it all back. Teddy's going to have to cleanse Splash, get the heck out of there. As thankfully, it's a melee champion that he's dealing with because he had basically no health. As Ona dealing with the Sejuani here.
Yeah, and Guma didn't even pop Ghost, actually, for that. So if he did, I think there's a pretty good chance that Teddy, in fact, dies there. Just barely survives with both summoners down and losing a lot of farm. And this is the timing window you have really here. You hit level 2, you go for an aggressive trade. You hit level 3, you go for the Neela all-in. Because of Neela's passive, you're always going to hit that first. You can see the runes here as well coming through. And, I mean, there's a lot of ways for this to then happen again at 6 before Teddy has both of his summoners back available, right? So now this lane is essentially lost here for Teddy. I mean, but this is expected. And at least that he lives makes this a somewhat salvageable situation, but still exactly what you're looking for here for Gumakaria.
Yeah, not having a great time here, as we can see, as Ona is going to find Closer, throws his charm away and gets hit by the turret. Like, I don't know how more dead you could be. That is first blood going over to Ona.
Yeah, that was
a series of events.
Yeah.
Well, like a Lemony Snicket-esque series of events.
Yeah, that was like, was he on the phone with Doran and just not paying attention?
I don't know.
Bit of a weird one, but at the end of the day, owner is happy to help pick that one up. Faker had no flash, of course, and was just going to sit under turret there. Not much else I could say about this one.
Yeah.
When the replay might give us a little bit more information, but kind of leaning towards probably not at this point in time.
Might be that he just straight up didn't see him for a very long time, as now Teddy and Kyle trying to fight with this bottom lane, but the Nautilus not really finding the value. You hit a hook and then lose the trade. Doesn't feel fantastic, especially with Jubilant Veil giving you so much survivability in these moments.
Now, one of the threats, it was a scary time to go to a replay. This is from his perspective. Yeah, he just appears to not notice and then realizes that he's like, well.
Sorry. Yeah. It was just a bit of a mistake there. Not quite seeing him until it was too late. But great position there from Ona to make sure that he gets the kills. Just in the observer client, you know, here spectating, it looked a little bit funny there.
Yeah.
Got to see it from Close's perspective.
I'm actually glad we're more willing to nowadays show the perspective of the player who got killed rather than the player who is killed, to sometimes see the real, like, what was he looking at moment, because sometimes that does happen. Players are human.
Yep.
Of course, he has the wherewithal not to flash, knows that it's going to be useless, but still not a great look, as with the bot prio here, it looked like Owner wanted to maybe start up this Herald, or rather, excuse me, Drake. It's not going to actually commit.
And Willa's position was completely known. That ward around the corner.
Yeah.
Very, very strong.
Very clean. And this is going to be a plate going over to Guma Keria here, as they continue to be ahead in experience. I think Teddy has farmed this out pretty well, considering that he had to back early, finding himself only a few CS down. And one of the things I was going to mention before we had that replay is that one of the biggest things that Live Sandbox have going for them in this draft is that even if T1 find themselves at, like, say, a 2,000 gold lead in the mid-game, if they continue to push these advantages, they have a Jax that can side lane and will eventually start to be very annoying to deal with here as Poppy, and that's going to be able to buy time for Zeri to be online. So the critical thing is, don't die, right? You could fall a little bit behind naturally in lane, lose some plates to the Neela, just try not to get killed by that next all-in at level 6. Birdall?
Oh dear.
This could be a problem.
It could, as Birdall is able to leap strike his way out. Not going to set up the steadfast presence in time, and you can see Ona not wanting to go for any sort of gank. Zeus just picks up the farm and isn't going to have to deviate from that particular path. As Teddy on a ward once again, Prowling Projectile is going to miss him there, as Vision has been very clean here for T1. They know everything that's going on everywhere by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's been a very strong start here. Willer going to clear this scuttle. Level 6 is going to be the next big moment for both of these junglers, of course, where you could see ganks in mid. Could have seen a heavier commitment, obviously, for Owner on the top side if he had level 6 there against Birdall, but still staying on level 5.
Yes. Birdall actually going to ult here, as Zeus going to be able to find his ultimate as well, and that is going to spell the end of that particular engagement.
Yeah, trade up for Zeus, man. Deny some of that CS.
Yeah, there we go.
Turret's getting some work done.
It does mean that for this fight in 20 seconds, potentially around the Herald, there won't be an ultimate from the Poppy, so I mean, maybe that's a thing.
Yeah.
But I don't think that it's going to be too much of an issue.
Well, T1 are going to start this Drake up right now, and because Faker has such insane prio in mid, because that hook's going to miss, there's just no way that they could turn this into a cross map on the Herald early. Ults are traded, and yes, Birdall has the advantage, but Willer was bottom side, does go back and buys 2 control wards here for sitting up on this Herald. They really want to force a fight on this, but it's a Neela comp, right? And level 6 is hit. Teddy is cowering under the turret, and it's very difficult for Live Sandbox to actually commit to this fight here. They do have some good vision around the Herald, but taking it is another story. I think T1 are just happy to say, you can't start it, so we're just going to keep pushing the edge here on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I really, really like this from T1. Keeping that pressure high, and knowing that they have that level 6 advantage, level 7 in fact for the bottom lane here of T1, utilizing that passive.
6 is up. I mean, this is an all-in opportunity.
Yep, Kyle does have the depth charge as Teddy finally hits his ult, and now can T1 make this one happen? They dive forward, he's just in a bouncy castle, but they're unable to finish him off. Owner is going to be taken down. Keria is dead as well. It's a double for the Zeri, as Gumayushi's still at full health, but it's 2 kills on Teddy.
Now, it's really critical that Guma lives here, because now he can, of course, continue to try to push advantages here on the bottom side of the map, and Teddy is losing a lot of CS. Cross-map Willer did eventually get the Herald. It took a long time here, but ideally you want to get these kills here without losing anybody as T1, and Kyle does have his ultimate available, does buy a ton of time as Nautilus. This is one of the picks we saw with Zeri all the time, because first of all, you deny the Nautilus pick to your opponent. Back in the old days, Nautilus was the oldest counter, but it also allows you to defend dives so incredibly well with his root passive. So it's really easy in the early game when turret shots are landing on everybody to trade at least a kill back. He gets 2, Teddy does, in this case, and that puts him much closer now to that Trinity Force. I won't certify this one, but it's certainly a bit of a mistake here with how this execution went for T1.
Yeah, I think the Zeri exists again with those couple of kills. He is still down 25 CS, so you're still not exactly psyched about it. But let's have a look at this one more time as Teddy hits level 6 just before the play. And
Nautilus double knock-up, Root comes through, Owner takes too much damage, Carrier is Yuumi, so he is just naturally going to die. He doesn't have the ability to attach there to Guma.
Oh, he actually attached to Guma and and then Guma died immediately.
Yeah.
좋아요.
I got scared about what was happening in picture-in-picture there, but
oh, speaking of getting scared.
I should be scared.
Yeah. Owner is... Okay, ring around the rosy. We played this game before. Bertle, pretty good at it. And let's see how this one's going to... okay, well, walking. Walking's going to do it. Walking is the strategy. And Bertle went fishing and got himself a Vi. That is successfully landed.
Yeah, I mean... Huh.
Yeah.
It's the second time he's done that this game, where he's just able to run circles around Owner, quite literally. And now Owner's going to miss Willer, it looks like, that is to say.
Well, Sejuani going to make it into the brush. Spots
See each
out
other.
this Vi. There's the Glacial Prison. They waste 0 time, and that is a dead Vi. Gorgeous play from Lift Sandbox.
And I'm not entirely sure what the idea here is for Owner. Like, who is he looking for there? You're not going to be able to get the all-in on the Sejuani. Ahri is missing. Yeah, Faker has Prio, but he's not blocking the Ahri from coming up. And, I mean, Owner didn't need to, like, flash the wall if he doesn't stick around there, but he sticks around for way too long. It's a great engage from Willer. He just sees his angle, doesn't miss. And what turned into being a failed gank top, or failed, you know, hover, lurk, whatever you want to call it, Bertle gets away, he doesn't commit, but then the follow-up here is just so easy from Willer. Hits the ultimate there, and Faker does not prevent Closer's rotation.
Yeah, Closer having enough pressure in that mid lane. Lands another one of these charms. This guy's been playing very, very well. So, T1 ahead by a few hundred gold. But honestly, like,
it starts to wonder. Yeah, you start to wonder if it's enough.
Yeah, and like, this is the thing, right? Like, this series on paper looks like it should be a very comfortable 2-0 for T1. Like, that's what we would be talking about if this was, you know, last season. But so far, Lift Sandbox have been making it extraordinarily competitive. And it's a great look. This was a squad that we didn't have exactly high hopes for moving into this particular season. So really good to see here from Lift Sandbox. See whether they can keep it up and actually take a victory.
So Owner, he stays around here for so long. There's, of course, a Scuttle Crab here. And, you know, I take it back. He definitely would have had to flash the wall there. Went over the wall, so had no way out. Just kind of a peculiar choice there. Decides, of course, that he thinks he might be able to get out fast enough. And maybe just a miscommunication between him and Faker, not communicating that Closer is coming up. You need to flash this wall or you're dead. He does not, so a bit of a mistake there. And, you know, Live Sandbox did also disappoint us in week 1 of the... Okay, hold that thought.
That's a hook. Gumishi is going to walk into them. Arctic Assault is fantastically timed, but the Apotheosis is too good. Owner is going to be here.
The turn.
And look at how much time the Jubilant Veil bought into the... Zeri goes the Vi, and yeah, she explodes, but it's her health bar that's going to go down the majority of the way. And T1, oh man, glorious counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, you try to engage on Anila, she could turn that around so quickly with a Yuumi on her back especially. And this is a bit of a mistake here. Lots of gold back into the hands of T1 as Kyle trying to make something happen here, clear this wave as fast as he can.
Yeah, just some turret shots being soaked there by Carrier as Owner on this Chemtech Drake. Second of the game, going to go over to T1, and they're going to grab the first turret as well. Here on this bottom side.
Yeah, a lot of money.
Yeah, this Neela Yuumi situation is working out extraordinarily well for this team thus far. As Zeus gets himself into position. Won't have the heroic charge now as Emperor's Divide is leapt away from, but I don't know whether that is going to be the solution he's looking for. Gets himself the counter-strike and leaps away. What is this? Bertle didn't have flash, and he almost manages to get away.
Almost buys enough time
towards this top side, but not going to be there in time. And I'm going to give that to Bertle. That was a great play.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was going to say. Like, we got a little bit disappointed with Liv Sandbox in week 1 of spring. We were a little bit baited, and then they actually ended up being a top 3 team for the majority of the season. And once again, we're seeing a big bounce back from them here in this series. And Bertle, in particular, has really leveled up. You know, he's looking very clean thus far, has made very few mistakes, and is also laning extremely well, sneaking out of several dire situations, almost a third one here. And you have Willer here, but of course Owner is nearby. And look at how tanky this Neela ends up being. Apotheosis going to help you survive this with the triple, and Owner shows up, flashes in. All you do is point click on the Zeri, and this is a one fight. And if you knew the buy wasn't nearby, I think you'd feel a lot better about this, but committing when Owner's in the vicinity and you have no idea, it's a mistake.
Gumiushi having a pretty good time here on this Neela towards his bottom side, and that W. Sometimes, you know, you just get outskilled by the kid of a champion, and that was exactly an example of that. As Bertle,
yeah, Bertle's outskilling over here too. He's still gonna die, but
he did the best that he could, and then he just takes a buckler to the head.
Yeah, of the 3 players in the top lane, his play was most impressive in that moment.
Well, we're going to see a bit of a battle here as Willer is going to be able to take the Rift Herald, but they throw away the Ahri, and now Willer is just dead, donated for the good of the colony. They're not going to be able to grab the eye here either. So it is a bit of local gold collected here by Liv Sandbox. That's nicely done. However, they lose their Sejuani, and T1 retain control of the map. 2,000 gold, approximately the lead for them, as well as Zeus now making his way into the enemy jungle. Faker, oh, he was thinking about going over to clear out that ward. That could have been his death, as Teddy and Kyle trying to get on in here as Owner once again on a little bit of a mission. He ults, he does get charmed, but there's the slowdown from the Everfrost. There's the flash forward from Bertle as well. They should be able to grab this kill. There it is. Closer locks that one up. So Owner having a little bit of a suspicious one so far here today.
Yeah, certainly a bit of a rough
outside of that,
one.
T1 looking good, especially on the bottom side.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a rough one for him. I think Liv Sandbox really trying to thread the needle on the timing of getting this Herald before the rest of T1 show up, because it's 100% a fight T1 wants to take. They have Neela, they have an accelerated Neela with Gale Force, mind you, at this point in time. So it's a great fight for them to take, but they successfully do take said fight. Willer is isolated and killed, as we'll take a look at here. But then they try to force a play topside, and that's where things get a little bit wonky. As now it's a fight where, with that ultimate coming through from Zeus, Willer is all alone. You can't re-engage here into Guma. He did, you know, does not have the Apotheosis on cooldown, even though the UI is showing otherwise. And then they want to stick around here to try to get this whole top turret, and Vi is trying to set a trap on anyone who rotates over. But you got to know everybody's in the vicinity here, because that's exactly what you're trying to set for a trap on. Is like, okay, maybe half of them went back, right? But no, if you're going to commit to the top turret, they won't go back. They will come over and check, and then just delete you.
Yeah, just a little bit out of position there was Owner. Not quite up on the play. But that is going to mean Liv Sandbox get 1 kill back, but it is the entire bottom lane outer turret that was secured already by this Neela, who is 50 CS ahead. Like, Gumiushi is so much stronger than Teddy right now, it is kind of absurd, as he does have his Gale Force complete as well. Extra mobility here for the Neela is frightening, to say the least. Seen quite a few different builds, but it was Jiwoo that was coming up with these Neela builds. So
yeah.
Radiant Virtue was one of the examples of a mythic that he put together. Of course, the items have changed since we've really seen his Neela in action. So good to see what is going to be the adjustments on the particular build.
Yeah, we did see a lot of Collector, obviously, on Neela too, back in the day, a second. You know, we saw Gale Force, we've seen even Kraken Slayer. I don't think it's what you want to be doing, but we have seen it.
Old Bloodthirster was
Bloodthirster,
so good as well.
yeah. Shield Bow, obviously super strong for what she's trying to do. Not too dissimilar to what Samira can do in the beginning of a team fight. Obviously, Samira looking for a little bit more longevity. This should be the mid-turret going down, but can Liv Sandbox find a punish? The answer is no, because just don't have any engage set up here, unfortunately. And T1 still in control of the game, still in control of the map, and are going to look for Soul Point here on this Cloud Drake. And I think there's nothing that Liv Sandbox could do about it. But I think that might just be okay here if they can, of course, pick up some gold here for the Zeri while they take the Drake. Closer, unfortunately, not going to be able to get this bounty here, but they just need to buy more time. It's 1,000 gold, nearly the lead for Guma.
Oh, Zeus might face check in here as there it is. Closer now, looking to close in. no pun intended, lands the charm. There's the teleport as
So
Faker
tanky.
is going to come through as well. Heroic charge to keep Willa busy. Kyle is definitely the tasty target. They do get the depth charge out of him. He should be able to back away. Live Sandbox using everything defensively. They will be able to successfully alleviate the situation, and they get a teleport. So I guess there's that.
Yeah, teleport used for Faker. They get away. Now Jax is in the side by himself, so they've forced T1 all to the top side. Now Birdall's playing on bottom side. Will they get a trap here onto Faker? He did not go crown this game. A little bit more vulnerable.
Yeah.
I don't...
Okay. Well, in they go. Closer doesn't quite find the value he's looking for, and that is a two-man Emperor's Divide. Faker now calls in the cavalry as Zeus was teleporting, and they'll get the knock-up. And Faker says, not on my watch, not today. The flash from Zeus. Blast Cone going to get Willa relatively far away. Winter's Wrath, but there is a gameplay button you can press, and Cease and Desist will say no. Gumayusi going to find Kyle, and Kyle's like, I'm getting out of here. I'm not messing with you.
Yeah, I mean, the trap was set, but T1 were all on the top side of the map, and they also, of course, still had that teleport from Zeus. Okay, Live Sandbox are going off the deep end of this game. Now going to teleport into this fight. Let's see if we can see a big counter-strike from Birdall. He did not teleport onto Vision.
If there's ever a time to fight, it's with Willa around a Baron. But they don't have Willa, so it's going to be very, very difficult already. Stopwatch has to be used. As into the backline goes Gumayusi, and he just eliminates Teddy. Faker is going to go down, but I think that's a worthy sacrifice here to kill everybody else. Closer slinks away, so it's not everyone. And of course, Willa wasn't there, but that is successful take of the Baron.
I mean, that is now such a lead for T1. I just don't think we even get to have the conversation about Zeri scaling anymore. You know, it's just, you had the opportunity to, instead of trying to trap Faker, push bottom. You pulled everyone T1 top side. Closer also perhaps in a little bit of trouble here. Owner's ult not up yet, but almost.
Yep, that is Spirit Rush, so Closer not going to die just yet. But still, they just wanted to grab themselves the inner turret before they go for a reset.
So before this play here, look at where Birdall is on the bottom side of the map. You could have hard pushed and tried to say, all right, we pulled everybody top side. Let's see if we can get maybe some bounty gold bottom side, play it slow, get some Baron vision up here on the top side. They try to set a trap. Yes, TP is committed, but Owner's still nearby. This ends up being a disaster. Then after this play, where of course ultimately Willer is killed, they decide to fight the Baron when T1 have ultimate control here with a fed Neela who has a collector. And it's all reliant on Birdall's engage here over the wall. He teleported, there was no vision, but they fed. Man. And the damage is real here. And then
absurd.
They could have also tried to push elsewhere during this fight and just said, all right, well, T1's not Baron, but we're going to scale. Now you can't scale. Now you have no opportunities on the map. And Baron, plus the advantages they won in that team by pushing everybody off the map feels like it's all over, but the cry in here is Closer is trying to pick up finally some bounty gold, but it's too little too late.
It absolutely is. Out of turret top lane is not really going to do anything, especially with Gumayusi just whipping down these turrets in the mid lane. Birdall trying his best here, but the Poppy very happy to stand up to him, has the best damage item in the game now completed. Jackshow and his Sunfire Cape are in his back pocket. And Live Sandbox, yeah, it just feels a bit hopeless. If the Neela has ultimate available and the ability to press that Jubilant Veil button, then it just feels like they can do anything that they want and always have the ability to win these fights. T1,
Teddy,
it's a great draft.
Yeah, he has no agency because Owner has ult, right? You know,
That's onto Faker. It's a decent hit there as he gets charmed as well. Birdall looking for the counter-strike. Emperor's Divide defensively is very, very nice. Is now Owner trying to get out of there. Gumayusi still has ultimate, but they don't have the final chapter, and it looks like T1 are going to have to back away for now.
Yeah, they already had that bottom inhibitor down. They wanted to get a little bit more here. Nice play from Willer. It does land on the Faker to try to push them back. No punish going to come through. Oh, I say that.
Yeah, Faker actually backing a little bit late there as now everybody is rushing after the Pigeon. Will the Azir survive? Has to flash the extendo beam.
Willer obviously used his ult. Can he get into range here?
I think so. Arctic Assault going to come through here as Shifting Sands. Beautifully done. Faker is going to get to his outer turret.
Oh no, the Neela's coming.
Going to turn up. Teleport in as well as Faker. He can go home and then teleport back if he'd like to. Everfrost was decent, but I don't know whether this is going to be it. Oh my goodness, the combination of the Apotheosis and the Steadfast Presence is like, I'm going to pull you in. And by the way, you can't get out.
And I think really Live Sandbox in this game tripping over themselves quite a bit in terms of the macro plays and trying to punish in these side lanes is really going to cost them big. I mean, it's costed them the game essentially here already, unless we see a miracle. Willer going to be the last to fall here, but look at the push in mid. That's going to be the second inhibitor here for T1. Closer's not up for 15. Teddy up in 10. Doesn't have his Titanic just yet, and that's going to be T1 also casually picking up this Cloud Soul. And you're hard chasing in Azir, and you have committed so many members already. Faker gets delayed here because of the later back. He's on Vision, but he's Azir. Dashes through. This dash is used so early. And the Extendo Beam with the turret here, it's a nice touch from Teddy because he's like, all right, maybe I get this slow here. That's the choice. That's the timing Faker flashes because he knows I should have my dash with my shuffle in just a few additional seconds if I can get to that turret on massive. He's also then calming to everybody else. They're way over chasing here. We've got a Neela who's super fed. She can Apotheosis wombo this team. And Teddy just can't do anything in these situations without a front line, and you're already way overextended.
Those two circles together is it just feels unfair, is what it is. But honestly, like, I'm okay with the play from Liz Sandbox. They're so far behind. You just got to go for whatever you can find. And right now, 2 inhibitors down, circling the drain here are the cool kids that never panic. 8,000 gold to lead. Cloud Soul, the best soul in the game as well. How does T1 roll the dice so effectively in these games is the question. I say that after it was a Chemtech Soul in the last game, but still, this time around, definitely getting rewarded. And at least this game, Wolf, it's going to be a very easy player of the game.
Yeah.
You know, you look at the guy that does the spinning around with the whippy thing, and you give it to him.
What about this helicopter spinning, whipping around thing?
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's that.
No, I'm going with Guma myself.
Yeah, I think that yeah, that's a nice ultimate that we see just there, as Closer is going to get ceased and desisted. As Gumayushi was dealing with the top inhibitor turret, does manage to sort that one out, as now Bertle fighting with the Neela. Closer going to go down as a bit of an afterthought here as Ona trying to get out of here. He's like, I bought the time, guys. You just go and kill everyone, as Teddy might be able to grab the kill onto him. There it is. There is at least one for Live Sandbox as Faker put up the Emperor's Divide. I don't know who he was trying to hit with it, but maybe he was just using it for fun.
I mean, Bertle got bashed.
Oh, was it Willa or was it Bertle that died to that one?
Bertle, I believe, died to it, and one additional auto there from the Sand Soldier. Kyle, the last to fall. And yeah, it was a close game 1. Game 2, not so much.
Yeah, it was close until the series really wasn't. And I think the bottom lane had so much to do with it. 7-0-7 on this Neela for Gumayushi. After almost 300 days of seeing the champion, she comes in and says, by the way, I'm really good into Zeri. And it absolutely worked out. Loved the combination with the Poppy there as well. So, and really, like, if you're going to win for the first time on red side, this is the way you want it to happen.
I was, in the early mid, there were some overextensions from Owner, right? The lead for T1 wasn't that huge. And I was just about to say, I was kind of getting into the narrative point of like, wow, yeah, Live Sandbox disappointed us in week 1 in spring. They bounced back. Maybe this could be an opportunity. They weathered the storm a little bit. Then they made a few really critical macro errors and hard forces and chases, honestly, that really did them in. The play top side to try to kill Faker, and then, of course, the chase on the bottom side there as well. And, you've given over so much map control. You've given Neela the agency. They're trying to fight early as well into this Neela comp instead of just avoiding fights entirely and trying to scale up. But it just felt like they missed the point of the win conditions here. And it's been so long since we've seen this exact type of comp where you're like all in on the Neela, all in on getting ahead early, where it's not about late game scaling at all for T1. It almost feels like Live Sandbox forgot what their opponent's comp was.
Yeah, kind of. The problem with the T1 comp is that it's great late as well if you can play the game the way you want to. It was just really well done as Gumayushi with, yeah, he's going to cast a spell on you, by the way, guys, is what it seemed like to me. But maybe I'm just not up with the memes.
I think he was doing some Neela whippy things.
Whippy things, but then he did like the boop, like the wand boop. It looked like a Wingardium Leviosa.
I mean, I guess so, yeah.
A little bit of that vibe.
I feel like we'll be seeing it again at the beginning of the week on the pre-show next week, so we could like maybe analyze it a little bit more next Wednesday.
Yeah. My favorite part of this whole situation was watching Bengi grinning next to Ona and Ona looking a little bit sheepish. That was my favorite part because Ona didn't exactly have the greatest game on the Vi. Of course, when push came to shove, managed to do the things that he needed to do, but did get caught out in some pretty amusing positions in the early stages of the game. As Gumayusi last man out, but he's going to be out on this stage again, I have a feeling, because I highly doubt he's going to miss out on the player of the game.
Yeah, this was a little bit messy here, this dive, but still ultimately was able to get the gold that, you know, they're looking for here for Guma, and denied more CS. Topside, you know, traded for Herald, but not a Herald they could really utilize in this early game. And we saw this moment here where they're just diving onto Guma, and look, it's a fairly non-meta champion, but Liv Sandbox really made it look like they just didn't fully understand exactly the way T1's comp was going to work. Hard punishes here. Guma's now on 3 kills super early on. And then so many of these catches, this doesn't show the beginning of how this all went down, where they really hard chased. As, you know...
Yeah, it was a bit messy here and there, but this was Ono looking good.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Press the R button.
He did. This fight as well, where fortunately just trying to hope that Birdall's engage is going to be good enough. Just running into Anila in the Baron pit. I mean, what are you going to do? You want to get Baron, but this was one of those other moments where they're just narrowly not able to catch Faker, and then you've got Vi. Got Anila coming down.
This was the drain circling, but I'm also really glad that we get to see exactly what this composition's capable of, right? Like, Zayas teleports in, has the steadfast presence, and look at this. Like, you just can't get out of this Anila destruction. It's so scary.
Birdall, I think, showing some signs of life in these first 2 weeks, though, because I was a little bit concerned about Liv Sandbox after spring season, and we heard about Clear getting signed. We're like, well, when can he be eligible? Because we do have some questions, but thus far,
it's round
Birdall's
2,
been fine. Yeah, we do know it's round 2, but so far, Birdall has looked a lot better than what our expectations were after spring. This team has made some good choices. Teddy's performances have looked good.
Yeah, he's looked all right. Not necessarily in this game. I think they got Neela just a little bit here.
Yeah.
We're going to have a listen to T1. Found out that it was Birdall that was being executed.
Yeah, he
and
got
that's
hit.
why the Empress Divide was there. We were just so zoomed out, I had no idea where to focus. It is kind of what happens. Thankfully, we had our observers taking note and can put it in this highlight.
Yeah.
As T1 not overly celebrating this one, I think they knew that they were the ones favored in this series. And they'll do way more damage. And Teddy, the Zeri not really going to be a thing this time. So back-to-back losses for Zeri.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a rough one here in the second game. I think the first game a lot more interesting, a lot more volatile. Second game, just clean from start to finish from T1, using the composition brilliantly.
Yep, I think so too. Certainly some hiccups here and there, but certainly way better than what we saw in game number 1. And now it is time to hear from the space, because we had a new pick. We had the Neela locked in, Gumayusi playing it to great effect, and now we need to hear from them as to what they heard about it. So take it away, Laura and the boys.
New champion, of course, we're going to talk about this one. Really, really clean game on the side of T1 this time around, and really snowbody composition, I think, that they chose to go for. Let's take a look at the draft, because, as I said, lots to say about this. Nocturne was banned. Of course, they identified the pick maybe as being annoying in game 1, but leaving Zeri open, picking the Neela, champion we don't often see. Break down the pick for me, please, and how it's supposed to work, because it felt like Liv Sandbox was not quite sure on how to handle it.
Yeah, I think not many people see Neela that often, so it's hard to have a full grasp on it because we haven't seen it that much in pro play. I think the pick made a lot of sense where they took it here, because we have once again the Zeri Nord Ari from game 1, and game 1 they transitioned that into a dive comp. And Neela does really well into comps that want to dive into her, because normally if you have, like, you know, a Caitlyn or an Ashe and you're getting dove, it's not a fun time. But Neela thrives in those environments, which is why they ended up bringing out here. And we kind of saw how that happened in the game. Whenever teams trying to get on top of it, she just completely flourished.
Yeah, and as the casters kind of mentioned a bunch, you know, Neela has been played a bunch in Challenger League as well, especially in spring. I think I got banned once in summer so far. And it's still very early on, but they really love it over there. Juice played it a lot. It's oftentimes with the engage supports, but this time we saw it with the Yuumi. You were talking about how it works kind of with the passive and the extra healing that she can receive. So it actually ended up working out really well. They got very far ahead in lane. The mobility works really well against the Zeri, kind of like using her own strengths against her, and Neela's able to catch up with that, and it worked out really well.
With Zeri being so strong, as you said, do you think it's the type of champion that we could see again in this matchup? And is it a good answer against Zeri? Is it a pick that can work in other draft scenarios as well?
I think one of the reasons it excelled here was the fact that they'd shown both the Zeri and the Nautilus.
Yeah.
I think the fact that Nautilus's only tool in lane is to go in on top of the Nila, which isn't where you want to be. And we kind of saw that in the first highlight where they try to overcommit onto the Nila and it ended up backfiring completely.
Yeah, actually, let's take a look at this first highlight and see how this played out. Because as I was saying, it felt like Liv Sandbox was not quite sure on how to handle the Nila, and you don't want to dive this kind of champion off.
Yeah, the big thing is her W, which essentially is similar to Jaxi, that it blocks auto attacks. And Zeri, all of her damage is auto attacks. Nautilus can't even root her with the auto attacks being blocked. And Sejuani can't stack up the passive. And then on top of that, the 3-man ult, and she actually heals and shields based on the damage she deals the ult. So you'll notice Nila's health bar didn't move at all there. Gumayusi stayed full HP for that entire duration. And I think it was just a bit naive from Liv Sandbox. They clearly weren't quite ready for the Nila, try to commit onto it because that's what the composition wants to do, and it just had no impact at all.
Yeah, it was the 3 people that couldn't do anything to her, even though they had her CC'd forever. It's a great champion in the current meta because everybody's like, okay, we're going to kill the one target, we're going to CC her to death, and that's going to be the end of it. But you're expecting this AD carry to be so squishy, not the case with Nila. And then everybody groups up on top of her ult, which is just insult to injury, and the Vi is there. If the Vi is not there, maybe you kind of get away with losing a bunch of your flashes after what was pretty obviously a big mistake from Liv Sandbox.
I think it's kind of funny that we had game 1 where Gumayusi was on the Aphelios and every team fight, 5 people were trying to dive onto him, and it was rough, right? He did as much as he could, but he died a fair few times there. And this game was you know what? I'm going to play Nila. Try it
Come
again.
at me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it worked really well. I'm really glad that we get to see more champions on the Rift like this, but I got worried at some points because they tried to dive, Zeri grabs 2 kills, and then we know how it works usually when this champion gets activated, but Liv Sandbox was not quite able to snowball onto this. What missed on their side? What could they have done better, or was it just T1's composition being too snowbally and adapted to this situation?
I think T1 did a really good job of snowballing. Nila's also a really snowbally champion because she gets all the extra experience, and in fights she would just dive on a Zeri. And the problem was, again, the composition for Liv Sandbox was all about them diving in.
Yeah.
They didn't have as much peel-up protection for Zeri as we normally see. There's no Lulu, Milio, and Yuumi, so it meant Teddy was very isolated in these fights, and the rest of the team, they didn't really know what to do because it's okay, do we dive on the Nila? No, that doesn't work. Okay, well now Zeri's dead, do we dive onto the Azir? Or,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
felt rough.
if you get ahead with this composition, T1 would win 99% of the time. It's just so rough to play that when a lot of your damage can't really do much to her. You cannot dive on her, and he already has a massive XP lead and gold lead in the game. You're just not going to win that one.
And that's what we saw during the second replay that we selected, which is the Baron replay. I always get anxious when I see T1 grouping up at Baron. And here, with the setup they had, you could think that Liv Sandbox would be able to do something and just collapse onto them, but it was not the case again.
Yeah, and I think with a different composition, with a different AD carry, being stuck in the pit, we actually saw this on our highlights in the previous game when Guma was stuck in the pit and died, but here, the Nila's completely fine, and then you actually see that Gumayusi just hunts down Teddy and basically one-shots him, and the rest of the team are like, oh, well, I guess we just lose.
That pretty much sums it up well, Ox. I mean,
God.
we heard as well that Guma was saying that Nila is OP. I think that, like we were saying, it's just so good at getting on top of the Zeri. You're not going to be able to use that in the same mobility to just get away and just kite forever because the Nila will be on top of you, whether you're flash, whether you're ghosting away, whether you get over a wall potentially. So I think it was just a great kind of counter selection, especially with the way the early game went.
And I think it gives us a good segue to who should be player of the game for this one. I think Gumayusi should be the one getting it.
2 Yuumi games, what a performance.
Yeah. Don't give it to Keria, guys. But yeah, we chose Gumayusi. And again, I appreciate players' ability to play champions that are not meta or really specific. And here, it is indeed Gumayusi who gets it, rightfully so.
Yeah, 707. He was not close to dying at any point, even on the bottom dive, which we very nicely just cut out of all the highlights that it didn't happen. Zeri got 2-0, didn't matter, because this was really the beginning of the Gumayusi Nila train. And yeah, I mean, buys there, owner's there to help out, gets him 2 kills, and from there, you're not killing Nila's Yuumi, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think 90% was the lowest Gumayusi went in that replay. In this one, he just get chunked out a bit, and then the Yuumi just instantly heals up with the ultimate as well. And it's yeah, it it just wasn't close in this situation. And it just felt like once you got the momentum, once you got the advantage, especially with the build, it was like Gale forcing the Collector to really snowball the items. It was a rough one.
We'll see what Gumayushi actually has to say about Nilad, because he will be one of the players featured in the interview that is ready. We'll come back right after this. Take it away, dear.
Hello, this is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Zeus and Gumayushi on side of T1. You came out with a 2-0 victory against Leaf Sandbox. How do you feel? Zeus? Sandbox as a team is a strong team, and it felt like it was going to throw us off if we lost today. I'm very satisfied that we got a 2-0 win today.
오늘은 왠지 이길 수 있을 것 같다는 자신감이 좀 있었고요.
I had a bit of confidence that we would win today, and I feel like I did a good job in the laning phase in game 1 and 2. But obviously, didn't really do so well during team fight in game 1, so I was a little disappointed. So today's headline was that this was a matchup against your former teammate Teddy. So how was playing against him after a long time? It was really nice seeing him. I feel like he's definitely an AD carry that doesn't die too easily when he's my opponent. So I was very wary of him. It was a matchup after such a long time. It was really fun.
테디 선수가 보고 계실 것 같은데 지난주 이야기를 아무래도 먼저 해봐야 할 것 같습니다. 젠지전의 패배가 굉장히 아쉬우셨을 것 같은데요.
About last week, after a regretful loss against Genji, what kind of adjustments were made?
일단 그 경기 끝나고 나서 팀원들끼리
After that match,
숙소로 돌아와서 좀 많은 이야기를
on the way
나눴던
back
것 같고
to our player,
원래 있었던 문제점들을 조금 보완해가지고 연습을 잘 하고
our
있는
player
것
house,
같아요.
I feel like we were able to talk amongst each other about what kind of mistakes we were making. So I think we're actually seeing some progress here. And Zeus, you have a 12-win, 1-loss record with Gragas, and you're showing such consistent and solid performance whenever you lock in Gragas. What kind of matchup did you foresee against Renekton and Nocturne? In terms of 1v1s, I feel like Renekton can be a little tricky to deal with when you're Renekton. So, and I didn't really pay much attention, or Nocturne was not much of an issue for me. And Zeus, in game 1, when your opponent was backing out after pushing the inhibitor, you went in with a body slam and flashed out immediately. And there's been split reaction coming from the fans. Some believe that it was a mistake, and some say that it was you reacting to a charm. So can you clear the confusion and tell us what the answer is? Both are correct answers. I feel like as a result, it was a mistake. I feel like everything is in slow motion, and I was just hesitating. I was in a dilemma whether I was going to flash in or out. I feel like maybe it could have been a calculated play. I mean, I'm happy as long as people found it fun to watch. And in the last team fight, you were defending the base with Yuumi when the opponent was pushing through the inhibitor. So we saw that Gragas and Yuumi is so tanky. I feel like it wasn't the end. The game was going to end. And I feel like I could have definitely made a better play, but it's a little regretful over there. You were against Azaria Nautilus, Gumayushi, in both series. What was your main focus during the laning phase? I feel like that comp isn't that strong during the laning phase. And I feel like I was able to carry out during the mailing phase pretty well. And in game 2, you drafted Neela Yumi bot, which is a good sustain comp. And we heard you say Neela OP in voice comps. So after playing her on stage, would you say that she's better than expected? A few days ago, I mentioned that Neela is a good champion in my stream, and I felt like a lot of people were responding with, oh, well, it was pretty negative. They said, not really. But I was able to prove them wrong, so I'm happy about that. Now, with T1, looking to continue the winning streak, your next opponent is OK Saving Snake Brion. What's your mindset heading into that match?
일단 브리온이 지금 어떻게 뭐 상대적으로 약팀으로 평가받고 있긴 하지만 그래도
I feel like Brion is seen as a weak team right now, but you always have to take consideration of any sort of variables, so we will make sure that we're ready for that match. After the loss against Genji, we have learned so much. And I feel like I'm very happy with where we are regarding how we're progressing so far. And I feel like the most important part will be us just keeping us in check, ourselves in check, and continuing the momentum. A word for your fans regarding the review desk that you guys are recording. So Gumeyoshi, you'll be doing this with Owner. So the review desk is having a different approach right now, so I hope that it's a fun one, and I hope that you guys look forward to watching it. This will be the end of the interview with Gumeyoshi and Zeus, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear. Gumeyoshi was mentioning that he will be at the review desk, but this is a piece of content that global fans, us, can see tomorrow actually. But talking a bit about the interview, what I really appreciate about T1's approach today is the fact that in spring they were leading the pack in innovating in the meta through Keria mostly and his wacky champions, if I may say. And if they bring this tendency again, this could be a really good split for T1.
I really do think that T1 spend a lot of the regular seasons just limit testing new picks, testing new drafts, and I don't think this is any different. We could see the beginning, I don't know if Mila's gonna rush onto the scene, but it definitely shows that you don't have to pick just the same 4 AD carries every single game. Like, there are a lot of options in the current meta.
I think also as well, you end up with situations like this where, you're up against Zeri, which is a big power pick. This was like a perfect spot, I felt, for the Neela. If you have all these tools in your toolbox, then you can bring them out when they're going to be most effective. I also think it's pretty cool that we've seen Faker bringing out the Azir. After we got the buffs to it, putting a lot of time into that. It's obviously a signature pick for him, but kind of showing that they are sort of testing things out in the new patch and seeing what works.
Yeah, definitely know how strong he can be on the champion. That's a one-sided victory on the side of T1. And the wrap of the first series will be right back in sometimes, I don't know how long exactly, but stay tuned. D plus Kia will face off against OK Bro. But in the meantime, you can check out the LCK Content Secret Boardroom. Let's take a look at the standings though to see where we stand here. Nothing outstanding so far. We'll see how things develop by the end of the day and if Bro can make the upset here against D plus Kia.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's exactly.
I think it's going to be a big ask, but yeah, I guess we'll see if they can do it. I'm sure they'll do their best.
Sure, I mean, you never know. They've done it in the past, right? Maybe this is their upswing. Maybe this is where they really get back on the horse because they've had a really rough time, and D Plus is a very strong team. So, hey, you never know.
Some intense copium. We have this. We'll see about this in some time. Stay tuned for the second series of the day. We'll see you later.
와. 아니 저도 진짜 미쳤는데요. 엄청난 경기력과 발전 양상을 보여주면서 지금 스프링이 아쉬움을 씻어낼 수 있을 만한 팀이 바로 이 하나생명 e스포츠입니다.
Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. I gotta fight. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
자, 그럼 본격적으로 시크릿 보드룸 회의를 시작하도록 하겠다. 자, 우리 이번에 LCK 팀들도 로스터 변동이 꽤나 많이 있었어. 근데 뭐 테디 선수 돌아오고 뭐 이랬는데 LEC 쪽은 어떤가?
우선 LEC 같은 경우에는 푸나틱에 KT에서 활동했던 노아 그리고 코이에서 활약했던 트림비 선수가 바텀으로 합류했습니다. 노아 선수 같은 경우에는 LCK에서 활동했던 경험이 있잖아요. 그때의 경험을 어떻게 살려서 트림비와 시너지를 낼 것인가, 이런 부분들이 지금 주목을 받고 있고, 또 한 가지 더 있습니다. 헤레틱스에 유럽의 샵이라 불리는 베테오가 합류하게 되면서 새로운 바람이 불어날 조짐입니다.
유럽의 첩이 확실한가?
유럽의 샵이라는 소문이 있어.
말조심을 좀 하는구만.
아니 그럼 헤레틱스 갑자기 떡상 기대해도 되는 건가?
그렇게까지 막 올라가.
어쨌든 뭐 그 정도 변화가 있다. 뭐 크게 바뀐 건 아니지만 확실히 또 흥미가 가는 부분이 있고, 그런데 그러면은 뭐 그쪽은 어때? LCS는?
그쪽이라뇨. 국장님.
아니 이게 관심도 많이 떨어졌어. MSI 때 뭐 또
LCS가 그쪽 이렇게 되면은 좀 그렇지 않습니까?
긴장감이 많이 떨어지긴 했어. 그래도 LCS 어때?
많이 바뀐 건 아니지만 저희도 제가 항상 지겹게 얘기했던 또 플라이퀘스트, 또 한층 더 발전을 위해서 플라이퀘스트의 새로운 서포트가 등장했죠. 바로 베테랑 벌컨 선수입니다.
오.
이 선수는 사실 어떻게 보면 제가 키운 선수라고 좀 말씀드렸지 않습니까?
그렇지.
플레이퀘스트 서폿이 평이 항상 애매하다는 뜻, 이런 평이 있었는데, 근데 여기서 그래서 바로 벌컨 선수를 영입을 해오면서 확실히 이번 롤드컵에 강한 포부를 내친 것 같습니다.
아니 그러면 요원 LA가 인정하는 플라이퀘스트는 이번에 롤드컵 확정?
무조건
확정.
무조건. 이거 못 오면 이거 진짜 누군가야 문제가 있어. 그리고
또 있어?
그리고 또 헌드레드 띠브스, 또 썸데이 선수가 복귀했습니다.
썸데이 복귀.
그리고 젠지 아카데미에서 활약했던 퀴드 선수가 또 합류했죠. 한층 더 올라간 헌드레드 띠브스입니다. 그리고 또 상하이, 여기서 상하이와 또 연이 있는 바로 리치 선수가.
리치. 어디로 합류했나?
이번에 디그니타스로 합류했습니다.
리치가 디그니타스로. 어때? 그 상하이 리치 선수랑 또 인연이 있잖아. 리치 선수와의 뭐 어떤 뭐 에피소드나 뭐 그 선수에 대해서 할 얘기가 있나?
리치 선수 같은 경우에는 일단 열심히 하려는 의지도 굉장히 강한 선수인데다가 또 이게 또 해외에 간 선수들 단점 중에 하나가 같은 팀원들이랑 어울리는 것도 굉장히 부족한 경우가 많은데 이 선수는 그런 단점이 전혀 없습니다. 적응은 정말 잘할 것 같고 실력은 뭐 워낙에 유명했던 선수고 보여줬던 바가 많기 때문에
어쨌든 뭐 리치 선수도 LCK에서도 좀 치던 탑이었고 어찌 보면은 또 전 세계를 돌아다니면서 또 월드 챔피언십을 만날 수 있는 거니까 계속 팔로우할 수 있도록.
알겠습니다, 우선.
여기가 중요하단 말이야. LPL 쪽에 뭐 큰 변화가 좀 있나?
RNG한테 엄청난 사건이 일어난 것 같습니다.
어떤 사건이지?
지금 바텀 듀오 LPL의 최고라고 평가를 받고 있던 갈라밍 빠졌습니다.
를 바텀이 요즘 중요한 메타인데 그 둘이 빠졌다. 어디로 간 건가?
LNG입니다.
LNG.
말씀하신 이 갈라 선수가 LNG의 원딜러로서 합류하게 됐습니다. 이 팀 같은 경우에 이제 익히 알고 계시는 스카웃 그리고 이 타잔 미드정글 한국 선수가 자리매김하고 있고요.
그렇지.
만약에 월드까지 진출한다 그러면 저희 LCK를 가장 위협한 팀 중 하나가 될 것 같습니다.
에이스 라인만 따져도 타잔 스카웃 갈라가 되는구나.
갈라 같은 경우에는 이제 또 유관 DNA, 또 국제대회 우승을 했던 전적이 있는 선수로서 이미 개막전 포함해서 첫 주차부터 엄청난 활약을 보여주기 시작했습니다.
벌써?
Bot lane, and you were saying it, it feels like Lucianami dealing more damage than ever.
야펠리오스를 잘 쓰는 원딜들 특징 중에 하나가 돌풍 아이템을 파고드는데 활용하는 이런 게 유관 DNA 아니겠습니까?
암살이었네.
원딜러가 앞으로 파고들어서 딜을 하는 장면을 한 번 더 보여줍니다.
Gala reception as Gala dives underneath the tower by himself and walks away full HP.
그냥 맨 정면에서 플레이를
But he survives, but now goes down. Finally, Scout following up as well. But Gala.
장난 아닌데?
국제대회 유관 또 DNA가 있다 보니까 확실히 다르고 LNG가 위협적인 그런 팀이 됐어. 그럼 뭐 LNG 말고 또 화제가 될 만한 그런 팀이 있나?
MSI 우승팀 진동팀이 패배했습니다. 이 팀을 잡은 팀을 저희가 주목해야 됩니다.
진동이 패배를 했다. 이 팀을 잡은 팀 누구지?
바로 웨이보 게임이에요.
웨이보?
진동을 패배하게 만든 장본인이 이번 출전을 하게 된 웨이웨이.
와,
웨이웨이.
웨이웨이가 웨이보 게이밍인 줄.
그렇지.
그럼 트리플 웨이네 그러면은? 웨이보네?
너네들 열심히 한다. 오늘 좀 분량이 없어서 그런지 열심히 하는데 둘이?
병풍대일 순 없잖아요.
They want to try and push forward with this Sion, get on the back Wukong and just have the effect look for a full kind of engage. Shy is moving up. Kanavi not going to be there in time, and first blood goes over to Weiwei. Now for missing now means that Weiwei might feel like he can go for a little bit of a move, and it's exactly what he's going to go for. They're going to get themselves a lot of damage there, straight onto the Nami, and she is dead.
그럼 뭐 웨이웨이가 끝이야? 뭐 선수는 뭐 이 정도로 우리가 파악하고 있으면 되나?
이 정도로 끝냈으면 제가 말도 안 꺼냈습니다.
또 뭐가 있어?
모두가 아시는 양대인 감독이
웨이보로 갔다. 아하, 양대인 감독은 또 월즈 우승을 차지했던 기록이 있는 감독이잖아. 양대인 감독 뭐 평가는 거기서 어떤가?
팀이 스프링에 원래 봤던 기대치에 비해서 좀 아쉬운 성적이 나왔는데 아무래도 그 이유 중에 하나로 이 베테랑 선수들이 워낙에 같이 여러 명이 엮여 있다 보니까 팀이 하나로 뭉치기 어렵다는 평가를 많이 받던 팀입니다. 근데 이 양대인 감독의 합류 이후에 뭔가 팀원들이 서로가 어떻게 게임을 해야 될지 방향성을 잡고 있다는 소식이 하나둘 들려오기 시작했습니다. 선수 친화적인 사교적인 모습들. 아직 중국어가 굉장히 부족함에도 불구하고 여러 카메라에서 선수들에게 굉장히 가까이 다가가는 모습들이 보이면서 해외임에도 불구하고 꽤나 빠른 적응력을 보여주고 있습니다.
확실히 이 감독 인싸력이 좀 있다 보니까 빠르게 적응할 것 같아.
이 상하이 같은 경우에도 저런 인싸력이 있었나?
감독이었잖아.
없겠니? 아유, 봐라.
기자님 잘 보십시오. 제가 인싸력이 없으면 이런 3부 4부 이런 데서 말 안 섞습니다.
왜 여기
아시지
하고
않습니까?
안 해?
거기까지는 저도 좀 조심하도록 하겠습니다.
패치 버전도 많이 바뀌고 이제 대격변이 일어났는데 요즘 메타가 어떤지 좀 궁금한데 LPL 쪽은?
현재 전반적인 메타 자체는 MSI 버전에 유미, 밀리오가 추가됐다? 이 정도 느낌으로 이해하시면 될 것 같아요. 특히나 좀 아펠리오스 밀리오 조합이 승률이 잘 나오고 있기 때문에
Coming out of three.
Oh, there's a
Nope,
TP
double
coming in,
TP.
the double TP. That's a really nice knockback. They're going to try and slow down Light, but he already gets cleansed back away from it. There's a TP from Xiaohu.
Millie still has the ultimate available.
Oh!
This is dead.
Sorry!
그 외의 부분에서는 뭐 탑에서는 크산테, 사이온, 그라가스, 나르, 잭스, 그웬 정글에
아유.
50 바이피
아유 지겹다. 패치하면 뭐하냐.
아무래도 아이템 변화가 굉장히 큰 패치가 있었다 보니까 이 3일체 버프로 인해서 아까 강조했던 나르가 좀 더 많은 등장 확률을 보일 수 있습니다.
나르는 좀 이제
나르는 제가 데뷔했을 때부터 했었는데
슈슈 바다 도가마리 막사
뭐 해봐 계속.
까날루모
잘하는데요,
왜 이렇게 잘해? 왜 이렇게 잘해?
연습해왔어 보니까 마지막이 괜찮았다. 잘 살렸어. 그럼 나르 활용 가능성 또 생겼고 또
그리고
그밖에
또 이제 원딜이 중요한 메타다 보니까 원딜을 물어제끼는 데 있어서 녹턴까지 최근에 또 추가된
녹턴까지 가능성 있네. 원래 뭐가 하나 뜨면은 그 카운터들까지 같이 뜨는 경향이 있어 계속.
그리고 여기에 또 많은 주목을 받았던 니코까지. 니코. 프로 선수들 경기 보다 보면 프로가 왜 저런 거에 당하지라는 얘기가 나올 수 있어요. 근데 지금 버전 니코는요. 프로가 왜 당하지라는 얘기 하면 안 됩니다.
맞아.
There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's what you want to be seeing it go!
Run him down in a 2v3.
미니언이 왜 내 말이지? 뭐지? 큰일 났다. 근데 이미 늦었어.
Feels like it's worked out way more than it should in only 1 week of gameplay.
저렇게 의식하는 게 어려워. 네 마리인지 세 마리인지 상대 챔피언 보기도 바쁘지.
일단 니코가 나오면 게임 내내 모든 것을 의심해야 됩니다.
피로도가 되게 많이 올라간다는 소리예요.
저게 프로 단계에서 은근히 짜증나.
하지만 재밌잖아요.
그렇지. 어쨌든 프로도 저거는 계속해서 메타와 또 맞는 챔피언이다 보니까 주목을 해봐야겠고 니코 잘 다루는 선수들이 아마 미드에서 또 활약을 할 것 같아. 자 아무튼 수만 명의 이 요원들이 이걸 지켜보고 있어.
그렇습니다.
우리가 그때 또 라이브를 하니까 요원들이 아주 폭발적인 반응이 있었단 말이야. 나도 시크릿 보드에 들어가고 싶다. 그 지원자들에게 이 경기는 꼭 봐라 이런 거 하나 얘기해주면 좋잖아.
LPL 쪽 요원을 희망한다면 일단 이 경기를 보고 나서 좀 고민을 해봐야 된다. 6월 17일에 있을 스카웃 더비라고 불립니다. LNG 대 EDG 최고의 미드라이너로 평가받고 있는 스카웃 선수가 원래 속해있던 EDG와 현재 지금 속해 있는 LNG 간의 대결인데 경기 결과에 따라서 또 이제 롤드컵에 누가 더 가까이 갈 수 있느냐 이런 부분들도 중요한 포인트가 될 것 같습니다.
그래 그러면 이거를 내가 이제 미션 매치로 너희들에게 선정하기 할 테니까 요거 보고 이게 얼마나 그 LCK 위협이 될지 다들 조사를 해오도록 해라. 그 나머지는 어떻게 뭐 개막 어떻게 언제 하는 거야? 뭐 LCK 어떻게 됐나? 개막일이 언제인가?
유럽은 또 여유 있는 동네라서
여유 있을 때가 아닐 것 같은데 하는 거 보니까 MSI.
근데 원래 그렇게 좀 힘들 때 또 여유가 필요하잖아요. 저희는 현지 시각으로 6월 17일 개막합니다.
6월 17일. 그리고 LCS 쪽이 좀 비상이라고
비상이죠.
들었어요.
여기야말로 더블 레드. 네.
어떻게 된 거야?
근데 들리는 소문에 의하면은 좋은 이제 중간점에서 잘 만났다고. 2주 안으로 뭐 개막 평소대로 할 것 같습니다.
북미가 없어진다는 거 말이 안 돼.
북미의 오랜 팬으로서
그럼
그런 일은 용납할 수가 없어.
아무튼 뭐 잘 돼야 돼. LCS 잘 마무리해서
그럼요.
빨리 개막했으면 좋겠구만. 아무튼 이번에 로스터 변화도 있고 또 대결판 패치도 있어서 다들 정신이 없을 것 같아. 그래도 임무수행 각자 잘 해주고 우리가 다음 주부터는 이제 매주 수요일에 LCK가 끝나는 대로 바로 집결하기로 했어. 너 표정 안 좋다? 수요일에 뭐 있어?
결의를 다지는 표정이.
아무튼 우리 매주 수요일에 LCK가 끝나고 집합해서 또 회의하도록 하자고. 또 실시간으로 우리 요원 지망생들이 있어요. 그 지망생들하고 같이 소통하면서 또 여러 가지 이야기 나눠볼 테니까 그렇게 알고 있도록. 오늘은 회의 여기서 마치도록 하겠다. 해산!
The next bit of weirdness was the fact that I had Quantum Freaks in 5th place. I just think that this team's gonna this is my hopium, and maybe I'll use Quantum Freaks as my switch. That might be the way. And now it's the order.
I didn't know I was going to be tilted by this today, but
sorry about this.
We have different opinions. We'll see how it goes. If they can,
I love Valdez is very upset. Valdez is wrong.
Just so you know, you don't need to agree with me. Like you have yours here. It's not like we're agreeing.
Play by play fight. Play by play fight.
I'm not agreeing.
Fight.
マスターズには秘密がある。ここ東京で世界が見つめる中、その全てが明らかになる。解き放たれる才能、暴かれる秘密、全て出し切るか、無に帰すか。精鋭たちが限界に挑み、新たな可能性が生まれる。想定が覆される最前線、最高峰はさらなる高みへ。全ての試合、全てのラウンドで、それがマスターズ東京。目撃、プレイ、そして高みへ。
Ladies and gentlemen, LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, once again joined by Wolf here for our second series of the evening. Bro taking on D+, and with a couple of caveats, with a couple of changes to these rosters.
Yeah, so Ivory has been called up, Karis has been sent down here. We will have Effort, who also played in Challengers earlier today, still playing here for
No,
Breon.
he didn't play today. Polo played today.
He did, okay.
Yeah.
He did play last time they played on Tuesday, but not today. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, I had to double check.
Yeah, I had heard he was playing today, so I had incorrect information. Either way, it's Ivory and Karis that are swapping, and for the side of D+, Deft has COVID-19. So, this is something that was announced last night. They have decided they're going to be playing Rahel today here live in the studio instead of having Deft play online. Speculation is that perhaps he's actually feeling very ill. So we will have Rahel in. We'll talk about what it means a little bit later on.
Yep, and Rahel is... Challenger call-ups are different, depending on our different teams who have different positions in the standings. Right now, we can see that D+ Kia are sitting in second place. Genji, 3-0, which is why they are in first right now. DK could get towards the top of the standings with a victory here over a Bro, who are sitting in ninth at the moment, desperate for a victory. And Edgar was pretty candid in his discussion about Karis being sent down. It's the fact that in scrims, playing pretty well, but when it comes to the main stage, he overthinks and isn't able to actually perform to that level. And he said that if you can't fix it, then there's nothing that they can really do about it.
Yeah.
So it's pretty brutal words, but sounds understandable here as well.
So they need to revive their inner Kingslayer, right? And in the old days, at the beginning of franchising, Breon actually had a winning record against Damwon for a while.
Yeah.
Because they were always punching up against them. It's been a while since we've talked about those old days and those memes. As, Ivory is taking the stage here. Ed Coach Edgar sending Karis and Effort down. And Ivory coming back up here to the mid lane. Ivory is a player who's very famous for his Syndra. And that's it. That's where the fame ends. But he's been a serviceable player. I think he's improved a lot over the last year. So... we'll see how he plays tonight. Obviously, against Showmaker, it's tough to prove yourself on your opening day.
Yeah, that's a difficult question to ask of a very new player, as Deft unfortunately tests positive for COVID-19, and so Rahel making his way up as well. And if this was last year, I probably would have said things like, oh, but Rahel isn't really the best part of this team. But I think Rahel has improved a lot here on D+. And yes, when you've got Thanatos and Lucid and even Poolbay in a lot of situations in your top side of the map, those three players are extraordinarily good. Even I'd say LCK level for Thanatos and Lucid, 100%. They are extremely good players. Unfortunately, Canyon, Canna, and Showmaker are extremely good as well. So Rahel going to be stepping into Deft's shoes here. And we'll see whether him and Kellen are going to be able to find some pretty swift synergy up against OK Savings Bank Breon.
Kellen has played with a lot of players across his career, and I think that he is one of the most adaptable supports we have in the LCK, so I don't think it'll be a big problem, especially when you consider they've probably scrimmed together a few times across some off seasons and stuff like that. Rahel's playstyle is best described as the playstyle that Ghost had when he was on Damwon. He's a weak side AD carry player. He scales up well. He's not a very heroic player, but he gets the job done. He is almost perfect for a fill-in. He's going to slot into any roster like this, do his job well. And I think that him being here won't change the outcome of this match that much. We'll see what happens when we get on the Rift, but I think D+ fans shouldn't worry.
No, I think they shouldn't as well, as we're going to introduce Bro here into LoL Park as well. There is Morgan standing ahead of the General and Ivory in the mid lane. Henna and Effort once again here. And I think Effort has actually a decent effect on this team, because we casted the series that Bro won in Challenger with Effort there. Effort didn't even have a great performance, but they were making way better decisions than we'd seen elsewhere. So I think that a bit of credit needs to be given to this man's experience and the way that he is able to impact leadership in this team. The credit that we give mainly to Umpty for OK Savings Bank Breon in general, but I just wanted to get that one out there because Effort's taken a bit of flack, and I think that it's worth just showing that putting him on the challenger team seemed to make a very positive effect.
And there are, different scales of where we're at in terms of those two leagues, right? I think you can make a much bigger impact as effort in challengers than you can here. But let's focus in on the jungle right now. And Canyon, in my opinion, was easily the best performing jungler of Week 1. You and I actually were the only ones who voted him for the OPGG Player of the Week as well. We thought he had the best performance.
Yeah, we're a bit Zeri anti on that one.
Yeah,
I think.
And once again, Umpty's stats here show how reliant OK Savings Bank Breon is on him. And while these stats look good and while Umpty is performing well, it's a symptom of this team just not finding their footing. When your jungler is putting up some big numbers and he's got 100% kill participation, it means if Umpty isn't doing it, you're not doing anything, right? And that's kind of been the situation, especially in losing games for Bro across all of this team's history since 2021. And that's why this player is so important for this roster and why we were so relieved to hear that they did actually get him back, because in spring, for a while, he wasn't actually signed to this team. And we were like, oh man, it's this roster and Raptor? Not that Raptor's a bad player, but Umpty has been so critical, so pivotal, and such a leader for this roster that it's really important they were able to bring him back. And and those stats show how important he is, but we need to see the rest of the team kind of follow up. We need to see the rest of the team level up, and maybe we'll see something special out of Ivory tonight. A lot of players get really motivated when they get this type of chance. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance, to just be able to pop into LCK, play against somebody like Showmaker in a critical match here. Deft's out. What kind of history can you write for yourself, Ivory, here? That's what we're going to find out this evening.
Yeah, we'll just have to see whether it's going to be a positive one. As you can see, he's played a few games here already in summer. Couple of wins on the Jason Lysandra. Losing on Nico is quizzical. And there is his Syndra that he's been known for, especially last season. Has played a whole bunch of it. Started off in Live Sandbox as well in their academy roster, and certainly has been a newer addition here to Bro. As Rahel, you can see he's got a few accolades to his name, and this is actually crazy, right? Like, this is the level that the D+ Kia challenger roster is up to, right? Like,
if they played in the LCK, they would potentially be a playoffs team. I think
so too. I think that like top 6 would be a decent way, but
he's also 6-0 this season.
Yep,
he's 4-0 on the Aphelios. He played a game of Lucian, so showed that he could play the tempo-based AD carry, and then played a game of Kog'Maw as well. So.
And
he has not lost a game.
Ridiculous as well.
Yeah, he has not lost a game. He is a very strong player. And, this is the kind of, I guess, luxury you could afford, so to speak, for D+ Kia when you have such a strong challengers roster. If something goes wrong with your main roster, you just have a wealth of players to pull from. And as I mentioned before, Rahel is such a supportive AD carry, and he just is such a passive player, but he will get it done in team fights. That he's the exact type of player you want to come in, even if he's not talking a whole lot. That's not really his role in the challengers team either. He's very quiet, very much a give me the money, I will fight at the team fight, my team will initiate for me, and I will position well every single time. And you couldn't ask for more.
You know what it'll rely on, Wolf? It'll rely on D+ Kia's ability to just dial it back a couple of years. You just go back to the Ghost meta, and like, I imagine Showmaker and Canyon are just like, all right, well, let's just do a repeat of what we used to do, what we got very, very good at and won a world championship doing. Canna up there towards the top side going to be pretty happy about some extra attention as well, I could imagine. But we'll have to see how it impacts the draft as well, because I think there is an opportunity for Henna. Like, if he gets his hands on Zeri, we know that I know Zeri's broken, right? But Henna is also a very good Zeri player. And so if there is that ability to carry through bottom side, it is much better when there is Rahel there instead of Deft, who is so early game focused and does have the ability to really crush you in that laning phase.
Yeah, I would say that's the one part that Rahel doesn't have. And Ghost, I think, sometimes did, to continue the comparison, but he doesn't have the clutch factor. Like, he's not the guy who will flash over the wall and make the Aphelios play and actually assassinate the enemy AD carry. That's not really his play style. Let's jump into this draft, though, as we will see Cassante take it away here on blue side, actually, for D+.
Yeah.
Opening up some possibilities of a Vi pick, for example.
Melio, some of those options. Nico going to be banned away here. Of course, pretty understandable. The Bro doesn't want to let that one through, as Showmaker, I could imagine, has a few shenanigans up his sleeve for that particular pick. Melio going to be taken off the board. And Kitty Cats are coming to mind just a little bit here. And yes, the Meowkai skin definitely does start that one off, but Yuumi was a bit of a problem in the previous series. And now, yeah, Yuumi going to be banned. So, D+, are you going to lock away Zeri? And the answer is yes.
Does look that way. And this could push us into a game where we see Hannah on the Aphelios, for example. Might be that type of, trade here, handshake. That being said, they will swap over to the Annie, which I actually do like more here, because it is, as Valdez pointed out so succinctly yesterday, the new Azir, safe in every lane matchup, is going to be valued at all stages of the game. And I think that was a really good point that Valdez made yesterday, and it's just come so true. It's such a easily blindable first B1 pick here. And now you can see, are Brionne willing to play the Zeri without the Yuumi? Then Rahel could say, well, I want to play Lucian into this. We could opt into that. Could opt into a Draven lane.
Oh, the Renekton! And this is Morgan's Renekton as well. Make sure you get your emotes ready. If you're not in a game currently, open up the practice client. Just spam that emote.
I think Renekton is very good, but I think the priority here is a bit high as...
Oh, no, it's Morgan's Renekton.
Now you've got no support with this area. You don't have a prior jungler. You don't get the Ahri necessarily. This early on the draft with the Annie pick, I guess you could afford that luxury, but the Aphelios will be traded over here. And we may just see, it depends on what Kellen wants to play here. You could go Aphelios Lulu to deny the Lulu from the Zeri. You could also just say, I want to play Nautilus. I want to point and click on the Zeri with my Annie and set up for picks. You can go for a Ahri here and just say, actually, no, you've already locked in the Annie. My bad on that one. You could, if you didn't have the Annie here, go for an Ahri. They will deny the Lulu
Annie
instead.
support, do some crazy stuff like that.
I don't. That's not a thing. I was kind of tunneling because the Ahri is definitely the pick that Bro want to lock in here, and they will get it because, of course, D+ had already locked in the mid.
Oh, it does leave their bottom lane a little bit open though, and so now you can ban away anything that Rahel and Kellen don't really want to play into, or Umpty's champion pool could get even more pinched. That is the Gnar ban, and protecting Morgan, I think, seems like a decent idea.
If they ban away like Nautilus here because it's one of the best champs to be anti-dive, Rek'Sai could be a champion that D+ is looking for here to get a little bit of extra aggression on to zone that Zeri out of lane. I would not be shocked if we do see it. They won't have counterpick to use it as a final choice, but see what else gets banned here. The Rakan also great with the Zeri in the early laning phase. Sion taken off the board here, a pick that D+ is flexed.
Yep, the good old just get those shenanigans out of my game. As Nocturne going to be banned away from Umpty here as well. It's shown that Scrims obviously has a few more Nocturnes in it than we'd seen otherwise, but Umpty going to go back to an old favorite here in the Sejuani. A lot of gank power with the Renekton there towards the top side of the map. Permafrost going to be activated pretty comfortably. You can see a lot of nodding here by Canna.
Gragas, one of the easiest picks to play into this Renekton if you're comfortable on it here on the top side of the map. There's a lot of magic damage, of course, but that Rek'Sai pick, it feels like it's looming potentially here. Kha'Zix's another pick we would have seen in this scenario oftentimes in week 1.
Yep.
But they're just going to go for the Viego, looking for some resets, and no fun.
Oh, it's a little bit of a shame because Canyon has been spamming Gragas and Kiana in solo queue, so I was just hoping to see like one of those. Give me something a little bit more interesting. As effort just trying to get, into their heads. As the Pyke now being considered, man, that is a stone cold look for a Pyke locker-innerer, and he's not going to be one of those. It is going to be something else here. Blitzcrank, the option. Blitzcrank Zeri. Lots of electricity in that bottom lane. I see whether D+ gear can stand up to it.
At level 6, there's a really strong all-in, where you have the Blitzcrank silence, you have Zeri to do a ton of damage, a lot of burst, but otherwise the follow-up here for hooks isn't that great. Sejuani isn't going to be able to have a lot of early prio over the Viego. You're playing the Ahri into the Annie, so that lane is kind of blocked up too. So this Blitzcrank pick is going to have to be very strong in the mid-game, where Brionne do have a lot of pick setup. But it feels like the Zeri that was prioritized so highly for them is actually the part of the draft that's the most out of place, because it isn't really a front-to-back composition anymore where the Zeri is going to be popping off. Not a whole lot of support for her or appeal when we get to later stages of the game, especially when you look at the fact that there's Gragas engaged, there's Annie engaged here with Tibbers, and the Viego to fly through with resets. It's a really easy front-to-back setup here for D+. I think if they could get one mulligan, it would be the Zeri, and they'd probably look for something a little bit more. You know, if they had a Draven in this draft, for example, you'd be like, oh, wow, there's a lot of ways to get resets early, then snowball the lead. Zeri feels like more like an insurance policy this time around.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. I think there's like a couple of schools of thought when it comes to Zeri, right? Either you play that front to back and you just form yourself a front line and put her there, and then she is going to be able to outperform in the late game, or you pick someone off and then she goes ballistic when it's a 4 versus 5. And that is exactly what Blitzcrank gives you the ability to do, because getting away from Zeri, that's a bit of a good luck situation. But the bros, they have the Morgan Renekton on the top side of the map. And if the Lord is ever going to find an angle, it is when his ex-teammate Deft isn't on the roster. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 1 between D+ and OK Bro. Oh. Let's see whether they can do it. This is going to be a very tough ask, especially for the gentleman in the mid lane for OK Bro. Ivory not finding a lot of success last season. Hasn't necessarily been a standout mid laner in Challenger, and is now playing with the big dogs in the LCK. This is going to be very, very difficult up against Showmaker's Annie that has been pretty dominant during the laning phase against the majority of people that he's faced.
Yeah. Did go for Electrocute on this Ahri, so looking for a little bit more burst, and it just goes back to the pick style we were talking about this composition does lend itself to. And I do agree with you completely about how Zeri could be extremely oppressive in an early to mid-game fight if you do get that single pick. You just don't get away from this AD carry. She's the most mobile one in the meta. I mean, arguably, weirdly, even though it's the design of the champion, Jinx just can't even compete with like what Zeri does when a pick comes through.
Wasn't it Valdez that said the Zeri got excited?
Yeah.
And it made complete sense.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, wow, she doesn't even have that mechanic, but it still kind of works.
The less threats there are, the more she runs forward and chases you down.
And so it feels like an all or nothing lane. Like if Effort's first hook is a good one, and they get control, or if he can threaten enough to get control of the lane, then it's going to be huge. But if he doesn't and they fall behind, like if a trade is won by D+, like it could just be over here and there, like here and now, because Rahel and Kellen then get full control, and then if those hooks do land, it doesn't matter. They've got all of the money.
Exactly.
And they can fight it out anyway, as Effort not going to press that Q button right now. And you can see D+
this is
playing so aggressively.
Henna is down to 1/3 health, and like as soon as Kellen knows he gets level 2 first, and Effort's like, well, I'm not even going to hook here. I'm not going to waste my mana. I'm not going to put this Lulu closer. Kellen actually glitter lances aggressively, does a great trade here. Now, Umpty is pathing down here. He will be seen just barely by that ward. I believe they saw him.
Yeah, and Canyon going to be in position as well, as the Brambleback will be taken. Maybe they didn't. Because this is not necessarily what I expected Canyon to do. And so the wave is going to crash, and Umpty is still waiting. Full health bars here for D+ Kia, but 2 versus 3. Umpty's going to make his way in. The heal already used as Winter's Wrath avoided. Flash forward there by Effort. He is still threatening. That Glitter Lance was so good. Rahel didn't need to flash, but Effort needed to press a button or two. And they just didn't, but they get the flash out of it, so I guess maybe it's all right, unless Effort dies here. The D+ Kia actually answering that aggression very, very well. Canyon gets the Q out of Umpty. Umpty not having to flash or anything like that, as they just dive. And Henna is just dead. That's first blood to the new recruit here for D+ Kia. He will go down, but consider that dominance asserted.
Yeah, I think that it was probably better for him not to commit and trade there, because he could force Henna out of the lane and then actually pick up part of that plate gold and maybe some additional gold. Actually dying here is pretty good for Henna, because I mean, the trade is good for Henna because he at least gets back to lane. Henna is not happy about what has happened, but it is now slightly better for him because he picks up that gold and can get back to lane faster here and pick up some of those minions, whereas he would not have been able to otherwise. But this was a situation where everybody's super low. We're going to miss the beginning of this. We're going to only watch the kill part of this. But Henna takes so much damage, and Rahel's going to come over here with Severum Q and try to burst him down. Takes too much damage here, unfortunately.
That's interesting. It looked like Kellen should have had turret aggro.
Yeah.
But didn't actually happen that way. So unfortunate there for D+.
Looks like he just barely didn't pick it up. And if that goes over the way it's supposed to, though, I mean, the situation is even worse. As Effort is 6-0 on this pick. I played a lot in the past, not known for it recently.
No. And they haven't been doing a lot of winning recently, so it does certainly make some sense here. As Effort now with the lane in a good position for him to try and fish for some hooks. But Rahel and Kellen just going to hold onto it. Not going to let that one crash. And we'll be able to hold it in position and make sure that they don't feel under too much pressure whatsoever. So far, about a wave in the lead is Rahel. And looks like that's only going to get worse here as the wave state not fantastic here for Bro. So good defensive positioning of the minions.
I'm just going to stay behind these. Barrel, you know, yesterday showcased that if you don't,
oh yeah, that was not a game that I really wanted to remember.
I know. Sometimes we got to make an example out of errors that players have made.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's unfortunate because I don't like to do it either, but gotta just be respectful.
When it comes to examples of being punished by Blitzcrank, Barrel in that game is the perfect one. You're exactly right.
Then Nautilus in the following one, but you know I don't want to stay on this too long. We'll talk about this when DRX plays next time. Level 4 here, obviously for Rahel and Kellen, and we do see the path down from Canyon, so he'll clear this ward and they will be able to maintain control of this lane.
And you can see Umpty in position as well as Bear goes down in this mid lane. Nice charm is going to land to try and get some of that damage back, but another Pyroblast. And Showmaker is certainly asserting some dominance, as you can see, ahead by about 17 CS right now over Ivory.
Canyon does not
seems to be extending.
He does not have red buff here, so tussling with this Sejuani would be a problem if they had mid prio. They do not. Showmaker's over here.
They find the stun, not able to get the polymorph in time. Umpty able to get over the wall with the Arctic Assault before taking too much more damage, as Tibbers is just a ward at this point in time. Showmaker going to pull him back. Wants to make sure that Tibbers is safe and healthy as they start off this first dragon.
It was really clean to see them use Tibbers like that to make sure they knew the positioning of Effort, see if he was going to maybe try to Hex Splash over the wall, if he was going to try to look for a grab or a hook here, and he doesn't. And, you know, with no mid-prio, that's the timing of Showmaker's Annie ultimate here is perfectly set because they want to come down here, make a play. The pathing of Canyon comes over. They're like, okay, we've pushed the Ahri out. This is going to be a war that Bro just cannot win because we have bigger numbers. We're set up. We control the choke point. And first Drake, easy peasy here.
Yeah, Ruthless Predator here for Morgan, able to slice away from the body slam quite nicely, but his top lane not really relevant just yet. And Rahel catches this full mini wave that is right on time, heading towards his turret. Gonna be through his cull relatively soon, and Kellen down here just helping out. So maybe it is just going to be a Rift Herald situation in 30 seconds time that we'll see our first real battle. Or maybe it's a pro game, in which case we don't see one of those until a very long time. You don't necessarily know.
It has been pretty passive for them again this season, as it often is. And we're going to see Umpty come over here, but does not have 6 just yet, so kind of positioned pretty well and will be totally fine, even if Morgan decided to try to go for a flash play or a slice and dice.
As man, this bottom lane really not having a great time, as once again a bear descends from the sky. Charm this time is going to go wide as Showmaker is just burning down this Ahri. We'll snap back Tibbers to make sure he keeps him alive, keep that 50 gold in the coffers. Not going to allow that one to go over to the Ahri.
I mean, he's done this again at a window where now you've pushed the Ahri away. Herald has spawned. Viego's heading over there, so Canyon's got an opportunity. You have control here with the level 6 advantage you have now as Aphelios, so it's just really difficult to contest, unfortunately, now. So he's just timed these ultimates, both of them, for both objectives here. And he's probably going to pick up a plate here in the mid lane as well because Ivory is really struggling to survive and defend it, just chugging corruption pots here to try to stave the pressure off. And, I mean, he doesn't pick up the plate, but they will pick up the Herald, and he can pick up the plate on his next Tibbers.
Yeah.
It's just too little too late here. Umpty hit 6, but can't be here on time.
Can't, so that is just going to be the Herald now, and that's looming plates to go missing on the side of Bro, a lead that could extend ever further. And I just want to talk about what it means if Rahel is playing this well. It just means that the D+ Gear Challenger roster is really, really good. Because maybe we should change the narrative for this squad, because Rahel has notably improved for the team, but if this is the story, because of course Bible already kind of tested, here in the LCK, and actually did have some decent performances. Canyon's going to steal away the Rift Scuttler. Yes, it is Bro. They haven't been having the greatest performance here in the LCK, but it is still very heartening to see that Rahel is able to stand toe-to-toe with Henna, who has been the best part of Bro, honestly, for the last season or so.
Yeah, it's like this team is almost reminiscent of the sister teams that we had back in Champions, right? And it's like D+ Kia's Challengers team is like the one that didn't qualify for OGN, but
yeah.
But they're very strong. Except they have another league they play in. As we're going to see it all in, maybe.
There's the Dominus. He's kind of just drinking towards the brush as Morgan's going to come over, grab some extra health. Cask going to be utilized just to get Canna out of there, and man, he really did keep it cool, didn't he?
Yeah, he just
Canna,
really
like
didn't
he
care
didn't
at all.
really notice.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a shame.
I mean, the way he did it made it seem like he was like a doctor writing a prescription. He's like, oh, yes, if the Renekton ults like this, you just casually body slam, walk to the left, and then what you want to do is you want to self-cask. And
he's
then,
doing the instructor's tutorial of how you're supposed to do it while effortlessly doing it, but actually, like, it would be really, really difficult or something if you were to try and do it. But
no, you may feel the urge to flash, but just it'll pass.
And yeah, you may feel the urge to hook, but apparently you don't need to in this bottom lane, as Ivory, continuing to take combo after combo. Tibbers snaps back yet again, and it doesn't feel like there's a lot of counterplay on offer here for this Ahri in this mid lane against Showmaker.
Yeah, and the timing of this a little bit early this time around for an objective take, but it will get the teleport here out of Ivory. He'll have to catch this wave. Henna is going to try to survive here, or rather keep this turret alive, that is to say, as the rest of D+ reset here for the Drake setup. And so even though the Tibbers isn't timed exactly the way that he has the last two to get the objective, they still have so much control over it. Look at all the control wards on the bottom.
Oh, Showmaker, you troll. And that
He's
is the turret that is going to kill it as well. Oh, man. Just dangle that 50 gold in front of your opposition.
It's just not going to give it up. And you could see that Henna, after saving the turret and getting what gold he could, is now going to be so far away from this Drake. Now, Umpty comes over here. They set up some control vision on the left side of this, but I don't think that's going to be the approach angle here for Bro. Canyon coming down from the south. I mean, they may be able to rush this down, though. A little bit slow, RD+ on the contest. It looks like they're just going to say, you can have that. We'll take 5 plates for the Aphelios and first brick.
Yeah, just not going to really see too much. Might be a late contest here, if you can call it that, because the objective's already gone. It's Hook! It's going to connect when he presses the button. He at least lands it. But Rahel, I guess he just doesn't really mind. But good to see that Effort's eyes in. I get excited about hooks, even if nothing happens, Wolf.
Yeah, didn't end up working out that great there, as they didn't have the numbers to follow up on that, and Rahel doesn't even need to flash or anything like that. Once again, Morgan trying to make something of this. Did not preemptively ult this time, so not going to take the best trade. And as I was talking about before, once Umpty leaves, this is probably going to be the final plate and first brick going over to D+ on the bottom side of the map. Lots of question mark pings here as they know that Effort is in the vicinity. He's sweeping.
Yep, have to make sure that you respect potential grab from the Fog of War. Rahel having a great time here towards his bottom side, has his Kraken Slayer already completed, on the way towards collecting his Gale Force next, I would assume. And this is going to be that first brick that you were talking about. All of the plates eradicated from the bottom lane. And even though Deft is at home trying to get better, it looks like they are once again going to be giving all of the money to their AD carry and seeing whether Rahel, on his best champion, we have to add, is going to be able to carry for D+ Gear. So we were talking about maybe switching it up to more of that topside focus that we've seen from teams, like KT. But it seems like business as usual, because they're like, oh no, Rahel, you're good, man.
It's just
It'll be fine.
It's just so hard to gank a Gragas. And while we have seen some Renektons find success in this matchup, it's not Morgan today, you know? He has a lead here on the top side of the map, but it is not a massive one, and they're not able to turn him into a win condition here. I mean, 500 gold is significant, but a lot of that is in the 20 CS, and it's almost wholly that 20 CS that he has in the advantage, and Kana's just staying cool up here.
Yeah.
Didn't get phased by the all-in, and
it will be, like, he'll be Gragas no matter what happens this game. Like, Kana just needs to sit back and relax and allow this new guy to carry. And as you can see already, so much of that money has gone into Rahel, who's now catching waves in this mid lane. A lot of vision now for Bro around this Rift Herald. It's going to be spawning in 25 seconds. Might be their ability to find some extra gold in some of these turrets, but also open up the map a little bit, because of course Blitzcrank becomes very difficult if you don't have any of that map control. As now Canyon, you know, it's always dangerous when there's a Blitzcrank, but Effort holding on to the hook.
Yeah.
As Umpty moving on in here, and now Effort feeling like it might be the time to go for something, as Showmaker, he's just looming. He does manage to get the stun down. Glacial Prison comes in, good follow-up with the charm. But Showmaker, he's still holding on to the bear. He wants to get the stun with it, as there's the dash cannon forward. Canyon locks down the kill and will be able to now become Sejuani. Henna diving on over though, but Showmaker's already out of there, and Morgan is in so much trouble. In comes Canna. The hook is going to connect, but it's onto the Gragas. Canna says thanks very much for the gap close, and somehow no one on D+ gear goes down, even though everyone on Bro turns up.
Yeah, everybody turned up, but unfortunately the entirety of OK Savings Bank Breon here was split up in that fight, and Canyon had a field day on the Viego, picking up 2 additional kills here, getting the reset, being so tanky on that Sejuani, while the Tibbers is doing work on the other side of the team fight, and Bro just looking very disjointed here once again. Morgan getting punished hard. And this draft, it just feels like the priority we're seeing on the Renekton is a little bit puzzling. The composition doesn't work very well with Zeri unless you get an early lead, or, as you were mentioning several times, get a lot of hooks in lane. And look at how disjointed this is from the outset. Umpty is alone here, and Ivory wants to try to save the play, does follow up here really nicely onto Showmaker, but there's no damage here. It's still early game Ahri. He's trying to ult his way forward, but now you're in a 2v3 fight. Morgan comes over, they turn their attention to him, and Showmaker with Wild Growth is never vulnerable. He just skirts all the way around the other side of the team fight, and where's the peel? We're all tunneled on Showmaker. Then, as you mentioned, accidentally hooking the wrong target here. That'll be the end of that, but a very decisive fight win here for D+. The Herald does go over, and this focus fire is all over the place for Breon.
It really is. I just love watching Showmaker play Annie. Like, he goes down extraordinarily low, sees the Crocodile coming up from the flank, and then flashes away. But the entire time, he's out of there, but controlling Tibbers.
Yeah.
And Tibbers is doing so much work. Then Henna gets over the wall, but he has to follow this Annie with a gigantic bear right next to him, just burning him down. As Shirley now going to park herself on this turret. There's the body slam flash, polymorph, perfectly done effort, very, very dead, as they manage to get this inner turret as well. Is it going to be an inhibitor turret charge here at 17 minutes for D+ Kia? Man, if you told me that, like, it's not actually Rahel, that's a bug, like, I would just honestly understand, because D+ are just as dominant as they have been. And yeah, you know, like, not a lot would have changed in this game, because he is just kind of riding the bus, but he laned very, very well, and this is just
the bigger
business as usual.
The bigger thing is just that Breon don't look any different either with Ivory, right? And I mean, some of these engages have been beautiful. Kana, this cask with the buffered body slam using flash, it's about as standard as it gets. Can't be that close.
Well, Kana might be dead.
No flash.
Not going to find anyone with that body slam. Missing that body slam, I think, was more difficult than hitting it in that particular moment. But I think he was dead regardless of what happened.
Yeah, perhaps he just wanted to see if he could get the most distance out.
Yeah, he was trying to get out, but like, there was just so many people.
Yeah, he was able
got a big belly.
It was a good body slam in that regard if he was really indeed trying to just not collide with anything, which I think is probably what was going on there. But yeah, I was singing his praises a little bit. Then he is caught, so a bit of a caster curse, and we'll see how this lines up. Oh, he's just caught under the Hex Gate here. And this is a nice trap because you know that Kana, or anybody really, is coming over here to try to clear some vision because they don't know where Breon are, but there are 4 here. And
sometimes you just get got by your rift.
Yeah, and the kill does go over to Henna, so I mean that's ideal here. His second of the game now. But I think this is just one of many things that needs to now go right for the side of OK Savings Bank Breon here for them to get back into this game, because this composition is very disjointed, and in terms of its scaling, I think it's much inferior to D+, despite the Zeri. She scales, you know, in her kit, she scales like in name, but the composition just doesn't really allow for it, as Renekton is getting less and less relevant all the time.
Yeah, it's just really hard to find the angles. I mean, always like the one hook that we talk about, things like that, but it's not going to be like a straight up honest team fight. That will never be in favor of Pro. They're going to have to get some shenanigans to work out for them. Find some picks, get things working.
And you're
right now, they're 4,000 gold behind, so that even gets far more difficult.
You're trying to pick
would be.
an Annie that has self-heal, right? Obviously, or a Gale Forcing Aphelios who has a Wild Growth attached to him, or a Viego that has Heartbreak and Flash, or a Tank Gragas. Like, who are you picking? You know, it's not looking great.
Right now, Effort is just taking a lot of damage, as Canyon seems to be somewhat ignored by everyone on Bro. Once again, slinks into the mist, and this turret, not long for the world, and Canyon just seems to be ignoring it for now. And Whimsy comes through, speeds him up, and he'll be on his merry way, as Rahel will deal with this turret very comfortably.
And Morgan is pinging that he's going to be trying to trade this at least, and maybe pick up some bounty gold on the opposite side of the map, but at the end of the day, your small trades like this are the best you could hope for, but it's not going to save your composition. You know, Renekton pick up minuscule amount of gold is not going to save this Baron fight. He has teleport here, and they are aware of this. Umpty has Flash.
Yeah, here's the teleport, so the Renekton on a decent flank. That ward position actually kind of fantastic as Umpty gets into the pick. Glacial Prison goes down, it's a 50-50, but Canyon wins it! And now Effort is in so much trouble. He has to flash on over as Canyon's now going to start these resets. Gets the knock-up, lands the hook, and honestly, it's just all over regardless. Rahel had the right guns and just slices them up.
Yep, slices them up, has to flash and cleanse. His ult is good, and he gets out, and that was the best fight I think, Bro, we're ever going to get. The fact that they were able to get on top of this Aphelios with the Renekton, but it's not enough. At the end of the day, he's got Gale Force, he's got that extra mobility, and he survives just long enough with the right guns. And also, unfortunately, there's just not any real vision set up here for Umpty to go in for a 50-50. He goes in, smites early, and the smite will, of course, go to Canyon, who could just react afterwards as they hold the Baron above smite range. Breon, now 8,000 gold behind here, and there's not a whole lot of hope, unfortunately. As you can see here, there's no ward in the pit, so they kind of have to guesstimate where the timing is going to be. And as Umpty goes in, Morgan comes in. Great cast here by Kana to keep him out initially. Then the flash comes after the cleanse, then the Gale Force. So this was well played by both Kana and Rahel here in terms of surviving after that initial exchange. And the timing after the engage here, the follow-up is pretty nice, but it's just not good enough.
Man, this was so clean though. Like, possesses the Blitzcrank and then just plays his... Oh, and meanwhile, Bomba towards that top side. The Renekton is once again dead as Umpty in a bit of trouble. Canyon heartbreakering his way out, and the hook is going to miss. Kellen just playing frontline, and I wanted to say, the wild growth timing as the hook was coming through, Kellen was like, oh, here, take this on your way out, buddy, you'll be fine. And honestly, the extra health, I think, was a big deal for Canyon as he gets over that wall. As Glacial Prison, oh my goodness, the reaction speed of this young gentleman from Challenger, absolutely fantastic. Rahel, not going to be caught by that one.
Yeah, and this turret is not long for this world. Demolish, maybe not even proc here, just barely does at the last possible second there. And it is Hextech's sole point here for D+. It spawns in 20 seconds here. They are going to send themselves back, grab some additional items here. The LDR is done for Rahel. Void Staff has been done for Showmaker for a while. And we're just looking at a team that is so difficult to crack right now, but also does massive amounts of damage. And I mean, 10,000 gold the lead, it's just too big to fail.
Yeah. And speaking of big things, Kanna is just very comfortable. He's got his Jack Show, you know, he's building towards his third item as this Gragas. And Kanna we used to talk about as the carry guy, but he's looking great on these tanks these days.
Yeah, he really is. You know, be it the Ornn, be it the Scion, or now the tank Gragas, he's done a great job. As just a really easy follow-up here from Canyon with the Heartbreaker. The cask is good, and the turnaround here, the attempt is nice, but Rahel reacts so quickly. You could see question mark pings split second before that happens. Like, be aware, he's hovering his finger on that one key, instantly reacts. Second great Gale Force from him to escape danger this game. And they will take the turret.
Yeah, you can hear him taking some orders there as well from the rest of his team, but looking pretty cool, calm, and collected here as the new addition to D+. Of course, if you guys are just joining us, or for anyone who doesn't know, Deft has COVID-19 right now, and he is just going to be staying at home. And so Rahel going to be playing instead. His effort's just barely going to miss that hook. Held my breath for a moment there just in case something needed to be said, but what I was going to say is that Canyon could have just killed 4 people if he had been hooked in there.
I mean, it's been a bit of a rough one for Effort. His item transformed very late. He doesn't have his mythic yet, so no Everfrost follow-up, even if he does connect. You know, he's got to be getting close to that with some of that passive gold. I mean, we're almost 25 minutes into this game, but, you know, very passive early game from him. And, you know, he wasn't able to get that knock-up at the initial chance that they had, like, super early in the game at, like, level 3. And that's where it felt like Effort's ability to really warp this game kind of ended. He hasn't really made a huge impact, and this may be his first career loss on the Blitzcrank. He hasn't played in so long.
Yeah. It's looking like any other outcome would be very surprising, Wolf, but it was, you know, it was Dom 1 then, D+ Kia now, that caused me to lose my hair on bets of similar magnitude, so I'm just not going to do it. Thankfully, it's, you know, not Peanut. It has the ability to sometimes figure it out against Canyon. Umpty used to have that power, and it's no longer really there. We have
Peanut, he just figures out how to change the game state in a positive or negative way sometimes.
You just never know what you're going to get.
He will be super clutch, or there will be a lot of criticism of decisions he made in a late game scenario around an objective. But he's not in this game, as you say, and Everfrost is picked up for Effort now. Again, just not necessarily going to be what changes this game, you know, and Everfrost stronger the earlier you get it.
And we have to also talk about like some of the stats that Rahel had in Challenger, right? Like, this is a guy that was doing 35% of his team's damage on a team with carries everywhere. Like, D+ had a roster that were, like, their top side is the best in the league by a decent margin. His damage per minute is 836 on average.
Showmaker also gets that break there on the Banshee's Veil, as well as scouts the brush at the same time. And yeah, you mentioned that he's also 4-0 on the Aphelios. It's his most played this season.
I think it's his most played all time as well. I think he's just played a lot of Aphelios in his days.
And he's just a really good player, and he's showing it here once again.
Yeah. Well, they're going to break open this inhibitor turret, bro. You might want to stop them from tearing your house down. Canyon making it a little bit difficult for them to get on over. As the Baron up and available, and now with the front door now standing well and truly ajar, should be an opportunity for them to get over here as Ivory going to find Canna, or has Canna found Ivory, or is Canna just not really phased by anything? I think it might be the last option.
Yeah, I think Kana is just, he's in the zone right now.
Yeah, he's in the barrel.
I mean, his positioning of his barrels here to prevent the rest of the team from coming over are really nice. Flank from Ivory here.
Yeah, let's see what Effort can find. He's not going to be able to find anything in Canyon. He nails the smite. It is Umpty getting into the pit, so they do manage to make it a 50-50, but it's not going to work out. No Arctic Assault to come through there. Canyon has one as he heart breaks over. Ivory does still have the Banshee's Veil, but no longer does so, as there's a Heartbreaker to close the gap. The flash comes out. There is Canyon. He's flashing forward. I thought we were giving Rahel this one, but I think Canyon, the one-man show, is probably the guy that's going to get there. He says, nah, don't really feel like being Blitzcrank today. And he does go down, but the game is now over.
Yeah, the Nexus, I think, also will go down, Atlas. And
look at Kellen. He's just like, Hannah, no, I prefer it if you did not defend your base. No.
And where's the Nexus pull? Pull me, Nexus.
Please,
pull me, Nexus.
Kill the Nexus. Ah, he keeps himself alive. I'm giving POG to Kellen. If I had a vote, there it goes.
You know, as much as it was a great performance and some really nice gale forces for Rahel, I think it was the team solidly protecting him across the way. And the top two for me are going to be Canyon and Kana. I put the vote in Canyon's column at the end of the day, but this team looked so clean when they were just saying, all right, we got the new guy in here. We're going to protect him. He's going to be Aphelios. He's going to do a great job. And this is just clean play overall from D+ Kia. I think that some of the attempts that we saw from OK Savings Bank Breon to try to flip those objectives were pretty well coordinated, but they were just too far behind for it to really matter. If they got a miracle steal, it might have given them an opportunity to get one more team fight, for example. But the real problem is the early game that went very poorly for this squad that had a composition that needed to have a strong mid game with the Renekton Ahri and the Blitzcrank. They just came up empty.
Yeah, they really did. I just think it's hats off to the man that we just saw the slow zoom in on there. I think Rahel
Look at Morgan's damage.
Fantastic game. And yeah, Canyon topping damage in the entire game. It's like the Canyon versus Morgan show. Kind of the main characters for their team these days, I guess you could say. But it doesn't really tell the whole story in this damage graph. It's more about D+ having the majority of the control. I think the bottom side isn't represented very well outside of the fact that the enemy Zeri did 5,000 damage or something like that. Was really held down. It's now time for a short break, ladies and gentlemen. The space will break down that game number 1, and we will be back for game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
야, 빼자. 선 봐야 돼, 선 봐야 돼. 안 봐야 돼. 상대 나 뛰지 마, 뛰지 마. 바로 찔러봐. 뭐, 먹겠다.
가도 돼요, 선 가도 돼요.
바텀? 너텔 되긴 해. 용 나오긴 해. 바텀이 형 사용감이 야, 곰보야. 어? 괜찮을 것 같은데? 끝내면 하겠는데? 야, 바텀 텔 탔어. 형, 그렇지, 그래 생각. 하면 끝낼 듯? 그냥, 그러면 이길 듯? 오케이. 앞에만 지키자. 야, 곰보, 좋아. 알아서 해라. 야, 곰보 붙어줄게. 가보자. 곰보 붙어줄게. 가보자. 일단 가야 돼, 가야 돼. 가야 돼, 가야 돼. 도망가야 돼, 도망가야 돼. 가야 돼, 싸워야 돼. 집중할게. 도망가야 돼.
아, 근데 나 뭐하냐.
뭐 했는데? 나 바로 쳤어. 바로 갑자기 피 없어짐. 인성아 뭐해? 인성이 바로 쳤어? 뭐해?
홀플 레전.
아, 지금 우리 끝내줘. 우리 장난이야? 끝내. 오케이.
Forcing them away from the farm here as the wave crashes. Canyon has to come down now. Ooh, hook going wide there. Well, hoping for a different juke as in goes Canyon. Oh my goodness! That is a journey you can go on as the sky descends on top of the cool kids as Closer having to run away now, and Showmaker just says, nope, that's no more winning for you. Getting culled momentarily as he will get knocked up as well. Finally, we do. Oh my god, the damage! Okay, Aurelian Soul, you need to chill out for a moment because I was trying to play-by-play something else, and then Showmaker just comes in and kills everyone. Kyle, he's gonna die. It's a bit of an afterthought as that was like one tick of breathing.
Rex are doing a decent job with their Elder, or rather their Baron buff, as Yahoo really playing with fire here. As he is going to get knocked up and pulled all the way through the wall. That's going to be Spirit Rush. He goes into the tower as now he is just on the run. I don't know if he's getting out of this one as, yeah, flash in from Dudu. And down goes Yahoo. As in the backline, Dudu's getting chunked as well. DRX trying to stay alive here in this game, and they might just be able to, unless Dudu has something to say about it, as he will take down Product at the end of the the day. Youngjae will just not die as they don't quite have the damage. So many low health bars though, as Krako and Yehu trying to take out Kasate, but it's literally impossible! You cannot take the Kasate out of the game, as they will try now. They are so close, a couple more hits, but no, it will not happen! And Yehu just barely with the
He's dead!
Not able to keep him alive.
Did Zeus have to dive? No, probably not.
Is that inner turret top, inner turret mid for Zeus and Ronaldo?
Well, yeah.
Well, I think the Zeri might be dead. He's going to survive for a bit longer, but nope, that's a cat dead as well. As now Zeka, he walked a little too close and he's going to have to flash. Get himself out of the way. Congratulations on the outer turret. I don't think Harmon Life Esports really like the trade.
Reports are back. It was, in fact, not worth on the extended play.
Ah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm really glad someone did that calculation. I wasn't prepared.
Well, no.
Well, they're just going to say thank you very much for the leash, I guess. They look to get this one started. Faker with his stun ready. That is going to be Cloud going to T1. Genji wanting to get them on the rotation. As Chovy Pop Blossom, he's gonna find them all, and there goes the jungler and Gumayushi. Can't cash in another one. Oh, it's a disaster, and Genji are now going to be able to find this turret. They do have to light over the wall. Chovy. It's not necessarily a flanking Melio. It's not really a thing.
That ward is huge. Spots out Chovy. Keria does not find a hook on him. That would have been massive.
All right, Doran threatening the counter-strike. Here it is, just to guarantee the Drake. That is Hex Tech Soul. And the Nature's Grasp also doing a fair bit of work. Doran going down extraordinarily low, but Paige, he's the main character of this one. It's a hook. He's going to connect onto Paige somehow, but he stays alive. It's not enough. He flashes. It's a Quadra. It could be the pentakill because of Give it to him. Oh, there it is. The pentakill for Paige. Nerf Zeri, but man, this guy is good.
대전, my city.
Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
Welcome back to the space after this first game, and guys, sorry to break it to you, it feels like the big upset, the Gigacha upset from Bro is not gonna happen today, unfortunately. To the surprise of everyone, of course.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
You can't Bro leave it.
Yeah.
Shocked and dismayed,
Yeah.
honestly. But yeah, I mean that game was a bit rough.
It is rough.
Yeah.
It is rough, especially when you consider the fact that D plus Kia, Deft is out, Rahel has to be subbed in. I was wondering if they would try something specific, especially in the bot lane with this angle, but let's talk about the draft to see what the Bros went with here. And guys, what did you think of this approach? Again, knowing that the main ADC is not here.
So I think, like the way I look at the drafts is D+, aside from the Lulu, which we don't see as much, but it kind of fills a similar spot to what the other support enchanters do. This is like such a bog standard draft in this meta, right? With Ahri, Viego, Gragas top, Aphelios plus Enchanter bot lane. And then Brion have this composition that needs to be a little bit more aggressive, right? You need the momentum for the Blitzcrank. You have Renekton, Sejuani, which is a strong top jungle. The only thing I was really concerned about was the Annie Ahri matchup, which we saw was a bit of a struggle. But the problem is, with this sort of composition, you need to be very active at setting the pace of the game, because if you just play it out slowly, you will eventually lose. And Brion aren't a team who are necessarily best at like setting the pace of the game unless it's extremely slow.
Both drafts, very playable, very good. But Brion, they had to do stuff, but instead they got behind like 3,000 gold in the lane before anything happened. So there was plates going down, there was CS diffs pretty much everywhere. So this kind of was just like a team diff. The draft was what it was, but it didn't really end up mattering too much.
I want to spend a bit more time talking about the players that were subbed in today. First, Rahel on the side of D plus Kia. Valdez, you know him, of course, from Challenges. We saw him as well last year in the LCK. He was subbed in at some point. 35% of his team's damage in the Challenges League. Mostly Aphelios, which makes sense because he's meta. So good thing he was on the champion today, but talk me through what we know from him and what is specific about this player.
I feel like especially here in 2023, he's had a big upswing. I think that over the last couple of years, he was kind of struggling and wasn't necessarily, like Atlas was saying on the cast, like he's surrounded by so many carries on that team. They have Thanatos, they have Lucid, they have Polbay, like so many guys that are so good in their respective roles, but he was just kind of doing his own thing, but now he's really started to pop off here in 2023, and I think you put him on comfort, as you mentioned, Aphelios, he just looked awesome. Like he was just really great. There was not a lot of pressure on him, full comfort, and he was able to play his game.
Yeah, it's interesting to see this new kid showing up to the big stage, not having the best synergy you could imagine with the team and popping off so much. I want to focus on the game itself, and especially the first highlight we have, which is the Herald fight. And here we see D plus Kia getting ready. Bro is trying to reposition around them, maybe to get back at them. But Ox, talk me through what happened here and what didn't go so well for Bro.
Yeah, so it's actually initially a decent start. Ivory getting the charm and the Showmaker, but then he burns all 3 ult charges to try and finish him off, but he has no cooldowns. So now your Ari's got no ult charges. You said Sejuani dies because the rest of D plus were in position to follow up. And then you see Brion really hard forcing to try and chase down this Annie. But the Annie's irrelevant, right? Showmaker's already done his job. He's used his cooldowns, and the rest of the team are in position to sweep up there. So despite like the initial charm coming out being good, the aftermath was all favor to D plus. And then, I mean, this is just devastating when that can happen.
It's just what you're giving away way too much, as you mentioned. Like, this is a problem with Brion. They really need to focus on their team fighting. It's been very messy. It's been all over the place. It feels like their communication is not there, and they really need to try to turn something around.
Second highlight, maybe, then the Baron fight here. And yeah, they keep on fighting, they keep on trying, but it's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point, the game was already in a pretty rough position. But I just feel like this is one where we can really highlight D+. Canyon obviously getting quite low in this situation. He gets grabbed. The great ult from Kellen to give him that extra HP before he goes over the wall. And then he's just able to skirmish his way out on this Viego. And honestly, we've seen so much Viego since it was released. We've seen him be nerfed again and again, changed a little bit. He's not as strong as he was on release. But Canyon honestly brought me back to those times, just popping off in this game.
Yeah, he had a fun time. And before the first highlight, it was like a 3,000 gold diff. At that point, it was like 7 or 8. So again, like these fights, not even on.
Yeah, difficult talking about games like this and situations like this, of course. Let's take a look at the player of the game here and reveal who we chose here. Who did we choose on this side?
Yeah, we went for Canyon.
Yeah. Canyon?
Which I think is a pretty safe bet, honestly.
Is Canyon, the player of the game, and it is, of course, on Viego, a champion that we rated as a bait pick coming into this week. But again, here he had a easy game, I would say, as a jungle.
Yeah, all you have to do is just play this well and be able to comfortably play every single champion you possess, and you know, Viego. I am joking. I do think Viego's a solid pick, and I think it made sense here. But yeah, Canyon had a pretty monstrous game. I do feel like several members of the rest of the team, Showmaker had a good game. Kellen in particular, I think, had a really strong performance from lane to also what he was setting up in team fights. But I think Canyon was kind of just dunking on OK Brion.
Yeah, he kind of made it look more one-sided than any other player. So I feel like he was really good at bullying the other members on the Rift. And you know, I say it in jest. You know, it's rough on the side of OK Man Brion. As we do have a couple of votes elsewhere, you know, I like the shout out for Rahel as well. Like his kiting, his comfort, all really good. And of course, Showmaker pressed his R button a bunch of times.
Going into the next game, any hope we can have? Okay, you know what? I'm not even going to ask you. We'll see what the casters think about this, and if OK Bro can make the miracle happen in game 2. Take it away, guys.
Look, I'm not super hopeful, if I was to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Any copium from you, Wolf?
I was just going to say, look, Lar, I mean, I know it's only been like a week and a half of LCK for you, but sometimes upsets happen in the LCK, and for Bro in the past, like when it was Frederick Brion, it happened a lot. But usually, you know, when you have a top team against a weaker team, sometimes you just have these one-sided ones. And I think they especially happen in the early parts of the season where fundamentals for the stronger team shine through and some roster adjustments, in this case, a substitution, a call-up from Ivory. They just haven't gelled together just yet. And I think it's going to take a lot more than changing up the draft here to fix this one.
There's the DK Challenger squad.
Yeah, they're all hanging out. Except Rahel.
Yeah, I want to know. Well, he's somewhat...
he's busy at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit busy, but here to support Rahel. I think that's actually so incredibly cute. So there's 3 of them at least. I think one just sitting aside. But Lucid there to the right. Hopefully he's all right. That little cough there is always a little bit dangerous, but I think he's A-okay. Clear.
I think he's okay.
Yeah.
They've all been tested, of course, and
also the rest of the team are actually wearing masks and not going to be doing fist bumps and stuff after the game is over, just in case, to make sure that everyone stays as safe as possible. Not necessarily regulation yet, but making sure that they stay safe, and that is definitely great news. So hopefully Deft is okay, and then we don't have to talk about this stuff anymore when it comes to D+ gear. But let's jump into the draft here for game number 2. Bro on the blue side this time. Maybe that means that they can find something, or maybe it means that DK with counterpick is going to do something even more scary. We'll just have to see.
Just have to see, but again, like I said, the draft I thought for OK Savings Break Brion was not ideal. Because of the Zeri pick that kind of desynced from the rest of the comp. But fixing the draft is not going to fix the playstyle, right? As they will actually ban themselves the Blitzcrank this time around.
Melio first pick potential.
Does feel like we might potentially be seeing that here. And this means that they can leave Yuumi open and then look for the Yuumi first pick if the Melio is banned by D+ here. So just banning something like a Draven or a Lucian here, I feel like feels fairly safe as a throwaway ban. Cassante also, still open. Another strong ban here against Kana. Let's see which one D+ is going to go with.
I actually really like the Cassante ban because it allows you to draft these compositions that play around the jungler really effectively. So eliminating that one is going to be important. As now, final ban here, D+ here. Showmaker, what are you going to be taking away from Bro? Melio, Yuumi, Zeri, all of these things are still up and available. I think if you ban the Zeri, then maybe you're having a good time, but instead, Annie going to be removed. DK giving a lot of credence to the good old Annie coming through from that mid lane, having first picked it in the last game. Melio going to be the one snapped up, and that's what the Blitzcrank ban did kind of give away. So Zeri Yuumi, I guess.
Now, the Zeri Yuumi will struggle in lane a little bit. I actually think that given how D+ plays and how good Rahel is on the Aphelios, I thought we might actually see them try to attempt it. They will not, and it will be the Zeri Yuumi. They're going to pick up the Ahri first here, and this is going to draw potentially some Viego bans, or just one singular Viego ban in that second ban phase. Aphelios coming out here. It's still a very strong lane, and the Azir will be picked up for Ivory here into the Ahri, so trying to get a little bit of lane prio, a little bit of mid-game teamfight power. And obviously the scaling we saw in the T1 series earlier showcases that, yes, the buffs have come through in a big way.
It bothers me though, Wolf, because why would you put Karas down if you're going to play Azir?
I mean, I'm not reading into that even a little bit at this point. You know, you got to do what you got to do in these drafts. I think Brion are not making these choices based on Azir's strength at the moment.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It just feels weird, doesn't it? It feels
a little bit unlucky, but at the end of the day, I mean, we will see how Ivory performs on the Azir because Karas, even though he picked it, did not. So a ban on this Poppy now, taking that one away, and Viego, of course, was 100% going to be banned here. The Vi is already gone, so you're not worried about those really strong junglers that have great synergy with the Ahri.
Yep. Still a few choices, right? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Canyon just locks in Lee Sin R4. Because, you know, you've got a game lead. You may as well have a good time. We know that Canyon's Lee Sin is one of the greatest in the world. I still talk about that play on the top side of the map every single time we mention it. I mean, Gragas going to be banned away as well.
Sion seems like a really strong ban here, even though it's Zeri Yuumi. In terms of the level 1, you're not as worried about it, but it's a pick that can be flexed here. Volibear, another strong, easy lockdown champion that can punish the push here from the Aphelios Melio.
Yep.
And it'll just be
also
Renekton
negate
instead.
Emperor's Divide quite nicely with the Volibear.
Yeah. Renekton just going to come through here as a lockdown champion, a backline access champion. Has been so strong so far here today in the LCK. Not always turning up with wins, but you could see the single target blow up is very strong. Even though Morgan didn't have the greatest game of it in the previous set, he did the most damage on the team and also was able to threaten Rahel multiple times. So definitely feeling the buffs a little bit here. Sejuani will be the jungle of choice. The question is now, what's going to be played into the Renekton? Gragas was banned away.
Yep, quite a few choices. Effort needs to get through Susan Hover first.
Yeah.
Could just lock away Jax for the Jax-Sejuani synergy, and it looks like that's where Morgan is heading at this point in time.
Yeah, going to be strong in the side lanes later on. So the question becomes, what's Canyon going to play here with this Renekton Ahri? Would love to see an Italy game. Would feel like just the end to this series that we potentially need here. I don't think we will, unfortunately, but
I feel Kindred. I don't know why.
I mean, I think Kindred's really strong here.
Oh, into Azir it feels bad. So maybe maybe just the Kazakhs or something.
Okay, it's going to be the Sion. Maybe? Nah, he's teasing us. I thought perhaps we'd see a Sion on R4 to see like what Brion's reaction would be, since they could, of course, flex it and the jungle pick. Kha'Zix, he's going to feel amazing here because he can outfarm the Sejuani in the early game. He can also punish the Aphelios Melio push very easily. And if Ahri gets Prio, which should not happen, like if Showmaker outlanes Ivory and he gets an early control of the lane, then that Melio pick just feels so worthless in the early parts of the game where he is strongest, especially into any Yuumi matchup. So the extra range he's going to have with Calirum, that push and that poke is where the focal point needs to be for Brion early. Then we need to see some early control on either the Drake or the Herald. The Drake, the easier one to pull off, obviously, with that bottom side Prio. You have the easier mid. And this is a style of composition, the evergreen, quote-unquote, we used to call it for Bro in the past, where you try to play around early lane Prio and just get objectives and avoid fights. Maybe we'll see an earlier start for them in this game, or a start at all, to be frank.
Yeah.
Last game it was a bit absent.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, there we go.
As you can see, we've leveled up. The fan signs even know that we're moving into a bro meta. It's not here yet. It's not on this patch. They may not win this game, but it's going to get there. You know, that tortoise is on the way. Yeah, it will, hopefully. They do have pretty stock standard composition here on the side of D+ Gear. Certainly a little bit more aggression coming out from them. We'll have to see whether Ivory on this Azir can utilize it to good effect against the Ahri. We've seen it work out in our previous series. A lot on the shoulders of the new player here for Bro in this one. All right, here we are, loaded up and ready to go on the riff for game number 2. It's kind of pretty cool looking skin here. Morgan just doing the classic.
Wait, I didn't see which skin it was.
Which one?
The Renekton.
It was it's the chroma of the more metal, the metal one.
Oh, the like really, what's this one? It's the one. Is it Project Renekton?
It might be, yeah.
That's the one that I use. It's weird that I don't know the name of it, but
I'm pretty sure it's a one cost in TFT. Although I think the new set has come out, but I'm not entirely sure.
This won't show me again now. It was on the edge, but I'm gonna take a look. I'm sure we'll get a look at it later on. This matchup is really important for how this game is going to play out.
Yep, we'll have to see how much pressure Morgan can put on very early. Of course, Jax does have the leg up in the first couple of levels in that lane. So it might be an opportunity. You can see Morgan already standing very far forward to try and get as much pressure down as he possibly can, as the ward-off has begun.
Yeah.
And I believe it is Bro that have the advantage. You can see that their ward is going to time out a little bit earlier, so that means they saw D+ put their ward down. So that's a thing.
They both pinged the wards, as you can see, so picking up that extra gold. And yeah, it's going to be tough here in the early levels, especially once level 2 gets hit here for Henna and Effort. for this Yumi comp. They're just going in.
Kellen just lighting people on fire, I guess. Okay. We'll see whether Effort is going to hit that level 2, have access to the cozy campfire.
Just trying to trade some damage because he becomes untargetable, so even though it's an unfavorable trade in terms of the health bars here, Kellen himself will still be able to do a lot while he is attached. They use this Ignite for a little bit of tempo to actually get level 2 first, which is going to delay that extended range coming through here for the Milio. As Kana, yeah, he's a good Renekton player.
Yeah, he's played this one a few times. I was talking about the Lord's Renekton, and I didn't really want to talk about the fact that Kana was a very accomplished Renekton player because it takes away from our Lord, which I think is very important not to do. But yeah, no, Kana is very comfortable on this one.
Yeah, so it turns out he's played it a lot, he's very good at it. And it's very easy as long as you don't mess up the all-lanes. Okay, Ivory in trouble here.
Ooh, Charm just barely going to miss. Pings come out onto the Kha'Zix's location as well. As he's still going to dive forward, does find himself a W onto Ivory, but the Shifting Sand's going to be enough to get him to safety.
Oh man, look at that shield coming through from Kellen as well while detached. Kellen has always been a great Yuumi player, and even though I think some of the agency of Yuumi has been removed with her rework, so to speak, he's still going to be able to use her to block some of that damage here. Come over. Now, they did get level 2 first, but now level 3 is hit for Brion. But I mean, they essentially were able to wrestle control of this lane away with that tempo Ignite. They were, with a gank in mid, able to temporarily take away control here for Ivory, who has to back first. So these are two things I was talking about that Bro should have kind of by default in the early game that they didn't end up keeping for very long. Now, Henna and Effort do have this control, as mentioned, with the level 3 coming over first. But the back timing here allows for an early boots pickup here, and the Fairy Charm for Kellen, so they can continue to put the pressure on here in the lane. So not too much lost here, actually, on the side of this Zera Yuumi. And it's still early days. We're 4 minutes in, but I feel like D+ already showcasing they had a plan to deal with these early lanes.
Yep. Rahel and Kellen going to be able to surf their way towards this bottom side as this wave's crashing, as well as Canyon moving in, finds that there's a control ward in this brush. Not going to be able to get the gank fresh off the teleport onto Ivory.
See how scared,
devastating.
See how scared Ivory is after that last gank too. As soon as the Foxfire comes out, he's like, "Oh, I'm sliding back." He even had a control ward. He's just like, "I cannot afford to lose any more tempo in this game."
I think it's understandable as well, as Rahel and Kellen just fighting, doing a decent job. I like how often Kellen is disconnected from Rahel in this lane, because it makes Yuumi kind of look like a champion instead of just being frustrating and annoying. Which is kind of cool. Feels like an added level of honesty, I don't know. As Kana could be in a whole host of trouble here. Does manage to get the stun down, but there's Permafrost, and that is death. The Jack's going to pick up the kill, and that is fantastic here for Bro on this top side.
Yeah, it doesn't flash either. Not quite the performance we saw earlier on the Renekton.
Okay, well, Henner is going to get exhausted here as Rahel getting taken down very, very low. That was an odd situation. The back was cancelled, but capitalized on there by Bro in the end.
Yeah, so successful gank here for Umpty on the top side of the map. Kellen going to commit the exhaust, no ignite this time, as Umpty on a ward here. Kana just doesn't have any minions he could use to actually escape here. Decides he's going to go in for the W. The Permafrost and the follow-up knock-up prevent him from flashing away. So that's the end of him there. So unfortunately, just without a minion to double dash on, perhaps used his dash moments before, just no hope.
Nope. And pretty elementary stuff. Nicely done, though, from Bro to allow Morgan to get a bit of control back. As you can see, it is a CS advantage, at least slightly for Kana. So the Jack's going to be very happy to have that extra money, as it looks like Kana hasn't been perturbed. Still has a level 6 before Morgan, although Morgan does hit it now. And Rahel with shoes and a sword up against this Cull, but very even as far as the farm. And I thought that Milio and Aphelios would probably have a slight advantage in this lane just based on champions. But you can see Rahel and Kellen are doing a decent job staying even.
Yeah, I mean, Rahel and Kellen are just like, we're better than you straight up. We're going to actually continue to detach this Yuumi and try to put some harass on using the Ignite for tempo earlier. And now with the back here for effort, going to get back control so they can look for this first Drake here set up potentially. And I mentioned earlier that Canyon on this Kha'Zix could out-farm the Sejuani and go through the camps really quickly and clear them. sometimes that happens post 6 where you start to catch up, or rather start to pull ahead, and it kind of have to happen before depending on how much resources you put into your lanes, but he's been camping mid basically to allow Showmaker to have so much extra agency in the lane. And so, yeah, he's behind in farm, but it's been worth it as a back attempt, or stopping the back attempted. The Extendo B misses. Henna stays regardless.
Yep. Henna just going to have to realize that these minions are going to park themselves onto the turret. Doesn't want to miss out on the experience. It's Canyon starting off this first Drake. Going to be a Chemtech Drake, just one, so no Chemtech Rift this time around, with all of the fun extra plants and things like that involved. As Cannot just trying to hold on to his turret. Morgan does get himself a Demolish proc and isn't going to pick up the aggro, as Cannot just devastates these minions with his Q.
Yeah, times it well to get the cannon and staying even on CS. Now, Drake still not taken here. The Herald is spawning in 20. And you can see Morgan trying to set up a little bit more control around said Herald. Notice the vision all around here. Umpty even going to steal this red buff away. They have vision set up on the Tri-Brush there on Raptors, as well as in front of the Herald itself. Canyon is going to hit level 6 here, but will we see Brion hard commit now to this Herald over the Drake? I think it's way better for their composition to get this rather than try to go for the advantages here in terms of the Dragon. Will buy Rahel 5 minutes of extra time, but this is not a scaling battle that D+ wins by default. So getting that early gold, I think, very valuable, especially if it goes into either this Azir or the Jax. Kana coming over here for a late contest, but I think a little bit too late.
Yep, I think that Umpty's going to be absolutely fine taking this one away. Dragon going to be secured, and it's traded just 1-for-1 for that Rift Herald. Both of these junglers doing some decent work, but I think, like you say, definitely very good for Brion, who can now put more money into their Jax, more money into Henna if they would like to. Certainly a lot of options for where this Rift Herald can do a lot of good.
There's just so much good vision here for Brion in this game. You know, the whole map is kind of cut in half by their vision, and Umpty is taking a lot of Canyon's jungle away. He's being so aggressive here on this pick, and now, yes, Canyon is rotating over, but he may be able to get the jump here on Kana. Let's see if Kana flashes this time.
Yeah, Umpty going to turn up at exactly the same time as Canyon, as they are just going to look for it. Oh no! Over the edge of the cliff, but it doesn't seem to matter. Cannon's going to flash, but he's still going to go down. And despite missing the Glacial Prison, he's still going to get another kill, is Morgan.
Yeah, and they can just drop this Herald up here top side to get this Jax massively ahead. I mean, the thing is, he doesn't even necessarily need that money right now. With the 2 kills he's already picked up and the plate he will secure in Kana's absence, because it's 10 seconds on the respawn, no teleport, so he's going to get a plate at least here, I think, with this wave. No one to punish him. A level 6 Kha'Zix alone isn't going to get it done. Can try to stave off this pressure. All he needs to do is hit this once, so let the minions do their job. But man, Morgan in such a fantastic position on the Jax. We'll go for the Demolish.
Yeah, might be an extra plate here as Morgan looking for Canyon, but Canyon decides he wants to jump on top of him. There's another Ultra Flash, and he's isolated and dead. That's a solo kill for the Kha'Zix, and an overstep here for Morgan.
Oh, Morgan, it looked so cool for him for a moment there, but then he totally botches it, and once the Counter-Strike is down, Canyon's just like, okay, lol, and then flashes and kills him.
I think that's exactly what was going through his mind. Oh, man.
Oh,
yeah.
And it looked so good, and now it's still good here for the side of this Jax here. But you took all of your advantages. You wanted to get one more. You go for the Demolish and look to try to bait the Kha'Zix into Counter-Strike him, and then you throw a lot of those advantages away. And even though this is one of the Sejuani ults of all time, Kana is still caught here by the Permafrost, does not have the ability to flash until it's too late. And don't play the second part of the clip.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. That's all right. There is, yep. Counter-Strike goes down. There it is.
He just doesn't trigger it on him when he's on top because of the cloak. Yeah. And he's like, he said, what?
Yeah.
Like legit, he was just like, what?
Yeah, no, that's exactly the response that you suggested earlier.
Oh, man. I mean, I think Morgan could have played that so much better. He also could have just left.
Not played it. Yeah, I think not playing it was the way. You know, take your bag and move on, I think is the way to do it. As Kana still has to respect this Jax a lot, right? Like,
yeah. I mean,
he's still very far ahead.
We could see, obviously, that he was in Counter-Strike range, but Morgan couldn't, so, you know, it is what it is, man. It wasn't what the Lord should have been doing at that moment in time.
The Lord
I'll be blasphemous. I'll be blasphemous for a second, Atlas, and say, I don't think that was it.
The Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away, Wolf. That is, I think that is the original saying. We use it for everyone. As Morgan, once again, pushing another wave in.
A benevolent Lord. A benevolent Lord
Indeed.
for all.
This is the thing. He doesn't raise his taxes too high, you know. As he will take some plates. He does demand plates. And that is going to be addressed there. As now, Canyon going to send a Void Spike towards Umpty there. And kind of dealing with this wave. Should be okay this time around. As okay, we've got a Cozy Campfire here. As that's an ulti from Rahel. They're trying to battle with this red and white gun of Felios. And Henna's having none of it. That's a double kill. That is so easy.
This game is wild, Atlas. So
that was not on my bingo card.
That's just basically a 2v2. Now they're going to drop this Herald here as it nearly times out and try to get all these plates to Morgan. And Umpty's in the vicinity. There's nothing Canyon could do alone here. And Morgan has just picked up so much money. He's going to be so relevant in a side lane for the rest of this game.
Oh, well, that's another Glacial Prison. Not quite landing in the position that Umpty wanted it to. As Canyon will lose yet another chicken camp by the looks of things, unless he can win out on the Smite fight.
I'll be a positive caster and say at least Umpty's been in the right place at the right time for most of this game.
I mean, honestly, like, you can't fault Umpty. He does miss some ults, but like you say, he's jungling well.
He's jungling well, and obviously Canyon picked up that one gimme on the top side of the map, but beyond that, Umpty has kind of shut him down in a lot of ways. And this is unfortunately just an underestimate, or just, yeah, I guess an underestimation here from Rahel about what this damage output is. Red-white guns, has the ult from Milio, has the additional healing, and the Yuumi shield is just not going to compete with that, unfortunately, here. And that's that, man. And Henna's like, I'm ready to do it again. He's still got flash.
Now has Calibrum set up as well, so that extra range you could get from the campfire is going to be ever extended. As this Drake going to be started up by Umpty, and Bro in a much better position. Man, they are 4,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, all we had to say was, you know, any hope over there? Laura cut the analyst sausage. You know what? I'm not even going into it. We came back and we're like, sometimes it's just a 2-0. You know, sometimes the upsets don't happen. Sometimes Breon doesn't beat Damwon. Of course, with their updated names here. But tonight, it's looking fairly promising. There is a Zeri on the other side, and and with the Yuumi attached as well, we have seen crazier comebacks this season already. But this moment in time, it's a firm lead.
And is today, like, if D+ lose here, that's 4 Zeri losses in a row.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's wild.
That's catharsis right there. That feels magical.
Whoever makes the win streak, loss streak graphic is about to go, this is what I've always dreamed of.
This is my time. Yeah, no, it is a beautiful thing. However, it is not over yet.
No.
And the gold lead is by far not the insurmountable lead that we do see sometimes.
You know, if there's a team that doesn't push their advantages, it is one of the
Yeah.
Now, so far, they've been pushing it pretty hard. Full turret is going to be first brick. Going over to the Jax. You know, he is very strong. Looking to build a Hull Breaker here second. Going to be a huge threat. They pick up this Herald. Golf claps coming across the arena here for those OK Savings Bank Breon fans that have joined us today, because they show up every day. If you can't love Breon at the best, you know, or you can't love them at the worst, how can you love them at their best? But right now, in this game, we're in the best column.
Yeah.
One of the best games of the season out of them.
This is the type that you like, and sometimes, you know, like, hopefully all of the fans here also deserve it, 100%. Showmaker will find Ivory once again towards this bottom side. Everfrost is going to be used, breaks the crown, and otherwise not too much has happened. And honestly, Showmaker has had a pretty quiet game so far. Him and Ivory just trading farm.
He did a lot when Canyon was camping mid, but then since then, you know, there haven't really been very many team fights here. There's just been skirmishes that have been decided by this Jax and Sejuani duo. And then obviously the bottom side 2v2, which has nothing to do with Showmaker. So I think that there will be some agency for him when we get to some of these later fights here, especially this next Drake that is coming up. It's an Ocean Soul, so
yeah,
very relevant for both teams here.
Very pretty Rift as well, like this one.
True.
Extra brushes. Direct buff for Kha'Zix.
That's a Breon graph if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Just kind of slowly scale it forward, you know?
Honestly, it's going up a bit much for the Breon graphs that I've seen.
Yeah, the first half was, I guess, a little bit more broken. The second half. But
Yeah. But definitely an upgrade. It's an upgraded Bro graph, 100%. As Rahel got his cat back, Cat spent some time on the bug for a moment, as Henna with those guns again, making Rahel a little bit nervous, I could imagine, as he takes down that control ward. Trinity Force now done, but Henna is well on the way to item number 2, has his Gale Force already completed, as Umpty puts Shirley into this mid lane.
They're looking for a second turret here in mid. Henna's got so much money right now. Going for Kraken Slayer second, you have to imagine, and this is going to be the charge coming through, will be the entire turret. So Henna's got so much gold here. And I mean, right now as Rahel, you've got cleanse, so you feel okay against this Sejuani, but you're not okay stepping up to try to deny this charge. There's going to be a majority of that inner going down now. And I mean, look at Renekton here. The timing for Kana has definitely passed in terms of his relevance in this game to execute Henna. So how do these fights work if Milio's on top of Henna, if Umpty's on top of Henna? How do you actually delete this Aphelios that's getting bigger and bigger right now as D+? I mean, you have a Kha'Zix, you have a Renekton and an Ahri, so there are tools, but it might just be too far behind. I mean, we're looking at a 4,500 gold lead.
No, exactly. And if Ivory is in position to get Emperor's Divides and things like that, it's not just Henna that they have to worry about. It's this Azir that could also do a lot of work, especially if left unchecked. And Morgan is Jax.
He's breaking holes now, and this is where you also have to go, why? How many players does it take to kill Morgan or push him out of a side lane? So your macro is going to be warped. And Kha'Zix, yeah, he's like, oh, a Hullbreaker, that's like my passive in reverse. I want to be around the guy who's by himself, but he's not going to be doing very much damage to this Jax. So the Kha'Zix is chasing the Jax, the Ahri's trying to catch him. He's just going to take so much damage before he goes down. It's Everfrost, Banshee's Veil, Ahri too, so I mean, Morgan could basically hold on by himself against 3 people for a long time, and that really warps the map control that D+ are looking for to try to kill this Aphelios.
So much of this comes down to whether Rahel can carry, and that is a rough question to pose for a call-up here that is from the Challenger squad and not even the main character of the Challenger team as well. Had a great game in Game 1, though, and he made me a believer that they could get over the line. But now, 5,000 gold down against Bro here in Game number 2. It's looking a little bit rough as Morgan just field day continues. Yes, he died that one time, but I've well and truly forgotten it as he takes down the...
Yeah, imagine if he actually killed Canyon there or just decided to walk away, how much further ahead he'd be, in fact, which is...
That's true. That's
like... Ooh.
It's going to be a free Drake here for Bro. Yeah. No control of this area of the map for D+ Kia, and Canyon is just kind of lurking, waiting for someone to be out of position. But what he's forgotten, and maybe this was what Bro had on D+ all those times, is that Bro doesn't really walk anywhere.
No, they don't set up for objectives. They just kind of sit around the map. And right now, Morgan is like, well, I'm pushing bot. I'm going to get this turret, by the way, 3rd turret of the game. Oh, yeah, I have Hullbreaker. You guys can't deal with that? Okay. What are you going to do? Just camp on the other side of the map? I'm not going to that objective. It's not spawned yet. I'm not going to try to walk into a 20-minute Baron.
Oh,
we're not that far ahead.
Well, Umpty is going to be able to find Canyon, and in the end, Canyon was just kind of in park.
I mean, I really think that moment there for Canyon really showcases the lack of agency Kha'Zix is going to have for the rest of this game. You know, he's like, I hope somebody walks into this bush. Otherwise, you know, Crown Azir, Sejuani not feeling great. Hullbreaker Jackson aside. Ooh, and Aphelios with a lot of peel, and Emilio with Gale Force.
Yeah.
Probably not doing a whole lot. Now, if they were on an even game state or ahead, the Kha'Zix is great, right? But that is not the game state we're living in, so it's hide on bush, you know, and hope for the best.
Yeah, hope that effort face checks or something like that, I guess, and then hope that you can avoid the ultra fire kick. Yeah, not entirely sure, but still, Bro in firm control, and they have a composition that will stand the test of time. Especially their top side in comparison to that of D+ Kia, as you've mentioned many times. Kha'Zix does scale quite nicely, but not in the way that they really want to add cohesiveness to this composition. As Rahel will get his cap back, and Effort going to come down and give Henna a warm hug and allow him to continue his laning phase.
Yeah. And we're just going to have these kind of lull states between Drakes here, as Brionne are a team that often take advantages and then push some vision control and continue to side lane, but then just wait for Drakes to spawn. They very rarely start Baron and go, we're going to turn. That's not the kind of decisive play we usually see from this squad. Although, to be frank, especially when Jack says teleport, I think it's absolutely a viable option they should consider here because their Aphelios has a Kraken Slayer. They do have a lot of damage output here. It's, you know, no Leandri's Azir or anything like that, but I think that with the lead they have, they could turn so easily here. And you know what? They're just going to play it their own way.
Yep.
We're going to do a little bro and brew and all that, but
yeah.
I mean, this does give a chance for Zeri to farm it up. And, you know, this game is not over by any means. It's just a huge lead.
It is definitely slow, and as the game progresses, like, it's... all right, well, Canyon is going to be fine because he gets to go invisible, and he had his Edge of 9, so I guess he's K.
Hide on bush.
Wow! That's some boom boom.
Soak some ultimate.
Yeah.
It was some boom boom indeed.
That was almost some things. Well, we almost had things. I wasn't promised things.
No, and so you shall have none. That's one of Moridian's commandments.
Ah.
It is a bro game. You shall expect it as thus.
Yes. I need to read the scriptures one more time. Some of these are
There
really
may be a 4,000 gold lead, however, it will be 5 kills or less.
Well, there we go. We're right on the edge. We're dangling. And that is why Canyon wasn't allowed to die in that last scenario. So it all does make sense now.
Bro shouts macro. However, bro shout not force team fights.
Yeah, I was going to say. They also won't macro. They will just not risk anything. Ever. And now Canna is just catching these minions.
There will be much waiting.
But it is just one. And that's a Demolish proc. He's happily going to take that as Canna misses the cannon.
That's about as much action as you guys are going to get.
Oh, misses 2 minions in a row, and Jonas Strong's like, nah, cut it. We're getting away from him.
Okay, I mean, at this point, D+ is starting to feel a little bit frisky around this dragon. Like, maybe we actually clear some of this vision. We have a comp that does have serious pick potential with the Renekton and an Ahri. If somebody overextends, we can pull the trigger here while in the time it takes Jax to teleport. So now that Khan is showing, I think that's a little bit less likely here, but D+ have been able to take a lot of that vision away. They have full vision around the Baron pit now.
Yep.
Not within it, but still they have Prio here in mid. And that's about all I'm going to say. I'll come back to me in 35 seconds when that dragon spawns.
All right, I will. Thank you very much, Wolf, for the update.
I'll see you guys later.
What's happened now is Umpty is face-checking a brush. He will Arctically Assault over the wall, and that will conclude any sort of action. There's a Kimpunk Chainsword being put together here by Canna.
About 1/8 of Henna's shield.
Whoa.
Chunked out.
That's absurd amounts of aggression being shown on Summoner's Rift here. It's not what we like to see in our mid-games. Is now Henna once again with these dangerous guns. And oh, Canyon, sorry, was just lurking in stealth. They managed to get a Ghost, a Flash, and a heal out from Bro. And man, that scared the heck out of me because I wasn't ready for anything to actually happen.
Good old Jonas Strong jump scares here at the LCK, but now Canyon does not have ultimate here, and Brianna like, okay, we lived, we're healing, I got Severum, and we got Emilio, so we're going to start the Baron.
Yep, and there is a charm that is going to go wide as in goes Ivory, finds nothing, gets the flash out of Rahel though, as Umpty tries to dive forward as well, but he's also going to have to flash. As now Showmaker's diving forward, Ivory goes golden, they get into the brush, and there is the kill, and it's one for the Zeri. Umpty going to follow suit as well as Canyon set up with the Q ready. Canna has to flash to get away from this massive Jax, but he's stopping the ability to teleport.
Oh, Ivory hasn't played with Morgan, he doesn't know the commandments, he doesn't know the Bro Creed. He went in, they went in,
yeah,
and it didn't work, and this is why they don't go in.
They went out, Morgan. And they went out quite well.
Yeah. Let's watch the moment when Bro decided this was when we go in. As Ivory's crown is broken, Shuffle goes through, great flash from Rahel, and Umpty's trapped himself on the wrong side of the Emperor's Divide and has to flash. And those two passages of play are the end of the fight. Showmaker got an easy chase here. Ivory's life is forfeit. Umpty will go down, and that is Baron over the side of D+ Kia.
Canna has found Henna, or has Henna and Morgan found Canyon? Canyon will go down, and there is the cat. They do manage to take the kill onto the Aphelios, though, and now Morgan could be in trouble, but no. Rahel is going to be able to get away. Oh, okay, so 1 for 1, 80 carry for Jungler, and that is... There was no Baron taken in that last battle, and Bro managed to secure the Ocean Drake.
They actually didn't take the Baron, and you know, they had a huge lead in that fight, took out the enemy jungler, and I thought for sure they have the damage to burst that down. They didn't have the Renekton there. As we actually see, they decided to come over here and try to contest the Drake. Are unsuccessful, and then Canyon loses out initially here. It is Rahel who picks up the kill and not Kellen, which looked like for a second Kellen picked it up, but luckily for the Zeri here, it is actually Rahel who picks it up as the gold lead has faded a little bit. But they contest Drake, but actually don't get it. So Bro get both Soul Point and D+ are Baronless.
Yeah, we'll see whether D+ can actually stop the next dragon, or whether we're just going to settle back down to a slightly alleviated gold advantage for Bro as we move ever closer towards infinity.
Yeah, the Lord's gold lead is
he has
nearly cresting 4,000.
Many thousands. In fact, the entire gold lead is Morgan. And so the fact that Canna stopped Morgan from being in the last team fight meant that it was actually even, and that's why it looked even.
Yeah.
Kind of nutty.
I mean, that and the failed Emperor's Divide and the follow-up ult from Umpty, but yeah.
Well, there's a charm onto Umpty here as he is going to Arctic Assault backwards. We need to rename that Q. Arctic
Flight.
Yeah, Arctic leaving. Arctic exit. Arctic something else. Canyon will see him, I believe. I think they did know that he was no.
Yeah, but he can't see with the control ward now. So.
Yeah. He was just trying to guess.
Yeah.
And it looked like he knew, but he didn't know. You know?
Kha'Zix always has that crouch about him where you're like, oh, he's ready to go.
Yeah. Maybe it's just the pounce. As Morgan has been able to get through this inner turret very comfortably. And is this the first turret? Yeah, this is the first turret. D+ gear.
There's a bit of crouching Kha'Zix, hidden Sejuani there.
Yeah.
Kana is not going to win these, so Morgan is just trying to push his luck here. And the funny thing is because they have to contest Baron right now, this is the power of Jax in the side lane. Because Brionne could start Baron if they actually commit to killing this Jax, Morgan is slowly wearing down this inhibitor turret. Like, that's the amount of edge he's trying to pull, and he can, of course, prevent Kana from teleporting with his Counter-Strike so easily that he's essentially saying, you guys have to lose slowly value in this side lane. The problem is that they've pretty much gotten all of the safe gold they can get out of this, so I'd rather see Jax try to get involved in team fights, much to the chagrin of Valdez, who hates team fight Jax, because he does have so much money. He has Azonias, he has playmaking potential here with the ultimates of the Sejuani and the Azir, so
I mean, they need him.
He's coming.
Because he is all of the gold lead, right? Bro, like, the fact that he is so strong is the way that they turn this around. Is
he's got to come, right? He's gonna show up to this one, right? TP from the Azir. He's still not coming.
Well, Morgan might teleport into this one.
Okay,
there he
goes.
is. They're going to start the teleport now. Extendo beam comes through. Rahel was slowed down for a moment there, as now the charm just going to be hit face first. Great Everfrost there as well as Umpty in a bit of trouble. Prowling projectile adding a bit of damage there as well, but looks like Bro will be okay. And DK get back towards this Baron. It is danger at this point in time as Morgan in this fight now. Level 17 on this Jax. He is absolutely massive. Half the health bar now on the Baron.
Great control wards here.
He gets knocked up and he's outside of the pit. Another Glacial Prison is going to go completely wide. As now Morgan is very far away from the rest of his team. DK could have pulled the trigger there, but they decide not to. As the cat is going to dive onto Rahel one more time.
All right, now D+ on the wrong side of the rift here, trying to recall, actually. No vision here, but if they get caught, this could be disastrous. Looks like they're going to get away with it, but look at the push here from Morgan. Well, thought he was going to push harder. Never mind. And I can't believe D+ actually just get to recall in the enemy jungle and get away with it. Now, if Brionne realized this, they have no vision, by the way, so for all they know, they could all still be there. If they realized this, they could have started up Baron and done anything, but unfortunately just not able to realize quickly enough. We just go back to where we were.
Yeah.
As you were.
Yep. In a game like this, Wolf, right, where you benefit from very short bursts of any sort of anything happening, I think Ocean Soul is probably the most valuable. Because then, when that thing happens to you, as
things are happening.
In good position as Effort, possibly caught out. Canyon has to flash, though. There's a control ward, and he's just taken down. Oh, man. Okay, Morgan looking for that flank angle. Finds Showmaker there as well, as Rahel is pretty scary.
Okay, if you're not going to do anything here, Brionne, you might get 2-0'd. You've got an opportunity. You've got to seize this.
They certainly do. Gravitum is going to connect, but now Canna is just standing in front of the Zeri. Does throw down the ultimate here as Umpty gets the Ocean Soul, and now Ivory is trying to fight him. He flashes, but he misses. Rahel not going to find that one. He stays alive for a decent amount of time, but it is not enough. And bro, this time they pull the trigger and they will win the fight. 6,000 gold, and they are looking for a Baron or maybe the end of the game.
The Kingslayers are back, Atlas. They are back in a big way. 6,000 gold, the advantage here. Thought about a Baron, and then somebody said, likely the General Umpty himself said, you know what? I think maybe we push to end. Now, Canyon has respawn here, but he's just a bug to splat.
Yeah, he certainly is. This is not the terrifying Viego from game number 1. This is the Bros. This is Morgan getting a massive lead and doing everything that he needs to win the game. You take that last 50 gold from the Nexus, my friend. It'll be Henna that collects that one. And bro will bring us to a third.
Okay, bro. Okay, man, bro. Okay, Savings Bank. Breon taking game 2. And you know what? A lot went wrong for Canyon in the early game and what was arguably his weakest game of the season. And he was even able to get that one punish kill onto Morgan when Morgan decided he was going to be benevolent in the top lane. But beyond that, we just really did not see a whole lot of this team working together. D+, that is, to look for picks, look for objectives, and they just allowed this Jax, who was extremely fed early, to take over the map. They got 3 turrets early, and while the defining moment of the game was probably that second kill picked up for Morgan on the top side of the map, Henna also picked up the double on the bottom side, and that's where you're like, okay, I've got this side lane threat, I've got this fed Aphelios, and Azir, who's got a Sejuani to back him up, even if Sejuani never hits ultimates. It's just an oppressive game against the Kazakhs that can't execute anyone. The Ahri can't get in. And you can see in the damage numbers here for everyone except Rahel that D+ just couldn't ever fight on their terms.
No, they definitely couldn't. And I think the most telling part of this game was Henna finding the 2v2 kill on that bottom side. You mentioned it just before, but I really think that does expose Rahel for not having the level of experience that they have. Also, just running into an Aphelios with red-white at that point in time was a very odd decision. Like to know as to why that did happen, but it looked very, very strange. So D+ here, back to the drawing board, back to a different side of the rift as well. But Bros strike back. Let's see whether they can get a third one here as we go to a short break, the space after, and then game 3.
올라와 얘들아 올라와 얘들아 싸움봐 대리부터 대리 넘겼어 대리 높을 나이스 미드 가자 얘들아 노공 미드 가자 이거 끝나 카이스밖에 없어 잘했다 나공 있어 끝나 얘들아 나공 있어 공 천천히 써볼래? 카이스 올 때 할게 그냥 노플이야 카이스 자 가볼까 이 플러스를 이긴 전예 샷 가보자 구원투수 못 쳐봐 얘들아 내가 탱할게 카이스가 뭔가 이상한 거 할 수 있으니까 야 라인 들어갈 건데 레이브 지켜 난 한번 뺄게 이제 근데 뭉쳐있으면 그거잖아 내가 이거 카이스팅 따라다니서 벤 10몇 줄게 탱해줘 나 탱해줘 너 존에 있잖아 탱해줘 타워만 몸대 뭐 안 돼도 돼 내가 이거 벤 10 빼놨어 쳐 이따가 그냥 내가 밀어낼게 끝내자 나이스 나 볼게 이거 잡아 안 되겠다 그냥 밀어 잘했어 나이스 다음 판 잘해보자 네 잘해볼게요 다음 판도 괜찮아 너무 잘했어
Welcome back to the LCK after the second game of this series. The Bros strike back as the Giga Chads they are, and I think this bench was not very bro leaving them before, so
Brendan both said this is absolutely gonna happen.
Okay, it was
Leon has a
relievers over here.
Yeah. It was the counter curse,
Absolutely.
actually. Anything to say for your defense, gentlemen?
You know, I feel like Brian played a slow game, but it worked partially because I really didn't like D+'s draft.
And let's talk about it then. Let's pull the draft right now, shall we? Casters were talking about the fact that Canyon didn't have the impact we thought he would on the Kazakhs. So talk me through what you didn't like here, Ox, and what you would have liked to see instead.
Yeah, so I think part of the problem is mid lane, it's Ahri into Azir, so you're not going to be able to find too much pressure there. Azir's pretty stable. Bot lane's a losing matchup, right? We've seen this matchup before where the Milio just has so much pressure in the 2v2. And then top lane where you have a Renekton, typically a pick you want to play for, give that strength. You lose the top jungle 2v2, and we saw them lose that because Kazakhs doesn't have that early impact. So in a game where Canyon really needs to find impact early in his lanes, you're playing a champion who wants to farm till 6, and I just think like the last two picks of Renekton Kazakhs really didn't fit in with the rest of the comp, and it kind of put them on the back foot, and as soon as those early ganks came out onto the top lane and the Renekton fell behind, it looked really bad.
It's definitely an issue. I think it's a draft that you can go for, and honestly, I feel like this game kind of came down to execution, but it's a risky one, right? As you were saying, like there's a lot of things that went wrong early game, and our first highlight is 24 minutes into the game, so we didn't quite get the Umpty gank, but I wanted to shout him out. He kind of like got the top lane ahead very well, and his timing was really good on that first gank, so got them off on the right foot.
Yeah, definitely. A really good early game, but you may wonder in a situation like this, when you're a team that's not used to winning that much, when you get put in the driver's seat, when you get ahead in the early game, and you don't know how to snowball the lead you're on. I know we were talking backstage about, hey, can they close out the game? Can they actually pull the victory here? And they didn't drop the ball here, and they got a comfortable early game leading into a comfortable mid game as well, up until this fight, I would say.
Yeah, I feel like it definitely felt like it was D+ trying to get back into the game, and it really felt like Brion were happy just playing along as it is, but they make a decision because D+ are like, right, we've gained an advantage there, we can go towards a dragon because the bot lane's chunked, but the sustain that comes out means that Brion can reposition around this Baron and set up for another fight opportunity.
Yeah, and at first it looks okay, but this was kind of a lackluster effort from Ivory, and it's rough because you've got Zeri, you've got Ahri. These are picks that will be great with their mobility to just stick around in fights for a long time. So the Azir, if you're not getting like either the healing ultimate or basically an ult when, you know, Spirit Rush is down, Flash is down, stuff like that, or when they're out of position or when they have engaged on you, you're not really going to have a lot of value on that ult. This Canyon, he barely survives, and DK, you know, this is the first fight after we had like a 20-minute span of nothing, where Bro was lulling us all into a little sense of, you know, falling asleep, and we had that moment where they kind of got caught out. DK kind of got a little bit there, but it wasn't really like a big swing too much. It was just the one kill and then the stoppage on the Baron.
Was there any opportunity for DK to come back with the draft they had? I mean, we know that the Kazakhs, when it doesn't get activated in the early game, it's really hard to bounce back, I feel.
Yeah, I think it's difficult because when Brion are split up, it's easy to find opportunities like the assassination potential. But as the game went on, like it happens in League of Legends, you group up more, and also the fact that they couldn't even play through sides well because Morgan was so strong. So it meant that when they came into team fights, you'd see Canyon trying to find that pick, the whole team would collapse, and then you've lost any opportunity of trying to take that. I think a comparison we can make is T1's first game of the day wasn't one-sided. It was really back and forth, but that comp gave them the late game insurance. They got to the 5v5s and they were comfortable. I just think D+'s comp was a lot harder to execute, especially when behind. Like the Renekton was just not a factor in this game.
Yeah, and to talk about this weekend, we could talk about the last highlight that we have selected here, as it is the winning fight for Bro. And guys, this is exactly what you were talking about. When you have a composition like this and you get behind, it's really hard to put this fight.
And Canyon, you know, he's on vision, tries to make a play, he gets caught. So that part is not great, right? It's not the end of the world, but it's not great. But they're really trying to stop them from taking this Ocean Soul. And DK say, okay, we can still win this fight. We have our Zeri in a great spot. Kanna's on the front, he's tanking. The Moonlight Vigil is down, but they lose the Ocean Soul. The teleport's coming in late. Kanna's already chunked out. This time, Ivory gets a nice ultimate. and is basically over from there. I personally think they didn't really need to force it there, especially after losing Canyon basically for free. And it just felt like DK were really out of sorts. They were forcing stuff. It didn't look great in this game.
They felt desperate in that situation. And the thing is, like, Ocean Soul is more impactful when you have tankier members on the team. It definitely does make a difference. But it's not like a game-ending Soul. Like, Hextech Soul is the one where it's like, okay, we have probably just lost here most of the time. But, like, you can still win against Ocean Soul, especially when you have picks like Kha'Zix that are so bursty.
All right, let's take a look at the player of the game here and see who deserves it the most. Which bro stands out here, and it is Morgan, of course. Set up the right way in the early game, of course, it's hard to stop a Jax when it's on such a good way.
Yeah, and I think a really good job setting up coming here from Umpty. I think in this matchup against the Renekton, if you find some momentum in it, it makes all the difference, and you really see him get that early advantage and start to just be such a massive threat in the side lane and in those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, he had a pretty decent laning phase. He had the one oopsie, and then he was kind of just in the side lane for a lot of it. It was pretty nice here in this last fight, you know, catching some members towards the end of it. But we went for Henna. I thought he had a big impact. It was good to see him popping off this time around. As 6 out of 10, you get a lot of jungle votes as well, and
the only one for Henna.
Yeah.
And
that I don't really get, but it is what it is.
Well, so far, the bro comes back here in this series. We'll see if they can close out this series, but so for now, back to the casters for game 3.
Thank you so much, everyone. Absolutely fantastic breakdown on the few parts of that game where things were happening. Things weren't happening for a lot of it, and that is exactly the way Bro wants it.
Yeah, I mean, I actually was kind of torn between voting for Umpty and voting for Morgan. I voted for Morgan in the end, but I think Umpty really gave Morgan the lead he had. It wasn't the flashiest game from Umpty, and he also missed a lot of his ultimates, so it was kind of a tricky one. I feel like Henna was a nice middle ground. I actually respect the vote from the space.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Vote.
I think there was, the bottom lane 2v2 certainly does stand out as far as being able to get big leads, but I think the storyline was about the Jackson Sejuani, and when Umpty missed every single ult, I don't think you can give it to him.
It was rough, but at the end of the day, we're going to a third game. D+ now do have blue side.
They do, and they are once again going to ban away the Maokai.
K'Sante gone as well.
Yep, Mao, K'Sante, and Vi were their bans. Nico, Melio, and Yuumi were the bans for Bro, but this time, the Annie is going to take that second slot. So,
I wonder how Brion feel about just banning Aphelios here and seeing what happens, because there's a lot of ways to warp this laning phase. Like, they could play Jinx, for example. There's a lot of ways to force things into the Yuumi. Like, you have Melio open. You could ban Melio here, but then they'll just get Yuumi. They can play Zeri Yuumi. So taking away the Aphelios feels like a bit of a crutch for Rahel in the series thus far. I wouldn't mind to see it here. They'll ban Blitzcrank, though, so we know what it means. So, like, oh, you're going to play Yuumi, we're going to play Melio, we're going to have the better laning phase. That's what Brion is banking on.
But how does that work? Because DK get to pick Melio away for free.
Yeah, they were banking on them picking the Yuumi. They did not. So,
but isn't that just... what?
I mean, I think that's exactly the thought process for them.
I hope it's not, because that's not good.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what the thought process is if you're banning Blitzcrank otherwise. So,
I agree.
Could have just banned Aphelios and done something else, but now you're like, ooh, we pick Aphelios into Melio Jinx, which is probably what's going to be the answer here from D+. We'll get the Azir for Ivory once again, which will hopefully for him give him some lane prio and control again against the Ahri that we expect. Annie is banned. There's only a few mid laners meta right now in this season on this patch. So, I mean, Lucian is an interesting choice. I thought that the Jinx was kind of a freebie here.
Yeah, you also, like, it is Rahel, and he has already shown the Lucian. He's pretty good on the champion. They will lock that one away now. And Lucian Melio is kind of terrifying. The extended range, the fact that you give him a warm hug and send him about his business and he does a bunch of work. As Sion going to be locked in, of course, a big old flex pick in multiple different lanes.
I really do not like the Yuumi here because, everything you just said plays into this even further, because you picked Yuumi into a lane that has prio. Like, okay, so Lucian Melio dunks on most lanes. You know, you could play the Lulu and give the Aphelios some survivability later on. When you pick Yuumi, you're just like, I'm losing lane for sure. And I also saw that they went Sion, so they might dive us if it's going to be jungle Sion, and we're still going to go for this.
Yeah.
I think it was not the play, and I think they're really going to suffer for it, especially in the laning phase.
It's just a very strange draft here from Bros so far. Maybe they know something that we don't, or something like that. Maybe I'm missing something here, but it really does feel like they elected to be on the back foot.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Like,
I think they were just really expecting D+ to prio the Yuumi over the Milio, and when that didn't happen, they were like, ooh.
Yeah.
That's not exactly what we expected, and
maybe I don't know. I don't want to go too far into the weeds.
Yeah, let's see how they finish this draft off, and then we can really tear it apart. So the Gnar ban here does kind of indicate a potential Gragas pick here in the top lane. Also great Renekton. Yeah, Renekton angle here. Jax also very strong if the Gnar is banned, but hard to pick Jax here when the Gragas is open. Again, because the Sion is flexible, right? So, you know, looks like it's going to be Sion top potentially, but I mean, even with a Gnar ban here, you know that Brionne is like, well, could be, could not be. Renekton is a safe call here. Morgan picks it up again.
It is, but it does mean that now Sion can very happily go into the top lane, and you can thin the jungle pool even further by picking. What was that champion that Canyon got POG on last time around? It was Viego, I think.
Yeah, that one was pretty good.
It was pretty good. That's Corki, okay. Showmaker, back to an old favorite here on the Corki.
Corki has been kind of popular in solo queue as a niche pick right now these days with the more scaling meta that we've moved towards. It is going to be a great insurance policy.
Corki is here.
Yeah. We're going back, but Gragas here means that it is probably going to be Sion jungle because I think the Sion is going to be so useful in those early levels for the Lucian Milio lane. Doesn't mean that it's not. It also could be Gragas jungle, so we'll have to wait and see. But Poppy is also going to be in the jungle.
Okay.
These drafts, or this last draft, has really kind of thrown us for a bit of a loop here in terms of what we are going to see and what we expect to be strong. Let's see if there's one more swap here, but I expect this Sion jungle. Gragas very safe into the Renekton. Corki into Azir. I think we've talked about that enough. We don't have to go into that any further. But it's the Lucian Prio in the bottom lane that D+ have their biggest edge with. Milio into Yuumi is Yuumi's worst nightmare and Milio's playground. If he's with a Draven, with a Lucian, with a Jinx, for example, that they could have picked otherwise, then it is just so hard to play the game. And when Sion doesn't have to drop waves to come down to the bottom side of the map and make plays, do it pre-6, can also do it post-6 with his ultimate. Diving that turret is just so easy to do, and to take away gold from the Aphelios is so easy to do that you expect massive advantages here. Then they have the Corki to scale into later on.
Really like wax on, wax off here on the broadcast. The fans do get a bit of a look in. Let's have a look at these drafts one more time. Showmaker back on an absolute old favorite. Canyon on a new one. As Canna back towards his old ways of just being a burly tank towards the top side of the map. On the bro side of things, Morgan on his Crocodile once again. Umpty on the Poppy is actually going to be very interesting here, and once again they can scale very nicely with a composition like this. But it looks to me like D+ here have actually got a cohesive comp this time. Let's see whether they can make it work. We go to the Rift for Game 3. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on to Summoner's Rift for the final game of the evening. D+ Kia, we thought they were going to run away with it after game number 1, but we said that about this team before. They are very good at game 1s, and then things can go wrong. Did happen when they faced off against, I believe it was Liv Sandbox last time around. Went to 3 games, surprisingly. Was it Liv Sandbox?
Was it Liv Sandbox? It was Nongshim, right?
Nongshim. Someone?
You're talking about Bro, right? For D+, it was DRX.
It was DRX.
As Kana is going to get found here, level 1.
Yep, he's just going to wander it out. He did the walking strategy to escape last time around. It worked out very well this time as well.
Yeah, we'll, of course, have to take a back here. Really nice pathing from Umpty to avoid vision to come over there and try to get an advantage. Won't ultimately be a massive deal. As you can see, he's coming back here with the minions.
Yep.
And
you were right. It was DRX.
Yeah, DRX was the one that went to 3 for D+, and Brion to 3 for Nongshim. They did end up losing that series, which was the beginning of us feeling very lackluster about their opportunities in this week, where they have 2 really tough opponents. But it's D+ they face today, and T1 they face later on this week. So a very tough start to the season for Brion. But to take a win like this would be massive in terms of what it does to the momentum. As, yeah, that's about all you could do is effort here at this level 1. And then Rahel and Kellen are going to try to push this through to get level 2 faster. And this lane is not easy to play because Milio offers both damage and range to this Lucian. And his passive allows the Lucian to do additional damage. So very strong start, of course, as it always is with the Milio pick.
Yep, nicely augments, similar to that of the Nami, but just a bit of a newer option here, with some numbers that are a little bit tuned. Henna going to catch this wave, though, and I have a feeling still going to be able to do the things that he wants to do. Once again, it's the Corgi here for Showmaker. We know that he loves this champion. He's played it a heck of a lot of times, as you can see here. As 29-28 is our Corgi versus Azir matchup. Oh, you guys, I'm sure you've been waiting with bated breath for the Corgi Azir to come back. Well, here it is.
It's been almost a year.
I know. We've been starving for our Corgi Azir.
Yeah. Well, you know, we've got enough time to make it permanent for Worlds, right? Like, it's still early enough to where we can really get this one rolling so we can have it for Worlds. That's what everybody wants. You know, Corgi always comes back for Worlds. We're just scaling early here at the LCK. Oh, we're getting the meta read like we didn't get at MSI very quickly. We're getting there, you know? Maybe that's the thing. But level 3 now hit, and that means the full kit online here for Kellen. The Campfire already working a treat here in the bottom lane. And I believe Kana, who had to go for the body slam first here in this lane, is sitting pretty here regardless, recovering very well. Has 0 points in Q, as you can see, actually double body slam to deal with this Renekton early.
Making sure that he can boop as much as possible. And needs to be able to take a drink just to get that health bar back in order. Canyon moving towards the river here. And so far it's been just clearing your camps and things like that. Both of our junglers have completed their full clear. And it looks like Canyon's just going to move over a ward towards the chickens as Ivory possibly in danger. As Umpty just going to move up. And he's like, well, I saw you on that ward. I will come and find you. And he did.
A little buckler toss going on.
Yeah, there we go. Some scuffling, some devastating blow, and things like that. I believe that's what the Q is called.
Less devastating in this case.
All wandering past slowly. Q missing. There we go. That's the action.
A little bit of a shuffle. Yeah.
Turret shot, I believe. There by Morgan.
And, yeah, bit of a slow early game here, but Rahel did get off, you know, a little bit of a cheater recall here, is able to buy some long swords, and we'll be able to catch this wave, and then once the Aphelios comes back, he's going to have a little bit of power. Ooh, that's really satisfying.
Yeah, that was very satisfying. I like that. I'm going to put that in my Dear Diary. That piercing light was almost as good as the Crescent Slash from... No, it's not Crescent Slash. That's one of the others. But it's Diana's Q.
The Q, yeah.
Yeah, when she finds a minion way.
It is a crescent-shaped slash. It's just not called that. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, no, it's Crescent something. Crescent Sweep. There were 3 Crescent abilities. Now one of them has turned into Crescent Guard, which is...
That's the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, Zin's ultimate. But it used to be Crescent Sweep. As okay, heroic charge, and that is Canna flashing away. Nicely done. But still, the flash after him from Morgan. They will lock down the Gragas.
The Lord at it again with Umpty. This duo of the franchise players for Brion once again finding advantages. Ivory going to teleport back to lane here.
I've seen this script before, and it was pretty good for Bro.
Yeah. Henna here in lane, you know, handling the pressure pretty well. As the Noon Quiver was picked up on the second back here for Rahel. See if he can find any pressure here, but right now, I mean... It's kind of coming up all Bro as he's trading this, or rather baiting this super hard, and they have a timing right before 6 here. Great flash from Kana, but Morgan is able to get out regardless, follows him with the flash of his own, away from turret.
Yep, and also the fact that Umpty was able to set up the Steadfast Presence as soon as the CC wore off, just to make sure that he had to flash and not body slam in order to get out of there. Really nicely done there by the jungler from Bro, who's now going to start off this first dragon of the game. Will be Hextech this time as Canyon sees exactly what's going on here. Only level 5, as is Umpty, so not going to be able to helicopter anyone away or anything like that, as now Ivory slowed down. Rockets are going to be in, as the flash has to be used. Canyon, he just can't start the train. Emperor's Divide comes through, and Canyon is just delivered. That is first blood to Henna.
And this is big. Second blood even.
Oh man, yes, true.
I'm just teasing you a little bit.
No, but I got overexcited. I forgot that Canna had already died.
Will he die again?
Well, he might.
Morgan does not have flash. Will he get that slice and dice? Nah, he's not going to get it. Unfortunately, the minion's a little bit too far away for him to set it up. He's on cooldown. But Atlas, I mean, the way that fight looked, it was really good for Bro because they have in his ear with ult here. It's not the timing of which Showmaker could come in with package that was nerfed. Speaking of Showmaker,
he's not going to get stunned into the wall as the Valkyrie going to be used relatively late. Knows that Emperor's Divide is on cooldown and therefore is going to be all right. But I like it. Umpty just testing the waters, getting in. This amount of aggression is like 11 times more than what we were seeing in the previous game, and definitely even more than that than what we were seeing in their other series.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is, like, Brionne are actually playing proactively around Umpty, and it feels like some of the more successful Brionne seasons we have seen with OK Savings Bank swapping it up here, bringing Ivory in. He finds a level 6 timing in that team fight, and it's just not a fight that D+ could take without package, without Sion having level 6, without having Prio. And now that Morgan has this lead, he's trying to push the envelope even further here, and once again, Umpty in the vicinity. And he wants that plate really badly. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it here with this wave, but he might, as Umpty's here to back him up.
Yeah, Control Ward goes down there for Canna to give him a little bit more security here, but he's not going to be able to defend this. I think the minions are going to deal with it very comfortably there. And yep, Morgan is going to collect his second plate for the laning phase.
And, I mean, the thing is, they would like to fight for this Herald, Brionne that is, but they already have so much map control here. They picked up a second plate for this Renekton, and they can kind of hover around this area. And look where Lucian is. Like, Rahel's like, oh, they're going to fight for this. I'm rotating over here. Whereas now, Hannah gets free time in the bottom lane. He has a kill, as you mentioned, picked up the BF sword here early. He's going to shove this wave in. I believe he has White Gun, too, so he should be able to pick up a plate or two. So you've got 2 plates.
He just ran out of White Gun ammo, so that is actually that's bad news for Bro, but still, he'll be able to pick up a plate at least.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets a plate or 2 here, plus Morgan picks up an additional plate here, who cares about Herald if you're just able to make it work? I mean, now 2 plates for the Aphelios. Solo, by the way, as the detach comes through from Effort. And Bro with a strong early game, good macro too. What team am I watching? As now level 6 for Canyon, he wants to come down for the punish.
Are we observing Ivory diff? Is that what we're experiencing here in our LCK?
I mean, kind of, I guess.
It's a crazy time to be alive as Showmaker going to be going back here, but they are going to lose out on this dragon. Still neutral for neutral. You will take that one.
It's Static Shiv the first time in the LCK. It's like how many days it's been since Static Shiv was bought.
I know. And by the way, legal now on this patch. It was re-enabled. Now, Renata does not make you kill your own minions and stuff like that when you get ulted.
Yeah,
He's not in this game, still wasn't allowed to be picked up.
I saw Freak post on a thread about this recently. This hero was recently fined, of course, for that debacle, saying that the bug is completely fixed and he was able to identify what the problem was, so it's not bugged with anything anymore. So we can all rest assured that this is completely normal. The only thing that's not normal about it is that it was removed from the game for a really long time and it's back now, just like Rod of Ages.
I mean, we were used to Static Shiv being removed.
It's legal, right? I was told it was legal.
Oh man, I was told too. I really maybe words need to be.
Oh god.
Okay, well,
I'm pretty sure this is for a different reason, Atlas.
I hope it is. I hope it is. We'll just have to see. Is there anything else that looks a little bit odd here?
Not that I can see.
Out of position.
I mean, there's a little bit of an aggressive play from Kana in the top lane, but
something's happening there as we're just going to hop out, check out some fans here as well.
It was you last time with the pause too, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
Oh, it's all about you making these things happen.
Maybe
I'm
it
gonna
is
put all the
actually
blame
my
on you.
fault. It might be my fault. But we might need to pause to check that out, to double check whether it's my fault.
So there was a list, of course, that was given to the players of all bugs that cannot be used. And
Ooh, I have it too.
I have the updated list, which is no longer it no longer has Static Shiv as a part of it, but we don't want to read them all out, of course, because some bugs haven't been fixed, and I don't want to share with the entire world things that people might break the game with online. But I can tell you the Static Shiv was not on the list for this week, so certainly...
I just want to see if there's anything that could be happening here.
Yeah, that's a good shout to verify. As we will have the official update from our referees shortly. You guys will see it on the screen once we have the details.
Not sure whether I can find it.
Shorky, that's a cool name for Showmaker's Corky.
Hey, there we go. That's almost like Corky and Showmaker mixed together. I think that's kind of cool. Still not entirely. So it is a Static Shiv issue. We'll see. Maybe it might have been like the animation was weird.
Okay,
right. So we paused because of the Static Shiv, but then we realized that actually it's fine.
All right, someone has to talk to these teams about like verifying what's going on. I hope that there's probably a warning issued for that pause, but either way, come on, guys! Like everybody except these teams seems to know what items are legal.
I think it was a pause, but I think maybe they just didn't know that it was legal again. So there we go.
All right, so it is fine actually. Oh. It's been a stressful season for Brian. I can imagine that, you want to make sure, and like maybe that the focal point after week 1 was not checking to see if Static Shiv was fixed.
Yeah, and everyone has access to the document as well, all of the teams, so they know exactly what is legal and what isn't. So should be armed with that information. So a little bit of homework needs to be done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
that one.
I'm not gonna say any more about it, but come on.
Yeah. There's a bit of a, I
mean, Umpty did have that one infamous Xin Shao pause where he was like, wait, what about my range?
Oh, no. Yeah, no, I don't want to remember that. My W didn't work. Yeah, well, like, yeah, it didn't quite work out. Still, teleport back here from Canna, who is very far behind in this lane. The Renekton working out exactly the way it should in this top side this time. Probably the best it has all series. As I say that, I may have cast a Cursed Our Lord, who will flash, but there's the flash body slam. Bomber comes through as well. And oh man, there is too much CC, but there is not a lot of damage. As now Morgan is sliced and diced and just gone for the 1v2, but the fully charged Q comes in. Morgan has another one, and man, they worked for it. Oh, and D+ Kia will be able to pick that one up.
He almost had his Gore Drinker back too. Like, he almost lived a little bit longer as here comes Umpty.
All right, Umpty's gonna get pushed back there as they look to try and isolate Rahel, and they will be able to succeed. Showmaker teleports in, and now looking for Umpty, doesn't get there. Prowling Projectile actually doing well.
I mean,
he can't get through.
We can criticize the ultimates from Umpty in Game 2, but beyond that, both his Game 2 and Game 3 performances have been really good. He's been exactly where he needs to be, and he's making a cross map here on the bottom side of the map to actually then push the support away so they can actually grab a kill here. And it's the Aphelios that has 2 kills again. Henna capitalizing in a big way. So Renekton is just so sustainable here. Flashes, but then of course is cast here, caught by this big Q. The ultimate comes through, gets the heal from that, gets the empowered W, then saves his dash here, looks for the second one, is knocked up here. One more Q comes through. He's looking, okay, gotta get one more Q here for the heal. Not quite, his Gore Drinker is also almost back up, but he does go down. Then Umpty, who's on the opposite side of the map here, is like, well, Canyon's top side, let's see what we can do. Ults the Emilio away, and then Rahel is just out of luck. They commit the teleport, but it's too slow to save the play.
Yeah, Umpty also tanking the turret the entire time, so there is just nothing that they can really do about it. Umpty moves away, everything's going to be all right there for Bro. So really nicely dove towards the bottom side, and once again, it's over 1,000 gold in the lead for OK Savings Bank Brion. You can see it represented here in the gold graph. And it's not even that D+ are playing badly, it's Bro are just playing better.
And proactively, which is just not always what we could say. And there were times where we'd be like, oh man, Umpty, his early game is nuts. Like for a while, we were loving his early game. Like in the Lilia meta.
Be, like, if you watch the first 15 minutes of a Bro game, you're like, damn, this team's good. And then it just kind of fell away from there.
Yeah, and like his Xin Zhao in the Lilia meta, who was very good. His Lee Sin was kind of hit or miss, but in the good games, you were like, whoa.
Yeah.
But But in this series, in games 2 and 3, he's just been so impactful. And the fact that they have a Azir that's now ahead, 2 plates up, a Aphelios who got 2 kills early here has picked up an early Gale Force into the Milio Lucian lane that should have had so much control here is just amazing. It's better than you could have ever hoped for if you're a Bro fan. And the game is not over by any means, but it's such a nice lead now, plus the early Drake.
And Canyon, speaking of another Drake, he has started this cloud up as Ivory possibly in trouble. Showmaker throwing rockets at him, and now they'll have control of the river. Going to be difficult for Ivory to get back, but he does have teleport. Might be their opportunity as now Henna. Decent CC guns as Umpty just walks in and steals it. All right. Okay, Umpty. That's some incredible smite work as Ivory's teleported forward. There's the final chapter. The package is going to split the fight as Henna flashes on over, and Showmaker, he has to flash as well. Valkyrie gonna be available, and oh my goodness, on a sliver of health. Showmaker will survive just barely. The dragon doesn't survive, but everybody else does.
It's going to be Ocean Soul again here, which is actually really important for both of these teams. And when you consider the Corki poke here, as well as the Leandri's poke coming out from Ivory, it is actually going to be very important for these neutral fights when we get to the later parts of the game. But Brion, with so much control at the beginning of this fight, the Valkyrie comes in, or rather the package, that is to say, comes in so late here, and it's almost able to cut Henna off, but he's got a good flash. And Showmaker narrowly escapes with his life, but they lose the Drake, and Ivory picks up even more gold here. Those plates he picked up earlier, now he's taken down the top turret. And sometimes a change like this is all you need to get the atmosphere of your team back right. And I gotta say, this is a different Bro than I thought we were gonna be seeing today at any stage. And after game 1, I was like, there's just absolutely no way we see this team return to form this week. It's a tough schedule, but glad to be wrong. I think all Giga Chads in the chat are as well. As Umpty ults here early, not the greatest one from him, of course, but he's still able to smite this away. And then when we see the return of Showmaker with this package, the fight is kind of already done. Kana's extremely low. Henna gets the flash over the wall. They can turn on to Showmaker, and we're engaging after the objective is already taken. D+. Kana is so extremely low. It's just not a fight you could take anymore.
No, they couldn't do it. Showmaker went down to 16 HP. In that engage. Did not fall down, which is definitely good news for him, but the good news kind of stops there for D+. Sunfire Cape completed for Canna, so maybe it doesn't quite stop there, because that's a really good item. But Morgan's going to come on over and look to demolish this turret. Not quite able to do so, as we had a body slam, but we had to cut the video, because the wet noodle fight was not as interesting as seeing these 80 carries just farm waves. Milio with his backpack just wandering around. And, bro, this is exactly the way they want to play the game. 3,000 gold in the lead, and, oh, never mind! They're diving turrets and stuff. Doing things here as Rahel in a bit of trouble. It's Lucian by himself. Difficult for him to get anything done, and that is going to be another turret for Bro.
It's so interesting how the tables have turned, too, on this matchup, where it's now the Aphelios who's Gale forcing after the Lucian, trying to snipe him in mid and not the other way around. Charge going to come through here just like the previous game. And Brion, with so much control over the map, the ability to push those turrets out too means they have more flexibility now, more control over the map. It's much more difficult to farm as the Corki here. Rahel is just getting zoned away from these incredibly important minions for him to get that second item. 1,600 gold behind. Morgan's lead was really the big one for the early parts of the game, but Henna picking up those 2 kills and then picking up all of that money there on the mid turret. It's one of those games where you're like, Showmaker's poke better be good, you know? We're going to have to see those rockets really land. We're going to have to see some really good engages, but it's tank Gragas too, so the burst damage isn't there. There's a lot of peel between this this Poppy and the Azir. And, I mean, Yuumi is pretty helpful too. He's got Gale Force.
And in the late game, Yumi's going to be so incredibly powerful. I think, like, it is going to be one of these face-offs between Corki and Azir, right? Like 2 scaling mid laners. Of course, Corki does ridiculous things. Has just hit his 2-item power spike here with the Trinity Force now completed. And is still going to be one of those big threats in the late game, especially with the package. But I just feel like Yuumi does kind of... It warps the whole situation.
Yeah.
She can really be... so incredibly oppressive as the game goes on, as she gets a few items in. Helia already done as well.
It's like some of the changes to Yuumi really make her so much more of a late game threat, like you said. And the early game is where she's vulnerable, especially into the Milio matchups. But because they weren't able to get that level of control, and we saw the early game, in fact, go widely in favor of Bro with some great plays from Umpty. Like that weak point, like the power trough, you know, in the early parts for effort, we kind of got to skip that. And now it's a state of the game, too, where Bro is on potentially going to be sole point here, because I don't think D+ can actually fight this Drake. And then they're like, well, we have the answer to the rocket poke as well if we end up getting that soul. For D+ to get the soul, it's going to take a large amount of time. And that Lucian gets less and less valuable during said time, whereas both the Azir and the Aphelios scale, only the Corki really scales here for D+.
Yeah, I mean
Lucian has some aspects of scaling, to be fair, but he
especially
needs
with Melio. Like, you sit by a campfire, you're going to be feeling a little bit better, but I think you're right. I think the scaling advantage is definitely there for Bro. And maybe, just maybe, there's a steal away opportunity. But where is the Canyon from game one, you know? Where is that Viego god that we saw? Now he's piloting the Scion.
Red-white.
See what can happen here as Showmaker will pick up the package.
So late to the fight, he has to TP in to mid.
He will be able to do so as Canyon. Will you be able to get it here as nope? That is going to be Soul Point, and now Morgan is going to find the backline, but the fire kick is going to come through. Umpty is going to get cold. Rahel lands so many of those bullets, but Umpty's just walking it out. There's the bomber, and I think Umpty's going to buy some time, but he will definitely fall. Showmaker collects that kill. That's going to be the second for D+ Kia.
But if you're Breon here, you'll take it. Thank you for Soul Point, and they commit the Valkyrie the package here. Showmaker, he picks it up, but doesn't get anything out of it because he's so late to the fight. And once they see that teleport mid, they're like, well, Showmaker's so far away, we actually just hold aggro on this dragon, commit to the smite. Umpty secures it, that is to say, and that's that. And yeah, he sacrifices his life for it, but it's a worthy sacrifice. And I mean, Showmaker here, maybe he makes a play.
Oh, that's a package. He's going to interrupt Ivory here. He doesn't actually get the damage. The flash has to come out, but Showmaker will take that solo kill. Oh,
that's a bonus. Nice bonus. Yeah, everything going a little bit wrong there as Ivory did have flash, misses the Emperor's Divide.
Well, I mean,
it's dodged by Showmaker.
Yeah, I think that was just outplay. Man, Showmaker just using the last seconds of his package. But let's have a look at this.
Yeah, let's watch this first. And obviously, Morgan's on a flank angle here to try to help Tanai, and he flanked from Showmaker, who teleports into the mid lane. He's just so late here. He can't make the impact in this fight that they were looking for. And yes, Umpty will die, but it takes so much time here. Ivory can get over the wall. Nice body slam attempt there from Kana. He doesn't have to flash. And then Showmaker's like, what can I do with this package? Is there any good targets? Are any lurking Azirs in the lane? And then?
Wow, he saw him for like half a second. He's like, I will kill you. And it looked like he got hit by the Emperor's Divide. That's how perfectly he Valkyrie.
Yeah, it was actually so beautiful. Great dodge. Flash to secure the kill. Showmaker picking up a second one. And this is the battle, right? As you mentioned, it's like Azir versus Corki, the poke versus the engage. And this game is far from over. Breon losing a little bit of that lead here. It's a bit of a dent put in it by that play from Showmaker. Will not, of course, have the package if Breon decide to start Baron, for example. They have this scuttle and some additional vision in the back of the pit.
And I hate to say this, Wolf, but now that Bro have Soul Point, they can really slow the game down.
Yeah, they certainly can.
Because when the next dragon is up, they can pose that Baron or Dragon question and force DK around this map and get things on their terms. So it might be that they do not try to go for any big plays or any big pushes. Man, it's great to have Static Shiv back, isn't it?
Yeah, it does look very
Just
cool.
Mowing up those minion waves.
It's really fun to watch it in in terms of like what it can do early versus what Ludings can do early, and like for Corki, it's just a very satisfying item to watch. Honestly,
I love it.
It's fun for champions like Yasuo as well, and
I liked Shiv Rush Caitlyn. That was my favorite, but that was a few years ago now.
I was a Gangplank Static Shiv user back in the day before the rework.
Oh man, got to get some AoE on that parlay, you know?
Yeah,
I like it. It's all right. Can he hit towards his bottom side? Just getting rid of these minions as best he can. Teleport at the ready, so doesn't need to worry about Baron being taken. On the other side, they have decent vision in the area as well, as Showmaker, no trumpets to be sounded just yet, so won't have that package for another little while. See whether we'll have it in time for the next battle. Ooh, got to make sure the Corgi gets the treat. He gets it every time, but it makes me nervous.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we cut away, so you're always like,
yeah,
animation bug this time, like. Yeah. Have confirmation. So.
No, is it the other animation where he doesn't get it?
Yeah.
You know, you don't know whether that exists. Maybe it will. Maybe it's 1 in 1,000 times.
Schrodinger's animation.
Yeah.
If you don't know every time, it could be broken every time, or it could just not exist.
Yeah. If Corki backs in a forest, does the forest even exist? You know, I think that's the same.
Well, it's 50 seconds, and this Drake is really critical for Brion.
That's another culling being used here. Of course, Hannah does have a heck of a lot of lifesteal, although Severin does just dissipate now. But still, that's his whole shield. The shield was taken.
I actually really like the positioning of Kana and Canyon here. Maybe punishing Umpty here on the side.
Yeah, Knockup comes forward as Kana finds the body slam. Need to be careful. There is basically body slams on both, but Canyon's is much longer cooldown.
Yeah. Honeyfruit really going to help Umpty out here as they are trying to get into a position where Hannah can actually get something done.
Well, Hannah actually diving forward. Rahel so incredibly low. As Showmaker, the final chapter not quite going to work out there as Canyon had to try and get himself in there. Didn't want to be the sacrifice, but may have had to have been.
Okay, so timing of this is really tight for Showmaker to grab package and rush in with the teleport here. It's a very similar situation to the last Drake fight. See if he can make a better impact this time, get here faster. He's picking it up.
It's not happening. I think it's just going to be...
They're going to give it.
It's just Salt. And the Ocean, not exactly the worst one to give away, but still going to feel terrible here for D plus Kia.
Yeah, I think it's not the worst, but it is one of the worst when you consider the amount of chip damage they're looking for here with culling and the Corki damage. So, feels bad, man. At least you could use that package for something later on. But this is just Hannah seeing a window here. Showmaker has already used his Gatling gun. He is able to Gale Force forward here and do tons of damage. Just a Calibrum auto empowered here onto Rahel. Canyon has to flash, and that is it. That's the objective. Showmaker's not going to try to make a play for it this time.
Hannah, like, really took game 1 personally, I think. And he was like, look, you're a Challenger 80 carry. This is how you're supposed to do it in the big leagues. And after game 1, I didn't know whether he'd have it in him, but he definitely does. Certainly stepping up in a big way. Still, only 3,000 gold, as damage dealt is entirely top laners in this particular game. But you can see the difference between Rahel and Hannah is the difference between, like, it's the bottom lane.
He's
right?
just, I mean, he's being threatening. He's actually doing impactful damage to the Lucian, whereas Rahel is just cold once or twice, and, you know, that's all it's amounted to is nothing. Ow. Once again, Umpty going to be the front line here, take some additional damage, but doesn't care too much. And there's a ward on this Baron, so this is not a surprise to Brion at all. Ivory has ult. Hannah's shield is huge.
He's going to dive towards Showmaker. He does have the package. There's the flash in from Kana as Hannah is completely removed, but he still has his cat. He is still feeling fine as the train is going to miss, and Hannah is just going to start ripping through him instead. Now Morgan looking for his opportunity, but Showmaker is kiting quite beautifully here. The big one just barely misses the backside of the Crocodile, and D plus Kia once again. Their health bars are just too low.
They're just too low. They have to back off, and Showmaker used the package here, so just no way to really start this fight up on their terms. They're going to put up the Sundisc turret here as well and hold this mid lane. And Brion, they may have done it in this one. D plus Kia, they're going to either have to give up a second objective back-to-back here, or they're going to have to take a terrible fight. Lose-lose scenario here. Canyon no ultimate. They used everything in the last exchange. Ivory could just ult to keep them out. That's Baron, and we might see another bro upset over D+. History repeats itself. It's not over yet, but they have all the cards in the deck. It's not just their hand is stacked, the Showmaker has to use this to get away, as Hannah is playing like a superstar tonight here.
He certainly is, man. Like, look at this. Had everything in order to dodge anything that was thrown at him.
So sick.
Yeah?
He's actually playing like a completely different person than we normally see from him. He's a great Zeri player. His Aphelios has been middling in the past. We've seen some of the weirdest plays on Aphelios throughout the last 2 years on him. He's done some weird flash Gale Force and stuff like that, but he's measured this time around. He's making those aggressive Gale Forces and flashes work. He's using it defensively in this fight, even on items with the Lucian, but again, doing so much more. And it's really his aggression or survival that has defined each of these objective setups.
It's really nicely done from Hannah. Not all the way out of the woods. I think there's still a game here as the knockup does come forward, and as we cast a curse him, Hannah is going to be able to get out of there, so never mind.
He's back at full health.
Yeah. Ocean Soul is, pretty ridiculous if you don't manage to actually just confirm a kill. And Rahel chasing after Umpty here, wanting to stop them from pushing forward, but there is a crocodile, a pesky crocodile in this mid lane.
I mean, even with the prophecy of the Breon Elder flip this time kind of against them, I mean, Sion is one of the worst champions to flip an objective. He has flash probably, he's going to have that flash online unless he has to use it for some reason, but I mean, Breon are like, cool, we just keep pushing, keep the lead, use Baron to turn into Elder Prio. And I mean, the options are limited here as D+ are trying to find an angle here, but Umpty is just stopping them at every turn. I can't believe what we're watching.
This is nuts.
This is not the team I saw in week 1. It is absolutely not the team I saw in week 1.
And they are playing the macro game really nicely as well. There are so many things that have definitely just been upgraded. Here for Bro, after a difficult game 1, as the big one is barely going to miss Ivory as he gets out of there with the shifting sands. Umpty lying in wait here. As they do find this ward, look to clear it out, but DK are just being kept inside their base. Jungle camps, unable to be taken, all this sort of stuff is, all right, that's goodbye to the Gragas. That's guaranteed turret, yeah.
That's going to be, if they can get this inhib, it's guaranteed mid-prio for the Elder, but they're unsuccessful. Teleport flank here from Kana.
All right, here it is, Henna once again, not going to be hit by the Scion. Kana looks for Henna here, wants to find it, but he's just not going to be able to get in. He's just taken down, and Henna is untouched in this fight. Moonlight Vigil comes down as Canyon going to get stunned up. He should be able to survive, but no one can walk up on this Bro. They are too scary.
I mean, this is just more than an inhibitor potentially here on this play. It's going to be double. They can go down here to the bottom lane. Morgan's already prepped this turret, and D+ are cowering in the fountain.
Do you know how you win an Elder flip, Wolf? You destroy their Nexus before the Elder spawns.
Hey.
That's the way to do it. They're not going to be able to.
Another way,
back away.
Another way is to get 2 inhibitors and make sure you have guaranteed prio. With the wards, they also have pre-set up here around the pit. 2 wards set, or 1 more drop down there on the bottom side of the map. No teleport on Morgan, but Ivory has one. He's picked up a Zhonya's now here, bought outright. I mean, look at the gold across the board here for these players. I mean, this is just textbook Bro. As Kana comes in here for the flank, Henna has so much Pierce here that even though he's tank Gragas, he is just going to get ripped to shreds with the help of Umpty. Morgan also with the ultimate here. There's just no flank anymore. Like, there's nothing you can do. You get caught trying to make a heroic play, but what other option do you have as D+? This is it, the defining moment in this game. Can D+ find a way, a miracle, to get back into this one? They have.
Definitely going to need to be one of those. Is Ivory taking a bit of damage here from Showmaker, who does have a cozy campfire, so that and rapid fire cannon means that he can shoot from a really long distance.
Package not available here for him. He's going to back, but timing is so razor thin right now. He has TP.
Yeah, stopwatch also at the ready, as the Corki will make it back. Package collected, so many doggy treats. Now done, but already started up on this one, and the base is in trouble, like you say. Still, teleport at the ready, so he can get here at any time and then just package his way in.
Such a stressful game for Rahel here in his return to the LCK. Oh, where's that Croc?
Oh, he knows. He has an idea as to what's going on here as Morgan going to be able to walk back out once again. And Canyon now holding on to this Drake.
I mean, Breon are playing this so smart. This is the one time you wanted to just let the minions do the work for Showmaker here back. He still hasn't used his teleport just yet. Morgan using control vision here to try to threaten Rahel on the side. As this is just D+ holding their breaths right now.
Well, they need to be decisive as Canyon pretty tanky here. Umpty taking a lot of damage. Remember, he's the jungler, and this is the Elder. As Showmaker, he has teleported in this time around. They're going to start this fight in earnest. Umpty, where is that ultimate going to land? That's the question. He's going to wind it up. As in goes Showmaker. He finds the package. Ivory goes golden to avoid damage now as Morgan dives on in Rahel. It's a decent cleanse, and no one's died just yet. There's the culling. Ivory taking a lot as Rahel is going to be taken down. Kana gets over the wall, and Henna is at full health. Ladies and gentlemen, the heroic charge, and that is a dead Corki. There is no damage left for D+ Kia, and this is the day of OK Savings Bank Breon. They will take the Elder. They will destroy the Nexus of D+ Kia.
Just outplayed start to finish. No tricky upsets, nothing about this game as, oh, Rahel was in, and that's why they lost. They got out-jungled, they got outplayed in the top 2v2 2 games in a row, and Henna ends up popping off in the mid-game, and this is peak Breon.
Absolutely. Morgan just casually tanking the turret for as long as he would like. Canna gonna be ignored for a few moments before his Nexus is obliterated, and yeah, Rahel gets into the picture, but he watches his own Nexus fall, and Umpty, look at that, launches out of his chair. Edgar is losing his mind. How wholesome is this team, man?
I mean, it was a draft that we didn't like. It was a draft we didn't trust, and they turned the early game on its head. Umpty's playing around topside. Then, when we see that attempted to be salvaged by Canyon, he goes bottom as the Aphelios that's killing the Milio lane. He ults away the Milio. They kill the Lucian. Man, Brion, man, this is... I mean, talk about big turnarounds. I don't think I've ever seen a week 1 to week 2 bounce back like this. And I mean, there's just
what about a game 1 to game 2 bounce
exactly
back?
Like there's just not even really that much I can say bad about D+ in this series either. They just got straight outplayed.
Yeah.
I mean, Rahel also had a good series overall. I mean, it wasn't about him. It was about Morgan, it was about Umpty, and it was about Hannah.
I mean, I think the bottom lane getting crushed in the last 2 games definitely wasn't a good thing, but so much of it comes back to how D+ drafted, and of course, how they played as well. As Umpty, bit of a shout out to the sponsor there as well as, man, I'm feeling like it's going to be okay, bro.
Yeah. Ivory as well, I think, middling performance from him, but some top moments towards the end. I think that he's a player that showed some promise, and regardless of his individual play, the team did look better with him in today. Different energy, a different vibe.
Yeah. And I think even Umpty, like, he leveled up. It felt like he was ready to go in a whole lot more, and maybe it was the fact that Karis was demanding a little bit more around the mid lane, because what we saw were the Bash Bros back again, right? Like Morgan and Umpty like diving turrets over and over again. Canna getting absolutely obliterated in the last 2 games. And, you know, it's the Lord and the General just at it again. This is what we kind of got used to, what felt like years ago. And we're back to it one more time. I'm getting whimsical here on this desk.
I mean, things were not perfect. You know, Canyon a little bit lackluster game 2, but it's just one of those. It's one of those games where you sit back in your chair and you go, "Wow!" You know,
yeah.
No one could have seen this coming. No one could have known. Even after game 2, you're like, you're not ready to trust. You're not ready to believe. D+ gets blue side again. Draft looks a little bit sketchy. You know, it's not the strongest draft from Bro in game 3. But then plays like this, where they just turn this top side into Morgan's Kingdom. Follow-up flash here, then the bottom side play we'll see moments after that where they're able to kill the Lucian. I mean, Umpty just had a field day with these games. This is obviously a play where D+ should not have tried to contest this Drake. This is that Umpty play bottom side I'm talking about, where Rahel is just left out to dry. They commit the teleport here. There's nothing Showmaker could do. So then Ivory gets plates mid. They out-macro D+.
They did. At every turn, like, this was a good play from Showmaker, but it honestly did not matter. Because as a team, Bro was playing better. Look at Hannah, man. He's a one-man army. And gets to that later stage of the game with the Yuumi in his back pocket. And when you can pilot the Aphelios with this amount of aggression, like, look at this guy.
There is like nothing that makes me happier in the LCK than when a team that looks really weak, a team that looks like they're down and out, and yes, it's early in the season, but it looks kind of doomed, it looks hopeless, they turn it around. Like, nothing makes me happier than that. I don't care about what it means for the standings, what it means for the teams, and who they beat. It's just watching Brion actually be a team again and actually look happy. That's just, you don't get that. You just don't get that every week, you know? You don't get that every season even, but to see it here, it's a bit heartwarming.
No, it's amazing. And it's because Brion are playing much better. Like, this, in these last 2 games, they leveled up in a way that I wasn't expecting could even happen. I remember the quizzical look that Law had when she threw it to us for game 2, and it was warranted. But then this level of Bro came out. Their investment came in. Maybe like they got approved on their loan or something like that, Wolf. And like all of the winning finally was available to them. Because it certainly seemed to be the result here.
It's such a critical time for the org as well, right? Where you get this massive investment from a huge sponsor. You get a naming sponsor going into a season like this. You want to prove that the investment is worth it, right? And, you know, week 1 was super disappointing, but you go into a week 2 like this, and people are going to rethinking their predictions. And, I mean, they beat D+. Can they beat T1 later this week? I mean, I'm not ready to say yes, but, like, I'm going to raise my eyebrows at the series, you know?
I will definitely be paying some attention. That is 100% what is going to be happening, as Bro will not be disrespected in this league. They are playing exceptionally well after this one. Absolutely amazingly done. Let's have a look at some of the damage numbers here, as Henna, understandably, just barely shy of the Corki, throwing out all of those rockets. This is like, I don't know. Henna he really did take game one personally, didn't he?
Yeah. I felt like his impactful damage was way higher. They did it in Bro fashion. Get a lead, take those Drakes safely, carefully. And the Henna, man, he took on a mind of his own. He got in there. I'm happy to see upsets like this where a team actually looks good. Not when a team underperforms and the upset comes in, but when a team overperforms and the upset comes in.
Yeah, and obviously, like Edgar as well, very outspoken with making the change in the mid lane. I don't think Ivory necessarily looked like an upgrade or a downgrade from Karis, but maybe something happens with how the dynamic of the team works to make this Bro happen. And game 2, very, very slow. Game 3, though, oh man, we were living in Umpty's world, and he was
Kana especially was.
Yeah. Kana did not want to be in that particular location, but whew, I'm reeling, absolutely reeling. Okay, Savings Bank Breon, absolutely incredible performance, but we are going to throw it over to the space now to break down the Bro victory.
Solid performance. Put some respect on their names, guys. They come in here with the upset once again, as they did in spring. And what is your take on this game? Quick take on what happened. We'll talk about the draft later on, because there's something I'm really not happy about here.
I mean, I feel like Breon knew what they needed to do to win, and they stepped up to that. And I think even in the games last week where they were struggling, Henna looked like he was trying to push forwards and be like this driving force in team fights. And I kind of felt like the cohesion came together, the game plan came together, and it worked.
Yeah, I mean, Henna definitely looks like one of the best players on the roster, if not the best, in recent weeks, even through all of their losses. And the fact that Umpty is able to step up and provide an early game impact and actually get them to a part where they can actually fight teams means that we finally get to see them have a chance, which is great.
Yeah, overperformance on their side, underperformance on the side of D plus Kia, but we'll talk about this a bit later. But first, let's take a look at the draft, because guys, when I saw that Azir was back, I was like, oh no, no, please, not again. And yes, Azir Corki is back on the menu, boys.
Yeah, it was a bit of an interesting one, because he went to Shiv early, and he actually managed to get tons of farm, which obviously as a Corki, you want to power farm to 16. And like, he definitely did a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but I think into the composition of Fred Breon, the fact that they had the sustain on the Yuumi, and the fact that they had the sustain for the Ocean Soul, really dwindled how effective that damage ended up being. Also, something to note is, we saw OK Breon ban the Blitzcrank. Cass has talked about this, you ban the Blitzcrank, maybe you expected DK to take the Yuumi. They took the Milio instead, and then I was a bit concerned that like Lucian Milio is a pretty aggressive lane that you should be able to come out ahead, but I have to say, like, they really managed to stabilize that 2v2 matchup well.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. I thought the Blitzcrank was not great at first, but it kind of forces them to pick the Milio. It's like, oh, it's a free Milio, and I guess they had an answer to that at the end of the day. The Corki comes out, it's kind of like the double 80 carry thing we've been seeing a lot more with the Milios. So we've seen Tristana in the mid lane, we've seen Genji do that a lot, so Chovy playing that one, and of course the Corki showing his face once again.
Yeah,
it just makes me wonder a bit though, if like Jinx would have been better than Lucian there, because I think when it comes to those late game fights, I think the Lucian was struggling to have the impact compared to the other picks just because of the range disadvantage, whereas Jinx might have felt more at home.
Yeah, maybe it would have been easier to play in easier win conditions here, but so far, Bro, take this one, and I want to spend a bit of time here to talk about Umpty, the man in the jungle, because he had Canyon's phone number during this game, as he had in game 2. Let's take a look at the first highlight here to maybe talk a bit more about the impact he had in the early game for this.
Yeah, it was just really good to see. Like, we've had so many reels where Breon in many different, teams, sponsors, whatever, we've had reels like this where Umpty is just providing an early game impact, and they were able to get so much of it. And it's not just him, but it's him leading the charge. Everybody's on the same page. All of these teams are all of these plays are team plays, right? Morgan setting up the top lane push or setting up the bottom lane push for this dive, and this is what you need to see if you're going to get ahead with this Poppy in the jungle, like we've seen many other players do in the past. You think about Peanut on this Poppy in the jungle, and Umpty able to do the same here.
And I like giving the early attention to Morgan in the top lane, that they did the same in game 2, that really gave them an advantage. But also, Canyon felt really subdued. And game 1 on the Viego, he was the POG, right? Absolutely impactful. game 2, the Kazakhs couldn't really get the ball rolling early, and then game 3, the Sion, I feel like also that was a factor, not only playing well, but Canyon, who's normally such a driving force for D+, just wasn't really as present in these later games.
I want to take a look at the second highlight we have, which is the Elder fight by the end of the game. And guys, yet again, the casters were saying that the D+ was underperforming here. But I want to talk about the opportunities that Bro managed to seize to grab up the win.
Yeah, so I think they found it really hard to approach the Aphelios at this point in the game when you have the Yuumi as well. But also, like, when you just see OK Bro dive forwards when they get the opportunity. Like, we get this package coming in, and I understand the theory behind it, but there's nothing forcing anyone to stay on the package trail. So not taking that much damage, and as a result, Showmaker's out the fight. He's left, he's done. So that's the opportunity for Brion to actually charge forwards and go aggressive. And you can see Rahel's trying to do as much damage as possible when kiting, but a great stall for Morgan with the stopwatch, and then they all start to move forwards, and still, this Aphelios is untouched.
Yeah, I think it's a really important point you mentioned. You know, the second Showmakers out of the fight, they pull the trigger, and that's something they've been really missing, even earlier on in this game, where it's like we have so many plays where OK Bro are getting ahead, yet they only get like 1 kill, or people are getting away with like 0 health. I feel like sometimes they really have trouble with the confidence as a team to make the call, like, okay, we need to go in on this fight, we have the advantage, let's really press the envelope. Where better teams will come in, they'll get 2, 3 kills, get an Elder, or not an Elder, but like a Rift Herald, and really push the advantage. It's something that OK Bro have really struggled with, so it was great to see them actually commit to the fight there on the Elder.
Yeah, coming together, collective team play, honestly beautifully done here. Who would be the player of the game? We're just talking about the Aphelios, and it is actually Henna who gets it here with the Aphelios late game and his great positioning.
Yeah, I think Henna's been really fantastic so far this split and been such a driving force, as I said. And in this game, when it came to those late game setups, those late game situations, he was just untouchable. It felt like he was such a problem that D+ couldn't deal with. And I think some credit is probably going to give given to as well for those early game setups, but the aggression, moments like this, and this isn't new. We saw this last week against Nongshin. There was a lot of moments where he was challenging with his aggressive plays, but finally they're able to deliver. And I mean, against a team like D+ as well, such a fantastic showing.
Absolutely. I think it's pretty clear at this point that Henna certainly has the ability. This is just another example of it. Again, just need to get everybody on the same page to follow up on plays that he's making like this. If you're going to play Aphelios in this meta especially, you have to look for those kind of Gale Force burst plays. Not everybody's got Gale Force nowadays. You've got the ability to move forward with the Yuumi. And he was able to do exactly that. He was really consistent over the entire game. And like you said, I think, you know, Umti's probably going to pick up some votes as well, as that's who we did vote for here, hoping that he does. All right, it's us in China. Nice.
Yeah,
I've given that respect on Umti's name.
I think that's fair. I think, you know, honorable mention to Umti, but I think Henna definitely just was a monster.
Yeah, they all showed up when they needed to, and it's extra impressive given the fact that they didn't have the main lineup playing here with Ivory being called in the mid lane. Can you tell us more about the player himself and how you rate the impact he had over the entirety of the series?
I mean, to be honest, he's not the first name that comes to mind when I think about, like, the Brion Challenger lineup, but the fact that he was able to come in here shorter notice and essentially overperform in my mind is great, because he was not a super flashy player, kind of sit back, not really do much, didn't have a big impact, but he comes in here, he plays his role, very reliable, doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He was a little bit passive in the first game, but I think the second he got a little bit more comfortable, he looked great.
Yeah, I think I was going to say that, like, game 1 he seemed a bit nervous, which is completely understandable, but like game 2, you could see the confidence coming in. A couple of plays that didn't quite go as well, like the Azir shuffles, but you could tell he was willing to go for these plays. In game 3, it felt like he'd really gelled and was just working well with the team.
Yeah, again, finding synergy so quickly is really impressive from the team, and it's time for us to hear from the winners as Morgan and Henna are ready on stage.
Thank you guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by Morgan and Henna on the side of OK Savings Bank Brion. Congratulations. Morgan, you got your freshest first victory against D+ Kia. How do you feel?
네, 진짜
I
그
am
이상 뭐
great.
어떻게 표현할 수가 있겠어요, 이 기분을. 그렇죠?
어떻게 보면 저희가 첫 주차 때 조금 힘들었어가지고 이번 2주차 또 같이
We struggled a lot
열심히
in week 1.
해보려고 했고 그런 결과가 오늘
And we
좋게 나온
tried
것 같아서
really
되게
hard
좋은 것 같아요.
for week 2, and I feel like it all paid off. Hannah, what about you?
힘든 경기였는데 이겨서 너무 좋고.
It was such a difficult match. I'm really happy that we won.
담원전 했던 경기력이 조금 나온 느낌이 들어서.
I feel like the performance that we showed off today was sort of like how we did in the playoffs against D plus Kia.
굉장히 밝으신 걸 확인할 수가 있는데요. 모건 선수 오늘 아이보리 선수와
Morgan,
함께했습니다.
with Ivory joining,
안에 호흡을 맞춰야 해서 어려운
was there
부분이
any
있었을 것 같은데
difficulty adapting as a team in such a short period of time?
같이 연습하면서 이제 형들이 얘기해 주는 것도 잘 듣고 뭔가
In practice, Ivory would listen to us really well, and I feel like he adapted pretty well in a good atmosphere, so everything went pretty good. What kind of advice did you give Ivory? Since it's his first match in LCK, we just told him, don't feel pressured, just show off what you have.
네, 잘한 것 같아요.
Do you think he did well? Yes, I think so. What about you, Hannah?
아이보리 선수가 원래 신인이라서 제가 경기 전에 떨지 말라고.
Ivory is a rookie, so I told him, don't be nervous. And I feel like he was actually less nervous than I was. It's great that he did really well today.
해나 선수 첫 주차에는 좀 아쉬운 2연패를 기록했었습니다.
Hannah, so you guys had a regretful week 1
지난주 경기가 끝나고 어떤 피드백이 있었길래 오늘 이런
with 2 back-to-back losses, but what kind of feedback was given last week that allowed you to defeat D plus Kia today? Our atmosphere in the team was not too great, but we would stay up again until 4 a.m. practicing and discussing as a team, and everyone just put in their effort, saying that we can put in our effort and win no matter what. In game 2, you faced Kaunas Renekton with Jax. How did you foresee this matchup? I feel like with Jax, at certain point you actually do win against Renekton, so I just figured out a way to try to stall the game until then. And we know that you have a Renekton emote, but we haven't seen you use it as much. Why is that? So after the patch, we started using a different server. So I had it set in my other patch, the other server, but I don't have it set up in the current server. And Hannah, you faced Rahel instead of Def today. I feel like with the short period of time to learn about Hannah as a player, how was playing against him?
라이 선수가 그리고 그런데 솔랭에서도 많이 만났는데 좀 노련하게
I feel like he is also a rookie. I faced him in solo queue before, and he is quite good in the laning phase. He doesn't play like a rookie. In game 3, you guys left Lucian Milia open and played Aphelios Yumi. Lucian has a high ban rate and has been a winning pick for the most part, so why was that? Lucian is a great pick, but I feel like our team is pretty good playing against Lucian, so we just went ahead with the comp that we went with.
다른 팬분들과는 좀
in the audience,
경기 결과를 지켜보신 분들을 제가 봤거든요. 모건 선수.
I noticed that there are a lot of people. I was told that Morgan, your mother and your older sister is here. I heard that your mom was crying. Yeah, and I also heard that while leaving the stage.
아 그래요?
Oh, she's over there right now, actually.
누나분이 여기 와 계신데 이 자리를 빌어서 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Do you want to say anything to them? Thank you for coming, as always, to support me. It's great that I get to win and do this interview.
하셔서 이 기쁨을 더 많이 나누시길 바라겠고요. 해나 선수도 그럼 같이 오늘 플레이하신 아이보리 선수께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Hannah, any word for Ivory?
예찬이 아이보리 친구야. 그 너무
Hey, Ivory.
내가 착하기도 하고 낯을 좀 많이 안 가려서 다가와줘가지고 너무 좋았고 그리고
He's actually pretty extroverted, so he would approach us really easily. Let's do well. Let's put in our effort and do well and keep it up.
Are you ready?
Your next opponent is T1. With today's momentum, you must be quite confident. Are you ready?
보고 있는데 진짜 여러 가지 챔피언들을 많이 사용해서 하더라고요.
I feel like T1 uses a lot of various champions. They're a good team. We'll try our best to prepare for that match and try to win.
오케이. 그래서 어떻게 보면 저도 이제
Are you ready?
기세를 바꾼 것 같아서 흐름을 이 흐름 잘 타가지고 T1전에도 연승할 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
So we'll try to keep this momentum up and win against T1. Thank you. And this will be the end of the interview from Morgan and Hannah. Back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear. Wonderful translation as always, and great advice on the side of bro. Just don't be nervous. Don't be nervous, guys. It's
that
really
simple.
easy.
Just don't.
Yeah, just don't be nervous.
Okay,
like,
bro.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the standings to see where we finished this day 2 of week 2, as bro grabbed their first victory here in summer. And man, I'm sweating if I'm T1 right now.
Yeah.
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 If we look at it, okay, bro, have won games against D+. T1 haven't won any games against D+ during Summer Split.
Oh,
rude.
I do think it's crazy how quickly that Gen G is the only undefeated team remaining. Like, normally we have a lot of top teams stay undefeated for a while, depending on the schedule, but very quickly we've seen a lot of teams pick up these losses.
Well, Gen
talking about Gen G, yeah.
Tomorrow, so hey, you never know. That's what we said today.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we saw Nongshim beat OK Brion, so...
Technically,
I think that probably look a favor in that matchup.
Result-based analysis, of course. Any upsets that you would see here? Maybe. I mean, we came into today thinking that it would be really one-sided. Do you, if we can see an upset in either of the two matchups, which one would it be? That's what I'm asking.
Probably the second one. Yeah. Probably not the Nongshim Gen Z look really solid right now, so I would expect them to take the win.
All right, sounds good.
But then after today, like...
Who knows?
You never know.
Who knows?
It's possible.
The LCK and its mysterious. And that's a wrap on day 2 of week 2 of the LCK. I hope you enjoyed as much as we did. We'll see you tomorrow for more League of Legends. Stay safe, take care of yourself, and bye-bye. Have a good night, or day, or whatever.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the wall.
경기력과 발전 양상을 보여주면서 지금 소위 아쉬움을 씻어낼 수 있을 만한 팀이 바로 이 하나생명 e스포츠입니다.